focus. It's focusing off to the right. So, yeah. So see how Mark's on focus now?
Facebook is now live.
Hey, welcome everybody to I'm sorry, Chris?
We are live on both services now.
Thank you. Welcome everybody to the J.C. Raulston's Day of Giving. We're really excited about today. We're hoping to raise some significant dollars for our operations. Some of what we raise today will go to fund children's programs, adult education, plant exploration, plant breeding, and just the general upkeep of the garden. You know, it takes a lot to run the Arboretum, doesn't it, Arlene?
Absolutely.
And I know people think that we get a lot of money from the university, but we are actually self-supported. We get a little bit of salary support, but just for a couple of people. And otherwise, all of our operations, all of our plants, all of our maintenance, we take care of ourselves. So fundraising like this is very important. You know, what are some of the other ways that we're generating revenue?
Right. So in addition to just the daily gifts, we also have a very prosperous membership program. And today we're actually offering $45 membership. So go online, renew your membership, support us, and show us the love.
That's right. This is our 45th year. It's hard to believe that the J.C. Raulston Arboretum's been in operation for 45 years. So we're offering special on membership, $45 if you renew now. We've already had, I don't know, probably almost a dozen people today renew. So it's Day of Giving. So we want to direct people to, you go to our website, jcra.ncsu.edu. And you can click on the Donate Now button. We've got a real generous offer from our Board of Supervisors, our Board of Advisors. They have offered to match if we get 101 donations. Excuse me, we were talking about membership donations. We get 101 donations today before our Gardening 101 program on dividing perennials at 3. They're going to top us off with an extra $20,000.
That's a lot of zeros.
That is a lot of zeros. That is really incredible support from our Board of Advisors. So we are currently at $10,125 for Day of Giving and 39 gifts. So we're more than a third of the way there for our board challenge. So that's going to be an extra $20,000 that goes towards that.
And we can't thank you enough. This past year has really shown us how much support we get from those of you who use the garden, those of you who have supported us for years. So thank you very much. Keep us going. I think we can exceed that 101 individual donations by 3 p.m.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. You know, and it's interesting. We're at outside the Bobby Wilder Visitor Center, and Bobby Wilder used to like to always tell people, well, he still does, that, you know, it's free to come into the Arboretum, but it is not free to operate.
Right.
You know, we've got more than a dozen employees that we support, and we've been able to keep everybody going and the Arboretum operating for the past year, and without the income from rentals and events, our big events like Moonlight in the Garden
or Raulston
Blooms. So I know a lot of folks who are joining us now probably have joined us for our midweek programs every week. So we've been able to reach out beyond our gates, which is always a good thing for sure. But go to jcra.ncsu.edu and click on the Donate Now button and help us raise some funds to keep us going, help us get that 101 gifts to get the board challenge. We've got a long way to go.
Yep. And as you'll notice this morning, it's a little rainy out here. So we know you're in front of your laptop kind of, or on your cell phone. Maybe have a little bit of time to click that donate button today and join us for some of the programming that we've got lined up for you, because we've expanded our normal midweek program, that is Gardening 101, Dividing Perennials today, to include some other guests that Mark has personally invited to join us. So let's talk about that. Who are you most excited to talk with?
Oh gosh, I don't know who I'm most excited to talk with. We have got some of the horticultural highlights out here. We've got Tony Kirkham, who's in charge of the Arboretum and grounds at Kew Gardens, you know, really considered one of the world's great gardens. And anybody's listening now, you need to come back and make sure you're with us when Tony comes. Tony Kirkham's going to be with us at 1 o'clock, and he has got a hysterical story from when he was visiting the Arboretum one time. I won't spoil it, but it's pretty funny. So I love to talk with him. John Grimshaw.
It's not the Arboretum without the train.
Yeah, we're recording live. Get on the train, jump on. But John Grimshaw is a longtime garden friend, and I got to know him right when I started. He was writing his book, New Trees, Recent Introductions to Cultivation. We've got Todd Lassane, former assistant director here. We've got Bob Lyons, former director. I'm really excited to actually talk to a couple of our former interns, Taylor Liesnitzer and Rachel Burris. Taylor and Rachel worked together here as interns and went to Chelsea on our Chelsea scholarship. And we send our interns to England. And now Taylor is working at Missouri Botanic Garden. Rachel has been working with Tom Ranney up in the mountains with his plant breeding program. So I'm really excited to catch up with them and see what they're doing. I have not talked to Taylor since she went to Missouri.
I think one of the things that impressed me most when I saw the list is it just reiterated how far the Arboretum's reach goes. I mean, the fact that people from across our country and even into England are willing to take their time and join us today and talk about what the Arboretum means to them and how they've interacted with us. I'm always amazed about how far our reach goes.
So here's something to illustrate our reach with one of our speakers. So I mentioned John Grimshaw from the Yorkshire Arboretum. He wrote the book, New Trees, Recent Introductions to Cultivation. He sent me a copy of the book when it was published, because we had spent a lot of time emailing back and forth about plants that were here in the Arboretum. And when I was going through and looking through it and reading the book, there is a picture of my very good friend from China who helps me out in China when I go over there looking at plants, Liu Gang. A picture of him standing next to one of our favorite trees at the Arboretum, the Cornus wilsoniana. So when I saw that, I had to take my book from John Grimshaw, and I had to bring it over to Liu Gang and give it to him, because he's pictures in the book. There's just my name in there. There's pictures in it. And then I had to go back and of course, get myself another copy. But, it stretches across around the world, really.
It does. And you've probably noticed that, Mark, you've been in horticulture for how many years?
Professionally for about 25 years.
Amazing, right? I mean, the enthusiasm just doesn't diminish. And I think that's one of the things that holds true for our entire staff here at the Arboretum. All of our members, all of our donors, we are plant lovers. Mm-hmm. So we hope you enjoyed today's program. Do take a minute and visit our website, jcra.ncsu.edu. We've got a donate button right there, conveniently located for you. Show us the love, help us reach this board challenge, and we actually want to show them we're better than 101 gifts before 3 p.m. So
that's right. NC State's a big place, and there are a lot of the colleges raising money, other programs, athletics, all these places raising money. and sometimes and doing great things. And sometimes the Arboretum can get a little bit lost in the shuffle until the administration wants to bring visitors somewhere really beautiful. Then they come out here. So this Day of Giving is really a way to show them how broad the support is. The more gifts we get, the more they see that we really are supported by our local community, regional community, but also folks from around the world. So it does matter whether you can give, you know, $10, $25, $100, $1 million if you really want. It doesn't matter. We're really more interested in getting that really broad base of support. So please, any gift really does make a difference.
Right. The other thing I wanted to mention too, as you were talking about the generosity of our supporters. But one of the things that I've noticed in my 7 years here at the Arboretum is not just the passion of the staff here, but also their generosity and their passion for education. And I think that's really come through in our 2020 year, as we kind of thought, well, our gates might have been closed, but we needed to keep the education a priority. And so I know we've met many of you through our midweek with Mark programming in the beginnings, and now we've moved on to expand that midweek programming. We're committed to that. I'm excited about it. We recognize that those of you across our own state and even across the United States find us relevant. And I think that is so cool.
Yeah, it's amazing. We've made friends across the country. You know, we've got Sally out in Seal Rock, Oregon. She's probably still asleep right now. It's pretty early out there.
I don't know. She loves us.
She does love us. We've got you know, Tom down in Texas. We've got folks in New York. We've got, you know, that join us regularly now. So what started as just a way for us to continue our mission of educating people when we closed our gates has really turned into, you know, has turned into one of the highest impact things we've ever done. So we're keeping it on.
Yep. Yep.
All right. And I mentioned we were standing under the Bobby Wilder Visitor Center right now. And I've just been told Bobby Wilder has made a $1,400 donation for us. Thank you, Bobby. Bobby has been one of our biggest supporters. He loves what we do. I look forward every week when we do our midweek programs. I look forward to seeing Bobby there. I know he will be there. A couple other gifts. Kathy and Steve DeWitt gave a really nice gift and said that the Arboretum is beautiful year round with something always of interest. We've got Richard Todd, who's donated $1,000. He says, I've learned so much about gardening through the Arboretum workshops and seminars. So glad I can give back by supporting the Arboretum. We've got a gift in honor of Rosemary York. It's wonderful looking at these gifts. So far, we've got 42 gifts, $11,600, which is just, you know, it's humbling to know that we work for a place that so many people love so much. You know, I mentioned the board is matching us with $20,000, which is just huge that they care about us so much. But what I love is I came in this morning and I saw gifts from Doug Rurin, who will be doing our Gardening 101. He's our gardens manager, and Catherine Wall, who's our membership and volunteer coordinator. You know, the staff loves what they do here so much, and it means so much to them that they give back and support. It's really it's a really touching thing that these people really do.
We genuinely love what we do. There is no question about that.
Mm-hmm. That is right. So much support already coming in. You know, I don't have the numbers from last year, but I think we have already, we're getting close to the number of donors we had last year. If I remember, it was around 60 or so, 65 donors 2 years ago.
Right.
Last year, That was our lost year. I didn't have a
In
lost
some
year. I didn't
ways.
have a lost year in college. So the 2020 was the lost year, but not, as you say, not really lost for us. We did more than we could ever imagine, and we're back opened again. So we welcome people out.
Check our website for what our current hours are. We are working to get reopened full time, but right now we are just open in the afternoons on Monday through Friday. But as our volunteers and our staff get vaccinated and things start settling down, we can't wait to get back open and under normal operations. We just opened our gates last Wednesday, and I've been here every day, which has been great. But what I loved is one day I was at the visitor center here, and a woman and her little girl who's in the 6th grade stopped me and said how much that they appreciated being here. But the part I loved most was that she wanted to know when we would be having live children's programming, because her daughter was now of the age that she could participate in our Science Saturdays, which is headed by our wonderful children's program coordinator, Elizabeth Overcash, and her team. But I just love that. Of, the 20 people I saw that day, it was education. It was, a young girl just looking to get involved in science and horticulture. It just rang so many bells for me. I left that day feeling terrific.
Yeah, that's amazing when you talk to these people who are bringing their kids in. There's real lack of students entering the plant sciences. Most of the life sciences jobs in North Carolina over the next 50 years, something like 80% of those jobs are forecasted to be in the plant sciences. And most students who come into the life sciences come in to do the zoological sciences because they want to be a vet or a marine biologist or something like that. And people don't realize how many great jobs there are for people who are coming out of horticulture and plant biology, botany, and those forestry and those types of jobs. And that's part of that. Science Saturdays is an important part of that. It's easy to get little kids in the garden and have them excited. They love digging and playing with water. Older kids are already thinking about what they're doing. So if they come here, they're probably already thinking about plants a lot. But we lose them is those middle schoolers. And that Science Saturdays, that is where for those middle schoolers, STEM-based, really exciting stuff. Have you been out and seen the hydroponics that they build and make a smoothie with a bicycle, running a blender, and learning about stuff that's beyond me. I always say they're the hardest ones. They ask you a question and, boy, they're
smart.
thinking. They're thinking.
They are.
So your support now, you're supporting our general fund, helps support that program along with all the other education programs we have. If there's something specific you would like your gift to go to, when you make your gift, you can put in the comment field that you'd like it to go towards children's programming, or I mentioned former interns. You can say you'd like it to go to the intern program. Just put it in that field and it'll go to where we want it to go.
There are so many wonderful things to support here at the Arboretum. And as Mark mentioned before, all of your donation is going pretty direct to supporting what we're doing here. We are primarily self-funded. Many of you know that, and your support is tremendous. So we thank you very much.
Yeah.
You want to give the latest update?
All right. Well, how about you give it? I gave the last one.
50 gifts at 13,310. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
We were kind of wondering if people would join us this early in the morning. We should have known. Our online programming has just exceeded our wildest expectations. We had I think 500 people in for Gardening 101 last month. We were talking about pruning hydrangeas, always a subject that people need to or want to know more about. Right. We've had over 600 people for some of our symposium. you know, where other places slowed down, we had, I counted up, we had 8 symposia in the course of 12 months.
Yep. Chris is actually behind the scenes right now, and so he regularly lets us know how many symposium we've had this year. We thank our tremendous staff for getting it done.
Yeah, it's been interesting for everybody. Chris has become a Zoom expert. We've got our database coordinator working the camera today, Dennis Carey.
Dennis Carey,
you
thank
know,
you.
Tim Alderton and Doug Bruin have been turning into video stars because we keep bringing them on for things like that. And we're going to join Tim in just a second and talk about some of the tropical-esque plants you can bring into your garden. So maybe we we have some slides on our recent introductions or plant introductions.
Yep.
So maybe some of our other folks behind the scene, Alexa, if you want to run a slideshow, we will welcome another train coming through, and then we'll come back and chat with Tim. All right. Welcome back, everybody. You see the Arboretum does a lot of work trying to bring new plants to market. That's part of what we do. That's why J.C. Raulston started this place in the beginning, was really to help support the nursery industry in North Carolina. He would say that no matter where you were in the country, there were about 40 plants made up 90% of the market. So different 40 plants in Western Pennsylvania, where you're from, than from Central Virginia, where I grew up. But still, everybody was growing the same things, and that wasn't going to grow the arboretum, grow the industry. And so he set about to diversify the American landscape. Tim knows the collection here better than anybody. He's been working in it for
over 15 years now.
Over 15 years. So he knows the plants intimately. And your donations through jcra.ncsu.edu are really vital to keeping those collections cared for, keeping new things coming, really just growing the entire collection. So if you go to our website, jcra.ncsu.edu, and click on the Donate Now button, that helps support that. And when you give a gift, please let us know what's important to you about the Arboretum. There's a place where you can put a little line on there that'll show up on the website. And trust me, our staff really appreciates seeing that and seeing what's important. Tim, give me a ballpark figure, how many plants we have out here in the garden now.
I think it's approaching 7,000 different taxa.
I think that's right. We're around 7,000 different types of plants. We have way more than 7,000 plants, but 7,000 different plants. Now, there's some benchmarking that goes on with the American Public Gardens Association, our organization, our professional organization. That 7,000 plants puts us up in the 95th percentile of botanic gardens nationally. So it's exciting. We're always looking for new things, and something that I love are these kind of tropical plants.
Yeah,
and I know folks, you come from a cold spot in Western Pennsylvania.
Evergreen except for conifers.
So
anything that's broadleaf is really cool.
So we've got a few plants right here behind us that are super cool. I know Tim and I both love palms. We are big fans of palms. Tim, what do you know about this one? This is Sable X Brazoriensis.
If I remember right, I think this is a naturally occurring hybrid that occurred thousands of years ago in East Texas when Sable palmetto was still present in that area, and it crossed, they believe, with Sable minor, which both of those species grow in North Carolina, are native. But palmetto had gone, Sable palmetto had gone extinct since this time period. So this is a really old hybrid, and naturally occurring hybrid. And only in the last 15 years, maybe 20 years, did they identify this one as being a hybrid. It was a strange palm growing in East Texas. And a fellow from the USDA, actually in Greensboro, was one of the ones who wrote up the papers on this one. Yeah,
for a long time, this was just listed as a cultivar. Yeah. And it took this fellow Jeff.
I wrote his name down, Goldman.
Jeff Goldman,
his first name,
who has been great. We trade some plants with him. It took him, a North Carolina guy, writing this up, working with Montgomery Botanical Center to really figure out what this was. Most people thought it was a hybrid with Sable mexicana, which occurs closer, but it winds up, it's palmetto. And while that may be esoteric and of not much interest to a lot of people, what is interesting is that Sable minor is very hardy for us. Sable palmetto is pretty iffy. You got to get a really hardy form. but Sabal brasoriensis is very hardy. It makes a really impressive plant.
Stand out of the way so that
You can
Dennis
see
can get
this
in there.
this trunk. It gets gets sizable, and right now the fronds are maybe
5 feet across anyway.
5 feet across, and maybe the tops of them are 15, 18 feet high.
Yeah.
And this plant is not that old.
No.
So, it really makes an impact. In fact, I had planted one in a real protected spot in my garden.
Mhm.
And you know how plants they grow when you're not looking?
Yes.
And I walked by this winter and looked at it and thought, I've got to move my plant
Yeah,
now while
do
I
it now
can,
while you
because
can.
it has gotten big.
I don't know if they're as easy to move as a palmetto or if they're as hard to move as a Sabal
Sabal minor, yeah. No, I don't know, but you can tell from the swell around there that it's got a subterranean trunk, at least for a bit, like Sabal minor. So it's probably going to be a little tough.
Another one right here, aside from the palm, is something Mark actually collected. Where did you collect this one at?
So this is Rhodolea championii, and I'm going to try and not make everybody seasick by getting that closer. Can you get that? Yeah, isn't that a pretty impressive flower? Looks like a camellia or something like that. This plant we actually collected seed when I was at South China Botanic Garden. I was at South China Garden giving a talk at International Botanic Gardens Congress International talk, and they had trees just loaded with fruit, and so I collected some fruit, knowing full well that it wouldn't survive for us because Rhodolea championii is not hardy for us. And lo and behold, plants have been hardy. This has been one of the hardiest of these plants that we've grown.
We have Henry I in the Lath house, and it's gotten damaged a couple of the other winters. Not this past winter or the previous winter, but it'll typically lose most of its buds. This has not even lost a leaf in any of the colder winters we've had, like in 2018 when we had the most extreme, or we had the longest period below freezing consecutive hours in 2018 of over 200 hours. And this was not phased at all. While the Henry I's, they were a little iffy. I always thought we might lose them. We didn't have any.
Well, we had the rare Vietnamese species, Rhodolea parviflora, parvipetala, parviflora.
One of those two.
Actually growing right here in this same area, and it did not make it at all. So tell people a little bit about Rhodolea in general.
It's in the witch hazel family, which I typically think of as maybe a wind pollinated plant, or maybe small flies and stuff. I just read about this. These are actually pollinated by birds, which I kind of find really cool. But so it doesn't look anything like a witch hazel to me. Flower wise, as Mark was saying, more like a camellia or a small rose type looking flower. So it's really cool to see this. And this is the first year that this one has flowered. And this is from seed, as Mark said. And I don't remember which year you collected this.
That would have been 2012, I believe.
Okay, so yeah. So it's about 8 or 9 years old since then. So that's really a cool one for us here.
Yeah, love that. I don't know, can we get a shot of this guy? This is a slightly more common plant. You can pick this up at our local Home Depot and Lowe's in their house plant section.
Definitely.
This is the sago palm, Cycas revoluta. And cycads are very, very primitive plants. These are what dinosaurs were eating, which says something about dinosaurs because these things are prickly and
plastic-like.
Now, is sago palm reliably hardy?
It has been for quite a few years here. If we have a hard winter, if we get down below 10, it will definitely go deciduous for us here in Raleigh. If you get out at the coast, they typically are evergreen, but they can get damaged, and they need to be cut back to look decent through the summer. Very slow growing. This plant here, actually, if anybody remembers the old brick building that was here at the Arboretum until 2006, was growing next to that when I started working here, and we moved it over here. This was a much better microclimate, I think, for it. But
I didn't know that.
yeah, this was a very small
Interesting.
plant over there, and it got shifted over here. It's done very well here. Probably 3 out of 5 winters, it gets taken to the ground here. That is, all the foliage dies back, but they quickly reflush in the spring.
Yeah.
You just cut off all the old brown fronds, and pretty soon they reflush. They do like to be relatively dry to do well through our winters here. They don't like it extremely wet, and that can be the thing that actually kills them.
Yeah, and they're varying hardiness depending on where they come from, and it's hard to. You don't want to move around cycads from the wild too much. They're protected plants, and some forms are less hardy and will die out. But it's worth planting them if you have a nice microclimate, like beside your house, like in a little spot like this. And as Tim said, well-drained soil is the key. And it's really your support going to jcra.ncsu.edu and hitting that donate now button that allows us to grow these plants. And Tim found out the hard way that I have decided that I really want to test cycads for hardiness. I've made a list of all the cycads that I think have a chance of being hardy, and we've started ordering a bunch of them. And this one is a little prickly and stiff. Yeah, this is one of the nicer ones. Yeah. There's some real ones.
The Encephalitis.
Yeah, when your name is Encephalitis horridus.
Yes.
You know it's a rough plant, but we'll grow those out a little bit larger, and we'll try them out and see which ones are hardy and see how they do. And what's interesting, we're finding a lot of the hybrids are hardier. So if you take a hybrid of this and something not very hardy like Cycas bifida, the hybrid winds up being hardier than either of the parents. So that's been really interesting. And if we can get some of these hardy-ish forms and grow them out long enough that they flower, maybe we can get some. We can cross them. They're actually cool ones. Kind of easy to cross.
They have a great big cone.
Yes, and they're male and female plants. So that's the hard part, is getting a male and a female
around the same time to be not flowering but forming cones.
Right.
Yeah, that's the main challenge with them.
But that's that's what we do a lot, is we try plants. Homeowners don't want to go spend a lot of money on expensive plants like cycads. We purchase some plants, but what we've inherited from JC Raulston was a real passion for sharing plants.
Yes.
We love plants, but what we want to do with this, we find out this is hardy, this rhodolea, we want to propagate it and propagate it and propagate it, get it into the hands of our supporters, our members, other nurserymen, whether that's a local nurseryman who's going to grow it, or that might be a nurseryman across the country in Washington or Oregon State who's going to grow it and supply it back this way. It really is all about that sharing of plants and sharing of information. So I've got an update on Day of Giving. We have got 66 gifts in, so we're already 2/3 of our way to our Board of Advisors match of $20,000 if we hit 101 gifts in honor of Gardening 101. We've raised $14,615 for our general fund. That's the leaderboard that if you go to that giving page, you can see that live. But that does not include a $100,000 gift to our internship endowment. Wow. We also have 26 memberships, 26 folks who have taken advantage of our discounted membership today, $45 for our 45th anniversary. We've also knocked $5 off of our family membership. So that's $70 rather than $75. And that is that membership is the fastest growing part of what we have, because we have so many programs for children and folks like that. So it's been exciting to watch that grow.
going back to that 100,000 for the internship, that's amazing for the endowment, because I did some math this morning. I've had the opportunity to work with 60 some interns over the last 15 years.
That's
And it's-
amazing.
Yeah.
60 some interns, they work side by side, day in, day out with Tim. And whenever we ask, what's your favorite part? What are you going to remember about working at the Arboretum? It's always one of the things that comes up every year in, year out, is, Tim telling us about the plants. Tim's out there teaching them. He has such a passion. And that's what all the staff here have, such a passion, not only for the plants. There's a lot of people who love plants, and they're all great. They're friends. They're all friends of ours. But what's cool about this plant is we get to talk about it with people. It's a new plant. When we have something that maybe has been collected in the wild, or we got from one of our friends that's in the nursery that's flushing out new growth that's bright pink, Tim and Doug will pull it out of the greenhouse and bring it up so that the volunteers can see. They'll take a picture and send it up to me, or bring it out, or something comes into flower that's new. It's an event because it's all about sharing it. My wife always jokes about us being plant nerds. And there's nerd pride now. That's the thing now. And what the difference between like a nerd and somebody else who loves something is, nerds want to share what they love. They don't want to be gatekeepers. They want to share it. And that's what we're all about. It's about the plants, but it's about the education. It's about getting them to nurserymen. You take this rhodiola, people are out in the garden center shopping now. They're excited to get out and shop for plants right now.
Oh yeah.
So
Crazy on Saturday.
we propagate this. We'll try it in some other spots. It's in a protected spot here. We'll get it out in the open garden. Unlike most gardeners, we actually like when we get a really cold winter, mostly.
Let them get established first and then say goodbye.
But we want to test these plants. 2007, I started in the middle of a 100-year drought.
Yes.
We lost a lot of plants, but we figured out plants.
Yeah.
There's a program, and we'll talk more about this later, but our Choice Plants program, we work with local nurseries to bring out some plants that we know are really good. One of the areas that got devastated during the drought was the viburnum collection.
Oh yeah, definitely. And or that is Raulston's
Raulston Hardy.
Raulston Hardy was unaffected, really. It's a native southeastern viburnum, obovatum selection.
And viburnum obovatum, which grows down farther south than us, really, is a pretty ugly plant. It's little leaves, it's kind of open and rangy, it's got clusters of white flowers. You'd walk by it and not think twice. But we were growing one that was very small, very dwarf. And we actually thought it was a cultivar that was out there. But when we started bringing in that cultivar, it wound up they were very different. The other one was more upright, whereas the Raulston Hardy was more domed. And so we were sharing it with our nursery friends who we were thinking about it with. And what they found was in the nursery over the winter, where the other dwarf forms got burnt bad, our plant
Stayed pretty good.
Stayed really nice. So that's where the name came from. And it's a great native plant. It's like a little dwarf Japanese holly, except it has flowers.
Yes, and it'll flower. It flowers during the winter and into spring. So it's early. It's I haven't paid attention, to tell you the truth, but I think it's probably in flower right now already, and then it'll be heavy flowering in April. Yes.
Yeah. And I looked at it when I first started paying attention. I thought, well, it's never going to look like it's very heavily in flower because it's putting out flowers all from October all the way through the winter, and then April came, and all of a sudden this whole thing was just a solid dome of white. So it's really about watching these plants and getting to know them. And Tim is one of the people out here who has his hands on the plants day in and day out with the interns, and being able to talk about them and pay attention to them and bringing these things to our attention. So, if that kind of thing is important. If you love plants, if you love new plants, if you love educating young people, go to jcra.ncsu.edu. Click on the make a donation button, and we know that we really appreciate it. And let us know if you've gotten plants from the Arboretum.
Yeah.
One of our favorite days, it can be hectic leading up to it, but one of our favorite days of the year is the giveaway, first Saturday in October. Had you heard of the giveaway before you started?
Yeah, just because I had been here in Raleigh and I hadn't been able to attend it prior to that, but yes, I had heard about it. Yes.
So for those who don't know, if you are a member of the Arboretum, the first Saturday in October, we have a plant giveaway. You come in, we have usually around 3,500 to 4,500 plants, although I think we gave out even more than that this year.
Yes.
6,000 plants, over 6,000 plants this year. But you come in and it's not a free for all, but there is a plant grab. There is structure to it. On another day, go to YouTube and go to our YouTube channel and look it up. You can see how it happens. It's a lot of fun. But how many other places do you know give away 4,000 plants to their members every year? And it's everything from easy to grow, easy to propagate plants to things we collected wild in China.
Stuff we've cleaned out of the nursery that we didn't get used, and well, we thought someone else could make better use of it than us.
I mean, we bring in so many plants, it's hard to get them all in the ground. We do share them with other gardens and other folks, but we also share them with our members. So if you've gotten those plants, let us know when you make your gift. Let us know what's your favorite plant from the Arboretum, and please, help spread the word about what we're doing today for Day of Giving. Please, if you make a gift, post it online. You can do that, on Facebook or Instagram, and put in hashtag JCRA, hashtag Day of Giving, hashtag Giving Pack, because it's Day of Giving for all of NC State. And like our posts, share our posts, encourage friends to help support us at any level. $10, $25, $100, $100,000. We'll take any of it. We like it all.
Going back to you were saying about plants that you've gotten. I was on a trail last July, actually on Mount Mitchell, and I ran into some people who were originally from Chapel Hill. They had just moved to the Asheville area, and they said they were members of the Arboretum, and they had plants in their garden that they had brought with them over to Asheville then too. So
it's amazing. So I have the pleasure of getting to go around and visit with plants people and gardens. I'll go give a talk somewhere, and then we'll go visit some gardens, and it's amazing the number of people who have plants that JC gave them back 30 years ago, or they have plants from the Arboretum from when they were members, or plants that were traded, or seeds that were sent. It really is pretty cool how widely we're dispersed. I always tell people one of the most interesting ways I knew how wide our reach was I was in New Zealand giving a talk. And somebody from Korea came to me and said, I used to get your newsletter. I don't get it anymore. Can I get it again? And of course I said, sure, we'll make sure you get it. And of course you can get it free online now. So it's a lot easier. But
they're testing fire alarms today to add to the train.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's funny. But yeah, it really is this reach all around the place, because it's not about us and what's going on here. It's about what we put out into the world, and that's what it is. It's funny, when I first started here, very first, my wife came to visit. She's not a plants person. She had not been here before I had accepted the job, and we moved here. And the garden I had been was 155 acres. It's a big garden, and this is a much smaller place, 10 acres. And we walked around. She said, "You moved for this?" And I said, "You have no idea. The difference is impact."
Yeah.
And over the past 14 years or so, we've been here, she gets that. She gets that it's the impact that we have. And I saw she gave a gift today for Day of Giving. The first money she has spent on plants or plant adjacent things ever. So I appreciate that. We're up to 70 gifts. We're almost at 15,000. We need somebody to give a gift. Give us a $60 gift to get us up to 15,000. We're gonna be, for those who are just joining us, if we reach 101 gifts in honor of our Gardening 101 online program, our board of advisors will give $20,000 to add to that, which is really pretty exciting that they're supporting us at that level. We were talking about interns before, and they always mention how much they love and remember Tim teaching them. The other thing they always remember, and this sticks in their memory even longer, is trying to keep up with Tim. Your gifts will help us grow our staff, and our interns can tell you we must need some more staff, because that can be the only reason why Tim walks so fast through the Arboretum.
I'm slowing down a little bit. I will say.
Tim slowing down is me going just about full speed. So that's good for them. J.C. Raulston was really one of the transformative figures in horticulture. There's a great painting that Horticulture magazine put together in 2001. It's called the Heavenly Garden Party, and it's all people who have passed away. The 25 most influential gardeners that had already passed away. So I'm glad I'm not part of that. Entry fee is a little high for me at this point. But it was folks like Thomas Jefferson who said, there's no greater service you can do your country than introduce a new plant. It's Graham Stewart Thomas. Liberty Hyde Bailey, Ernest Wilson, Gertrude Jekyll.
Elizabeth Lawrence.
Thank you, from North Carolina. But JC was included as one of those people, and so he was known nationally and internationally. You don't always get as much respect in your hometown and where you are. But a few years ago, JC was inducted into the Raleigh Hall of Fame, which is not an easy thing to do. And we've got a video from that Hall of Fame induction that talks about what JC accomplished, what he did for Raleigh, what he did beyond Raleigh, part of why he is such an important figure in horticulture. And so we're going to throw it over to our control room with Alexa and Catherine, and turn you over to the Raleigh Hall of Fame video of J.C. Raulston.
Clear.
Well, Dr. J.C. Raulston was really one of the leading lights in American horticulture over the last century. He really changed what we grow in our gardens, how we look at the plants in our landscapes, and really it was a sea change in the nursery industry and in American gardens. JC had moved around quite a bit. He saw everywhere he went around the country that about 90% of the plants available in nurseries were made up of about 40 plants. Different 40 plants in Texas than in Raleigh, but still there wasn't much there. And when he came to NC State, part of what he was tasked to do was help improve the nursery industry. He looked around and said, there is no room for growth if everybody is growing the same thing. So he set out to diversify the American landscape. Those were his words. Here locally in Raleigh and Wake County, the nurserymen really responded to that. They had the most access to him and the most access to his plants. And so it really turned the area into a real hotbed of horticulture. There were other people doing what he did, but he inspired people. When he would go out and talk, he would just always inspire people to go out and try different things, to get excited about plants. And his passion came through in everything. He traveled constantly, and he was really known for taking trips and bringing students along with him. And you know, you hear stories from people who went on these trips that it was 100 miles an hour, you know, from before dawn till well after dark. It was go, 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 because he wanted to see everything. He really wanted to experience all he could. When you talk to people, he talked to his students, that's what always came through. It was this enthusiasm. If he was going to do something, he was excited about it. One of the big benefits to Raleigh is the garden that he left behind. He started with a field evaluation lab and said, okay, well, if we're going to diversify the landscape, we need to try a lot of different plants. And so he would bring plants in, plant them, and see how they did. When you drive around and look at the landscapes around Raleigh, you can see the influence of his students there. One of his favorite plants was the Japanese flowering apricot, which looks, when it's in flower, kind of like a cherry, but it flowers in January and February. Guaranteed, when they start flowering, I will start getting emails and phone calls. What is this amazing plant that's flowering in the middle of winter? Smells fantastic. It's incredible. What is it? And it's that Japanese flowering apricot that he loved so much and inspired all his students to plant everywhere. He lived here for 20 years. When he passed away, he left in his will money for the city to buy trees and plant around the city. Raleigh would still be called the City of Oaks, but I don't know that we would really be as green, literally green, as we are without JC. When you go from Raleigh to another similar city, it's not as green, it's not as filled with trees, it's not as alive a place as Raleigh is. It is such a living city. Welcome back. That was, I hope you enjoyed that video of JC, the Hall of Fame. He's really it was an influential part of making Raleigh such an important place. We're joined now by Matthew Pottage, who's the curator at RHS Wisley Gardens in the UK, just outside of London. Matthew, we have you on?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Great. I don't get to see you, but I can hear you. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm really well, thank you, Mark. It's great to hear from you. You're not missing much. I'm just sat in my office with a large rubber plant behind me, but I can see you have a very nice backdrop where you are.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice one. Now you have your pick of wonderful backdrops out there at Wisley. It is whenever people ask me if one garden to visit, Wisley's always got to be the top of the list. It's in terms of plant material and display. It's pretty amazing.
Good. That's what I want to hear.
So some of our members know this, but probably not everybody, that I actually met you before you became curator, John Grimshaw, who we're going to be talking to later today. I can't remember when. I think at 2:30 we're going to be talking. He brought me to your home garden to visit on an open garden day, and I have to make a confession to you while I have you. I'm making this public confession. So I wrote a book subsequent to that visit in 2013 called Gardening in the South. And the image that's across from the title page of the book is actually from your garden. So I don't know if Withensea is considered south in the UK or not, but I did use a picture of your garden.
No, not really. It's considered north, but we can keep that a secret because no one will ever know.
Nobody will know but us.
And anyone on this call.
What's been happening at Wisley? I understand there's a brand new entrance. Last time I was there, there was some construction going on.
Yeah, that's right. And obviously, I came to talk to you guys at one of your symposiums with all the developments and everything we were doing. So yeah, we have a new garden entrance that's operational now. And the crowning glory of that, and it's in full flower, literally as I talk to you today, is, and I wish I could transport you all here, is an avenue of Prunus yedoensis, so the Yoshino cherry. And we have 143 of them, to be precise. They're large, semi-mature trees, and they're all in full flower at the moment. So that's the welcome to Wisley. And we've tried something a bit different this year. We're piping a traditional Japanese sound music through the trees that's inspired by cherry blossom. And it's just fascinating to see people's reactions when they arrive, because obviously there's been lots of horrible things happening in the last 12 months. That's on everyone's mind. And they arrive and they just see loads and loads of cherry blossom and hear this music, and people just seem to completely relax and just be enjoying what they see. So it's really, really nice to have. And hopefully feels like the first steps going slightly back to normal with garden visiting in the UK.
That is amazing. And that's what it's all about. That's a garden, those of us who love plants, think of the plant first, but really a garden is about experience. It's sight, yes, but it's smells, it's sounds, whether that's running water or piped in music. It really does change the atmosphere. I love that.
Yeah, and really what we love doing at Wisley is theatre and wow factor and mass plantings. It's quite a big site, so there is space to do mass plantings. You still want diverse collections, of course, but just to have this big, massive hit of this one type of cherry. And we chose it because we know it does well here. We already have it in the garden. We quite like its horizontal, flat branching habit. It's not too fastigiate, and it has great autumn colour here. So we went for that, and we wanted people to be blown away by the plants rather than the building. So the building actually sits quite low. It's just a single story, and the trees literally go right up to it. So I'm sure the architects probably winced when they saw the trees going in, thinking, here's our beautiful building being completely hidden. But for us, it's all about the plants. And it enables us to do events. We're actually doing one this evening, cherry walks and talks. So the guests arrive just as the garden's closing. They're all treated to some Prosecco with some cherries or some cherry cordial if they prefer. And then they get a walk and talk with me and some of the management team for an hour and a half when the garden's shut to the visitors. And they look at all the different cherry trees we have, and we talk endlessly about our cherries, and people love it. And we have lots to share.
That's just it, isn't it? That's what we all love about public horticulture is being able to share it. It's a almost interactive, or I don't want to say transactional. That makes it sound bad, but it's not just we put it out there and hope people like it. We put it out there and we really want to have people experience it and learn about it.
Yeah, totally. And what I really love on that walk and talk is, we start standing under these huge Yoshino cherries, which are, all above our head. And then we go to the rock garden later on in the walk and talk, and we're looking at some of the old cogenomais, which are old incisors, you know, and we've kept them pruned and small, and they, you know, they look like big bonsai almost. And it's just really fun for, you know, for people to see the diversity. We look at all the weeping forms, and, you know, it's all about sharing the best in plants and our plant collection. So, you know, for me, it's always, I'm a bit of a collector, you know, I love collecting plants. And then I always have to keep in the back of my mind, how are we sharing that? What are we doing with that? How do people benefit from that? And you know, share the stories about those plants. So it's, you know, it's a lovely part of my job. And I'm sure it's the same for you, Mark, being able to, you know, share with everybody what your team create and maintain.
Exactly. And boy, it does take a team. And that's why we're raising money today. So I appreciate you coming in and chatting with us. So let me ask you something. Were you always into plants? What got you into horticulture?
Yeah, I probably, well, I always blame my grandma, and I think it would be my grandma. We spent a lot of time with both my grandparents when we were young, and my brother would always want to be indoors with my granddad, and they would be looking through history books and what I found quite depressing pictures of things like the war, which my brother has always been fascinated by. And I would join grandma in the garden in her greenhouse, and grandma was always happiest surrounded by plants and animals, and that's rubbed off on me. And I used to spend time with her, potting her. She had loads of pelargoniums and quite a few cacti and succulents too, and that really rubbed off on me. And it just always seemed something that, you know, like I wanted to do. It never really seemed like a career choice. So the hardest question I get asked is, you know, when did you make that choice to study horticulture? And it just seemed to be something I would always do or want to do. And my parents were really supportive of it. Because I remember at the time, my career advisor at school saying, you know, you don't need to do gardening. Your grades are good. And it was like, no, I want to do gardening. You know, gardening's not an option, you know, if you can't do anything else, which is how it used to be thought of, which is really, you know, quite disappointing. And they'd let me follow my passion, which was great.
That's amazing. I did not grow up with that, with the gardening like that. It wasn't until I was in college, believe it or not. And my parents were very supportive when I found horticulture, because they just wanted me to do something and finish up. You know, it all works out in the end. It's, you know, you find your passion, and some of us are lucky. Some of us are not, and they're stuck doing jobs they hate going to, which is a shame. Now, I remember when I was there, you had one of our newer plants, the Ruby Falls redbud, planted in mass.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing that growing in. The way you described how you wanted it is kind of this undulating mass.
Yeah, I can't wait to show you. They're doing really well. And when we first planted them, we wanted to get some height on them for them to then weep back down. And we had quite serious bamboo canes staking up leaders. And I actually just looked at them the other day with Emma, who you met when she came over to North Carolina with me. And I was just saying to her, these stems have set enough now. We can get these canes off, and they're holding really nicely. They're full of flower bud at the moment, and all the undulating shrubbery forms underneath now look the part, so they're clipped. And obviously the hardest part when you do those mass plantings of shrubs to clip and shape, when they first go in, everybody thinks you're doing like a car park scheme, because it just looks like mass plantings of shrubs. And it's like, no, you know, bear with us, this is going to get good. And now they are all clipped and shaped. And then you have these cercis rising up through them, and these standard hibiscus as well, all popping up, which give a real hit of summer color. But the cercis get loads of questions, because people are always fascinated by the flower color. And people are only used to forest pansy, the cultivar in the UK. Right. So when they see these lovely, rich purples, and then see the Ruby Falls label, straight away, where has this come from? How did we not know about this? This is nicer than my forest pansy. Where can I buy it from? So we're responsible for lots of people going shopping for it now.
Oh, well, we like to hear that. Now I won't say I stole the idea, but one of your ideas, one of your displays inspired me to move forward with something that I'd wanted to do. Something I'd long been interested in was a flowering lawn, which I think I had seen in an old issue of the Plantsman, I mean, years and years ago. And I'd been talking about doing that. And then when we were visiting, you had a nice little display of a flowering lawn, which every time I say that here, people think meadow, but you know, a low flowering lawn. And we installed one here, and it has generated so much interest. Every time we you know, post a picture or talk about it, we get a tremendous amount of interest in that. And I know that's something that I was seeing all over the UK last time I visited, was a real concern with diversity and wildlife, and, you know, letting lawns go back to natural.
Yeah.
You know, what is Wisley doing in those terms?
Yeah, that is, and like you, Mark, it still generates lots of interest for us. So, I mean, the display you saw outside the laboratory it moved for a time, but now it's literally just gone back again. We had different displays there going in and out, and now the entrance has moved. That panel of that, you know, display panel, as we call it, doesn't have the same kind of remit. And I said to one of the garden managers, we need to move the flowering lawn material back there, because I want it permanently displayed where people can access it. And there is a growing move just to be more conscious of the environment, to not cut grass so short, to not be mowing every, you know, twice a week. And in small gardens, you know, there's people always have space to store a mower. And, you know, these flowering lawns, you can keep them short, but they're nowhere near the maintenance level of grass. And as soon as they're in flower, you know, they're alive with pollinators and bees, and, you know, everybody wants to support that. That's great. So we have a display area of it at Wisley. The biggest difficulty, but you've got to start somewhere. The biggest difficulty is everyone's saying, well, where can we buy this? We want to be able to buy it like turf. We want to be able to just roll it down. And some of those plant choices aren't that readily available, but people are starting to pick up on it. So, you know, as you know, you have to start somewhere. And any other response to the kind of environmental awareness, we are leaving so many areas of grass longer as meadows where they used to be all cut short. I mean, as a demonstration garden, I still feel we should demonstrate fine lawns. And of course, people want to come and relax and have a picnic as well. And it's not fun sitting in a meadow with grass up to your elbows eating sandwiches. So, you know, we do have a bit of both, but we have a lot more meadow than we would have done years ago.
Well, you can't beat turf for spaces where it's being used as turf, whether that's for sitting and relaxing, or, as I'm sure you do a lot, for events, for fundraising, that sort of thing. Yeah, there's nothing better than a lawn. I actually have a collection of images of keep off the grass signs, because I think those are so funny. I'm like, why else would you have grass but to be on it? But you know, if you want to draw people through an area, you let the meadow come up and mow a path through it, and then it becomes a magical place to travel through.
Yeah.
Whereas a big lawn is just hot in the middle of summer.
Yeah, you know what, and that very technique has helped get loads of people out into our arboretum, because the whole lot used to be mown short, and it was just this confusing sea of trees and short grass, and it wasn't really explored. Now we let the grass grow long, and we have the mown rides through it, as we call them, and the vistas. And of course, it leads people out there. It's something to explore, and suddenly the place has a lot more atmosphere than looking like a hillside of trees in short grass, which, you know, unless you're really on a mission to look at all the tree labels, it could be quite a boring space. So it's really helpful tactic for visitor flow and movement around a big garden.
Yeah, that's a big garden can be daunting, especially when you get out to the areas like arboretum areas. So yeah, directing people through certainly makes a lot of sense. Well, so out there at Wisley, what's the most exciting thing you have coming up this year? Do you have anything big post-COVID that you're excited about sharing?
Yeah, so we opened, like I said, we opened our welcome building last year, which is the new arrivals and the new arrival landscape. And then the other big part to our project was the development of our new hilltop area. And that is a new building, which is our new herbarium, event space, learning studios, library, exhibition atrium, a space for pop-up talks, and it has a rooftop terrace where we can serve drinks. Looking forward to having some champagne up there, hopefully soon. And then the building is surrounded by 3 new gardens. So this has been about, years of planning and 2 years in the making. And we have a new food garden, a well-being garden, and a wildlife garden. So this whole area covers about 3 acres of land, and it's probably one of the biggest landscape changes in one go in the whole history of Wisley, and that's due to open on June the 24th. Wow. So we are so excited about it.
Oh, that seems nice though. It seems like everything at gardens where I've worked opens in September, and so we're planting in August, which is not the most fun thing. So, Matthew, I really appreciate you taking time out of your day. I know you are tremendously busy. Everything you've done for us, from coming here to speak for us at our symposium, to having your staff show around a visiting tour group that we brought over, just all of it. It's we really appreciate it, and keep doing what you're doing, because Wisley is just amazing. I think you're really showing what a garden in the 21st century can and should strive to be. It is astounding, the gardens and collections there. So thank you so much for joining us.
No, thank you for asking me, and it's really lovely to keep the relationship between JC Raulston and our HS Garden Wisley going. And I really hope we can welcome you and everybody who wants to come to Wisley later in the year.
We hope so as well. Well, thanks again.
Perfect.
Next, we'll have a video about another introduction, our native beech, Fagus White Lightning, and talk about some of our plant introductions. And then we'll be joined by Todd Lisane, the former assistant director here at JC Raulston Arboretum, now the head of Bellingrath House and Gardens in Alabama. And for our fundraiser, go to jcra.ncsu.edu, click on the Donate Now, and you can give to help support us for Day of Giving. We're hoping to get 101 gifts before 3 o'clock for our Gardening 101. If we get that, we will get a $20,000 matching gift from our board of advisors. And right now we're up to 80 gifts. So we're 4/5 of the way there. We've raised almost $15,500. So we have 21 gifts to go to get us to 101. And now we'll go to Fagus grandifolia White Lightning. jcra.ncsu.edu to donate now. I'm Mark Wethington, director of the J.C. Raulston Arboretum at NC State University. I want to show you one of the rarest plants we have in our collection. This plant in front of me right here is Fagus grandifolia White Lightning. So Fagus grandifolia is our native American beech. And there really are basically no selections of American beech available out in the trade. There are a lot of European beeches. There are upright ones and weeping ones and dwarf ones and gold foliaged ones and gold foliaged upright ones and gold foliaged weeping ones and purple foliaged contorted ones. There are literally hundreds of them, but none of our native American beech, unfortunately. So imagine my surprise when somebody came in and told me that they had a dwarf weeping American beech. I really did not believe them, but went out to Ruffin, North Carolina, to an alpaca farm, believe it or not, and sure enough, they had a weeping beech. This was back in 2011, And they said, they saw how excited I got about it and said, well, why don't you dig it up and bring it to the Arboretum and grow it and propagate it? And I said, well, okay. So we dug it and brought it back that same day. And we've been growing it ever since. Now, we like to get things propagated and out into other people's hands. And we did that with this plant. We sent it out and nobody could graft it. We got one graft from the folks we most commonly use to graft plants, like our red buds. They got one and said they'd never do it again. So we sent it to some more people and had a lot more failure. And finally, one person was able to graft 2 plants of this for us. And so, despite our best attempts over almost a decade now, we have managed to get just a couple of plants off of this tree alive and growing. Now, during the winter, it drops all its leaves, and the silvery bark on here has these zigzag silvery bark. It looks like lightning, so hence the name white lightning. We've been letting our plant just grow, so we have lots to try to graft from. If you're growing this at home, you probably would want to prune it and really shape it so you get that wonderful shape, almost like a weeping Japanese maple. All right. I always love talking to Matthew Pottage. He was the youngest curator in Wisley's history, and he's doing an amazing job there. Are we going to run the plant introduction still? Yeah. So we're having a little bit of pixelation on our slides, but I'm going to talk about some of these plant introductions we have, some of the fantastic new plants that are available. Alexa, if you want to run those slides. Here we go. So, we've had a long history of plant introductions, starting with JC. We do two things well. We introduce plants, but we also do a great job of introducing the right people to plants. And recently we've really ramped up plant introductions. NC State has hired a new plant breeder to work very closely with us. And of course, our former director, Denny Werner, worked with the red buds, which we're continuing after his retirement. Flamethrower is maybe the hottest plant out there right now. It is hard to get your hands on one because so many people want it, and it just comes out brilliant burgundy, deep burgundy, and goes to coral and then chartreuse, and it does that all the way through the season. So it's really a showy plant. I always say, you got something good when people recognize it. And I had somebody walking down the street at my house. I had a plant planted, and she said, "Is that Flamethrower?" I said, "It sure is." So we think we have a winner with Flamethrower. Its sister plant, which was released at the same time, is Golden Falls, the weeping gold-leafed, chartreuse-leafed red bud. And so we were talking with Matthew about Ruby Falls earlier, the purple leaf weeper, but Golden Falls is a very strict weeper. If you don't do anything else with it, it just goes up and cascades straight down, which is lovely. I've actually got one planted outside a window at my house. We were trying to decide whether to put a piece of art there or a plant. Plants win out at the Wethington household often. But I planted Golden Falls there with the idea that I'm going to train it to be a little bit wider and really create a living piece of art with it. It's been very, very sun tolerant for something so gold. We actually grew it in a pot at my house in that spot for a year, while I was convincing my wife that we really should do a plant instead of a piece of art, or that the plant was a piece of art. If you like to support this new plant introduction and plant breeding and all that, then please go to jcra.ncsu.edu, click on the Donate Now button, and tell us in the comments that you're giving to help support the new plants and plant introductions. Now, we played a little video of this, the Fagus grandifolia white lightning. This has been an unusual plant. A wonderful woman came up to me at a trade show and said she had a weeping American beech in the landscape, in the woods. And I thought, probably not. Wound up, she did. We went out there, and they insisted we dig it up and take it with us because they were so excited about it. And we've planted it out here, and it's taken some time to figure out how to propagate it. And that's part of what we do, is propagation trials and really work to get these plants in. And we're getting there on grafting for it. Of course, probably a plant we're known for more than any other plant is Calycanthus ralstonii, Hartlage wine. It's still in garden centers all over the world. I've seen it in Japan, in the UK, in all over the US, in Europe. They grow it everywhere. We're going to be putting together the story of the introduction of Calycanthus ralstonii Hartlage wine. Richard Hartlage, who made the cross, what's the true story out? Not that it's much different than the story that a lot of even staff here know, but it's a little different. Often when we're plant breeding, you have really specific goals in mind. And with Buddleias like Blue Chip, our director at the time, Denny Werner, wanted dwarf butterfly bush because most get so big, but he also wanted to develop sterile one. And this is not sterile. He was always very clear about this. It's functionally sterile, whereas a typical butterfly bush, one panicle of seed heads would give you just hundreds of thousands of seeds. This will give you a few viable seeds. So, but he always got upset with me if I said sterile. But this was really introduced, was the start of the dwarf butterfly bush. And since then, they've just dozens and dozens of them. Blue chip is still fantastic. Miss Ruby, a little bit larger, but with that deep, almost red flowers, has been a great addition to that. There's a whole bunch in the series, but we named Miss Ruby for Ruby McSwain, who helped us get the Ruby McSwain Education Center built. Emerald Pagoda, Styrax japonica, Emerald Pagoda, another one that we're well known for. This is one from JC's collection when he went to Korea for collecting, and their purpose for collecting was to go to get some of the coldest forms of Camellia japonica for breeding. But he saw this, and the story is they had looked at it, it looked different, and he didn't collect it. And they were on the boat getting ready to leave the island, and he decided he had to have it, and he jumped off the boat and ran up the hill and took some cuttings, and then the boat was leaving, and he jumped back on the boat and brought it back and saved it. Fantasy, this actually predates the Arboretum, this plant. It was collected in 1956 by the National Arboretum by John Creech, and was one of 5 planted here at the Arboretum, standing by another one in the Japanese garden. Fantasy was named because it was much more upright than the other ones, and it's become a large tree. Beautiful plant. It's one of the plants that gives most of the modern crepe myrtles both the beautiful bark and their powdery mildew resistance. So it's been a critical part for plant breeding, and that's something that when we talk about collecting plants in the wild, things like that, is some people don't realize is it's not always about introducing that plant, but it's introducing the genetics of that plant so that we can improve other plants for gardens. Although I don't know that Lagerstroemia fantasy crepe myrtle needs a whole lot of improvement. It's really one of the great crepe myrtles. So you can see there have been just a ton of JCRA plant introductions. There is a difference between plant introductions and introductions to horticulture. We've introduced quite a few more to horticulture, but not necessarily the original introductions. So we're want to keep going, and right now want to talk with Elizabeth Overcash. Come on, Elizabeth. Elizabeth runs our children's programs, and they're such a critical part of what we do here. It's relatively new, and really we had taken a couple baby steps before Elizabeth came in, and Elizabeth does not take baby steps at all. No pun intended with the children's programs. So tell me when you started, what were some of the first types of programs you were doing here?
So I came with a preschool background. I was teaching preschool at the time, and so I had my 2 girls were also very young at the time, and so my world was that preschool elementary sort of world, and I knew families love story times, and so we jumped right into garden story times because we have a beautiful setting. It's an easy way. It's something that families knew what to expect, and so it was a great way to get them out into the gardens, to get to know us, to get to know the gardens, to get to know the programs. So we started doing garden story times, and then I had this brilliant idea of doing an egg hunt. And I remember having this idea and presenting it to like Tim and Mark, and their eyes got really big because in their heads, they immediately went to the plastic eggs. that are filled and people dashing. And I was like, no, we can't do that because that would just be like way too crazy in the gardens. So we started an egg hunt, and Catherine actually texted me and said, we've already got calls for if we're doing it this year, which we aren't, unfortunately not doing it this year. But we started doing egg hunts where we had these wooden eggs that we painted and put letters on them. And the kids had to go around and find the letters and unscramble it and make a word. And we gave them packs of seeds. And that was really fun for us to give them packs of seeds because they were expecting chocolate. And so, but the parents were, I think, more excited about the seeds than the kids the first year. But then the kids sort of knew what to expect the following years. And it was a lot of fun because we changed the word up. They got to know a couple of different plant names as they were doing it. And it was just a great way to bring a whole bunch of families out, especially at this time of year, into the gardens to see what was blooming and just to have a fun activity to do together and then just be outside and going around. And so I was probably here 3 years. And then Dr. Bilderback at the time was the director, and he approached me and said, how do you feel about summer camps? And so we started summer camps. I think this will be our 7th or 8th year of summer camps. And at first I was like, I'm not quite sure about summer camps, but we did it. And it has been a load of fun because for a whole week, we have a group of campers who this is their backyard for a week. They get to explore, they get to play, they just get to really get to know the staff like Tim and the interns that are here during the summer with us. And we have a wonderful summer camp teacher, Ashley, who is returning this summer to be with us again, who is an elementary teacher here in Wake County. And so she just has a blast with the kids, getting to know them and, being out in the garden. I think Ashley enjoys being in the garden just as much as the kids do. Having a summer in the garden versus being in the classroom, But it's been we were having fun.
It's been quite an experience for me, for sure. Just watching the kids out here, and I gotta say, early on, I was maybe
A skeptic, you want to say it?
not a skeptic so much as I didn't want the kids in my garden, but really, my thought was, well, we're a university garden. Why are we bringing in children? But since then, I've become just a huge proponent, and a lot of that has to do with Dr. Bilderback. Ted really sold me on the idea that, it's important that we have another, the next generation and the next generation and the next generation of plant scientists, whether horticulture, botany, or what. And we can't wait till they get to high school to do it. We really have to do it. And so one of the things that I thought was just very cool was, summer camps. Okay, those are, fine. But the story time. That's pretty low hanging fruit. But the grant program helped develop a middle school program, and that's a whole different animal.
Yes, and I tell you, I probably grew the programs along with my children because I was scared of middle schoolers. I'm still scared of them sometimes, but they are, because like you were saying earlier today, is they ask the questions that really make you stop and have to think along with them because they are thinking just as fast, if not faster than you are.
And what I found is they're thinking that way. Their thinking runs on different tracks, and they're still young enough to ask the question. They get older and they get embarrassed to ask the question. So they're young enough to still ask the question, and everything is possible still at that point.
Yes. Yeah. So, but it's definitely at that time of their life when you need to let them explore different interests, because once they get into high school, they do start to take a path. And when they start taking that path, then they're sort of locked in, because in high school, then they're thinking, okay, this is what I'm going to major in college. So if you can show them all the possibilities there are with like plant sciences, with horticulture, with botany, with all these different ways that they can go, even entomology in there too, along with it, that there's some exciting career possibilities. It's not just, what they might think of as like a farmer out in rural North Carolina or someplace, there's lots of technology involved. There's lots of science. There's lots of like personal interaction as well. I think it's one of the best professions because you get a little bit of everything. You get a little bit of computer work, a little bit of outside time. I mean, you can really sort of take it whatever path that you want that fits your personality.
Yeah, I mean, high tech is definitely a big part of it. Now, the Research Triangle hires horticulture graduates and botany graduates, and yeah, I mean, it really ag engineering. You know, people like doing that are really solving like specific problems. I think it's very all the way across the board can be very, very rewarding and satisfying. And that was, you know, that's really become the goal, is like, as part of the university, we are helping bring people into that program.
We've had some families that when I started, they were like in that preschool type of age range, and now they've gone through the middle school programs with me, and I have a great friend who works in the department, Liz Driscoll, who's the 4-H youth specialist for North Carolina, and she works in the Department of Horticulture, and she has a great summer camp for high schoolers that's a week long, and so it sort of takes them through the different aspects of horticulture. And so, you know, some of these kids that I started with when I started as the children's program coordinator are now in her high school program. And we truly see that pipeline of kids starting to explore this as a career. So I love seeing that.
It's amazing.
But it's
and that high school program, I always think one of the big successes is there's a young man who was homeschooled, and he came here to visit. He had gotten in touch with me about doing some collecting out here for something he was doing with his class. He's very interested in plants, and so I was talking to him, and it was the first year we were doing this high school program. And we, you know, so since I was talking to him, and they were trying to fill the program, you know, it was the first time, you know, the first time you give something, you don't always know how it's going to do. So I gave them a flyer about it, and they said, oh, no. We already know where he's going to go to school. He's going to go to this place near us, a smaller school. And so he was really looking at kind of staying local with his school and not going out. And then the first day of the program, they always come out here to the Arboretum. That's their welcome, is out the Arboretum. And there he was. And I was like, oh, great. You know, he's here. And I chatted with him a little bit. And, you know, he was a shy guy. He wound up coming here to NC State. He wound up becoming the outstanding senior horticulturist. He did a study abroad in Australia. He's just recently finished a master's degree. You know, this is somebody who coming here through our programs really expanded his horizons, and it's better for all of us as citizens of the world, because this guy is going to be out there.
And it's that spark, you know, it's the little bit of, you know, I think we've talked a lot about how we're all passionate about what we do, not just the plants, but the people, the education, everything. And I have to say, it's not just me who is in all these programs. I have a great team of volunteers who help me put on all the programs that we do, from school tours to the garden story times to anything we do in the garden. They're just wonderful. And it's that spark, that passion that they have for sharing their love of gardening, of plants, of education, whatever it may be. But it's just that connection between the people and the people who come, the people who are here volunteering and working, and also the plants. It's just bringing everybody together. And this is a magical place that we get to do that. So
yeah, and it's only because we have support, not just from the volunteers. They are critical. We couldn't do it without them, but also gifts. You know, summer camp, the first several years were in our education center, which meant we couldn't rent it out. We couldn't use it for adult programs. It's, you know,
in their nightly cleaning.
Yeah, and it's heavy wear and tear. Elizabeth didn't want you know, everybody else to be upset with it, and we decided we needed something. We needed their own place, and we had a couple of donors who came in with significant gifts, and we built a yurt in the garden. So the kids now have their own yurt out in the garden, which is amazing. You know, and the support we get for that children's program is critical, because we see it as mission related. So we don't look at it as what are the dollars coming in versus dollars going out. It's what's the impact going out, which is the most important thing. And we have had a base of great support. Right now, we're up to 89 gifts just under 16,000. Somebody give us a gift real soon so we go over 16,000. We're well on our way to the 101 gifts, which is our board match for 20,000. I told them that we could easily double 101 gifts. So they didn't believe me. So I need everybody to prove them wrong. Let's get up to 202 gifts. But if you're interested in supporting an area like the children's program, you can go to jcra.ncsu.edu. You can click on the donate now. It'll take you to our general fund, but you can put in your in the comment field, you can put that you'd like it to go for the children's program or the intern program or for new plants, whatever you want. You can do that. And whether it's $10, $25, $2,500, it all helps.
Definitely. And I'll put in a plug before I go. I wanted to let everybody know what we've been doing this past year. If you are a school teacher or a homeschool parent or know of a teacher, please let them know. Even though we're not able to do school tours here in the garden this year, we have put our 3rd grade school online. So we've got some virtual resources that our school tour program coordinator Joey Burns has been helping with. And also our provost student, Laura Wyndham, has been helping us with that. So we've got some great resources online. Just get in contact with either Joy or myself and we'll put you in the right place to get those resources. And most recently, we've started doing monthly themes for our programs because we just have been missing the kids. We've been missing having people in the garden and interacting. So Joy and I came up with this idea of having a monthly theme. We did bulbs in January, and I have to get on camera again with Facebook Live. So we're learning technology along with everybody else and doing some online garden story times that you can catch. And then also putting out our resource on the 3rd Friday. It's always on the Friday of the month. And so there's some different things that families get to help out with. So January was bulbs, February was birds, and you can hear some of the birds chirping in our garden right now. And this month is all about weather, which seems very appropriate because we've been having some crazy fun weather to watch if you're a weather tracker. But I'll give you a little hint. I picked this one up off the ground, Tim. Tim's standing back there. I did not pick it off the shrub, the bush, but we're going to do, can anybody guess the theme for April? Flowers. Yeah, we're doing flowers for April. So look out for all of those on the calendar. You'll see them on the Fridays, each of the Fridays, the different events that we're doing for the children and families out there. Because we miss you guys and hope to see you soon. And hopefully we'll be able to, we'll definitely see you for summer camp. So we're really excited about summer camps this summer and having everybody back.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Joy a couple times and Ashley earlier. When you started, it was just you, and then we grew to have an education intern.
Yes.
So internships don't just support the garden interns, but education intern. And we started the summer camps, and then we realized we really needed to get a teacher in there for that, as you couldn't do that all day and grow the program. And then not terribly long ago, a year plus ago, we were at capacity with school tours, and that was our capacity in terms of being able to actually put them on. And in fact, in some days, some of the rest of our staff were shanghaied into being part of the school tours, and so we hired Joy to help us out with school tours, and so this is an area that just keeps growing, and it like everything else, we grow to the point we can't do anymore, and then we do more, and then we say, if we brought in somebody else, we could do this much more. So it keeps growing, and that's all because of donations. The tour fees don't pay for school tours. The summer camps really don't pay for summer camps. It's because all our supporters think that it's critical for us, and it's critical for our world, our community, our world, that we get people who are grow people who are aware, even if they don't go into the plant sciences, but they have an appreciation for it. And that's really important.
You can make a good memory in a child, that so when they're 20, 30, 40, 50, that when they want a place to relax and they know they can go to a public garden, or if they want to go and support a green space in their area, just to be like a member, like we've got so many members and donors, to have that. It's just making that connection, making that memory so that they remember a good, happy place in their childhood.
Yeah.
So.
And interesting thing, since I should be obvious, I guess, but since we started the program, always previously, most of our memberships were individual memberships. Then we had a certain number that were family. But that's really flipped. Now, most of our memberships are family memberships, and that just keeps growing and growing and growing. And I will mention that today, in honor of our 45th anniversary, you can join as an individual member for a discounted rate at $45. We also have a discounted rate for the family membership, for at $70. We're just early on our 75th anniversary. That's it. And that's I joke about our 75th anniversary because that's 30 years down the road. But in reality, what these gifts go to support is the long-term continuity of the Arboretum and the continued growth of programs. I tell people that I'm just a steward. We're all just stewards here. We're all growing the Arboretum for the next generation. In 100 years, the Arboretum should still be there. So we've got 95 gifts now. We need 6 more,
So
6
close.
more gifts to get to that 101. I still think we can get to 202 by 6 o'clock. You can, if you really want to help us get there and you've already given once, you can give again. You can give in somebody else's name. And you can put a note in there and let Elizabeth know what a great job she does with the children's program. And it's important for us as a science-based institution, as part of the Department of Horticultural Science, as part of NC State University, to really try and educate people. And Elizabeth comes from the horticulture program here at NC State.
I like to remind everybody, especially the Virginia Tech grad.
Yeah. We've got a few Wolfpack people in here, but I was actually just looking at old pictures of some of the people who are going to be here today, and I found a picture of Dennis Carey when he was a younger man out here. But yeah, we like to have that science base. So that middle school program we talked about is real STEAM based. I go out there and talk to these kids, and we talk about the questions and things, and watch them build hydroponics and have experiments and have successes and have failures, because failure is part of science. And if you set everything up so that there's never any failure, people don't know what to do.
Plants are a great thing because you never know what you're gonna get, and that's part of the really cool part of our gardens. And I have to say, the children's programs here probably wouldn't be nearly as awesome as they are without the backdrop of the garden that Tim and Doug and everybody help create here, because we have such great diversity of plants that there is always, we can talk about geography if we want to with the kids, because we can go around the world with the plant collection. We can talk about climate. We can talk about, like things failing because we're testing plants, and we can go out and talk about why some plants might not look so good. So it's all, the plants really make the programs really highlight the plants. We sort of go hand in hand. So I have to give a huge props to Tim and Doug and all of the garden volunteers, because they really help our programs shine as much as they do. But you're right. The middle schoolers it's a great, I did that program with Liz as well, the one who has the Horticulture Summer Science Institute for high schoolers. And it was a program that we just wanted to see, because neither one of us had a whole lot of middle school curriculum in 4-H or here at the Arboretum yet. So it was a great partnership that we could both sort of test our feet into middle school age. And they really truly responded. And it was amazing to see how much excitement and how much, they were just ready to soak up any of the information. And we've had a lot of great graduate students work with that program where they'll bring out watermelons that they're doing different, different breeding of watermelons and let the kids taste all the different colors and,
Yeah.
have the taste of them and to see that side of it. I remember there was one graduate student who was doing, I think it was pig waste, the hog waste. And so she brought that out and the kids got to test that with like growing plants. I mean, there's like all sorts of neat things that are going on. And it's a lot of fun to be able to connect it with the graduate students who are in the department and show them some of that cool research that's happening out there and let them be part of it. But yeah, I mean, once they get to put their hands together and start building something with hydroponics, it's always a lot of fun. So that is our one camp that has one spot left in it is our middle school. We're doing a garden build it because we had to redo our middle school camp this summer because we aren't able to do field trips. And so there's one spot in garden build it. And we're going to be doing a lot of hands-on projects in the garden and going art, going science, just, all different aspects of the garden. So definitely take a look at that one if you have a middle schooler who is looking for something to do for a week this summer.
Yes, and gardeners are eternal optimists. So if you do know somebody for any of the age for the summer camps, they're all filled except for this one spot, but put your name on a waiting list because we've got the summer camps are very, very small, because of safety and university regulations. But we're hoping that those will expand and we'll be able to add more. So if you're on the waiting list, you'll get a call if we can add more students.
You get to hang out in the yurt for a week.
And you get to hang out in the yurt for a week. So it's a lot. And I will say, you talked about the garden and this is their backyard for a week during the summer camps. And that's one thing with the children's program that I'd always been pretty adamant about and still am. There's area around the yurt where you grow things and, the kids can really dig in. But I've always been against these separate children's gardens because I think mostly those are playgrounds and you could have a playground somewhere else. But I think kids respond to beautiful things and interesting things just like adults. And I don't think we need to have something different. We don't want the kids jumping on top of plants, but that's part of teaching them.
Exactly.
There's ways you interact in a different way in an art museum than you do other places. You interact a different way in a garden than you do other places.
And I've truly appreciated that because, there's nothing that's off limits to the kids. And
Right.
I think they understand that. And with that, they're very respectful of the gardens. And Doug and Tim, we get to go in the greenhouses and they really get to be part of it and see what it is to be part of the garden, to work in a garden, and it gives them an authentic experience.
Yeah. It's not. I always hate children's garden where you go in and everything's made out of plastic. And I'm like, you're in a garden. You're in one of the most beautiful places in the world, and you've got big plastic flowers. Grow real ones. So our plant sale is up to 17,200
Your donations.
donations. Sorry. Our donations are up to $17,237. But speaking of plant sale, we will be having a plant sale. It'll be both online and in person. We'll have pre-orders because things sell out fast. But this is going to be an epic plant sale, our biggest ever. I'm pretty excited about the plants there. I started putting together my wish list from the plants that we have slated for it so far, and I stopped when I hit about $2,000.
Oh,
So
how many shade plants are there? I have nothing but shade.
So there are a lot more shade plants. That's a lot of our longtime members say, I don't have any sun anymore because I have too many plants from the Arboretum. So we did go heavily into the shade plant.
Nice. I'll have to take a look. then.
Yeah. So, but it's good. We've got well over 200 different types of plants. I can't remember how many, but it's everything from palms and deciduous azaleas and oh my goodness, I can't even think of what all. Geraniums, the perennial geraniums, just all kinds of really, really cool things. I even have some things that you will kill if you buy. The one plant I always get asked to supply for people is the giant Gunnera manicata. I've known one person in the East to keep it alive. He had it planted with like a styrofoam cooler underground, but everybody wants to get it. And gardeners know that it's all about killing plants. You never know. You might get it in just the right spot where it will survive, and then you can brag. And so we're getting in some plants like that, we got a lot of easy to grow plants, but we got some tough ones to grow as well. So it'll be
Who's up for the challenge? Right?
yeah, it's who's up for the challenge. I might buy one. I want to try and see if I can kill it.
You should start Instagram, just for that plant. And,
That's right.
Take pictures of it.
That's right. So Alexa, you want to start the slideshow with some of our plant sale plants? And when we come back, we'll be with Tony in the Lath house. Tony Avent, I should say. All right. Welcome back. Very excited to be joined with our next guest, Rebecca Turk. I have to remember that because she's always been Rebecca Pledger to me, which she was when she started working with us. Rebecca, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, Mark. How are you? Excited to be here.
I am fantastic. Just excited to be here. Got to tell you, we've just hit our 101 gifts, and that means our board of advisors is making a match of $20,000.
That is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Congrats. That is amazing.
So Rebecca joined us. When was it? 2010? No,
2010.
earlier than that. 2010?
Mhm. Yeah.
So 2010, as a graduate student, she worked with our interns, worked with Tim and myself at the time. I was going to say Tim and Doug, but Doug wasn't here. And then she graduated and left us. I guess that's what graduates do. And went to Moore Farms, a botanic garden in South Carolina. And now you're at Huntsville Botanic Garden in Alabama, which is an amazing place. So you're like in charge of everything that has to do with the public, right?
So I'm over here at Huntsville Botanical Garden, all of our education, adult and youth, our exhibits, our volunteer program, our outreach, and then portions of events and things like plant sales and some of our larger events too. So a wide variety, which I absolutely love.
That sounds just about perfect for you. You always are able to get a lot done. So now help me remember back. What brought you out here to get your master's degree? You know, I know the Arboretum was an important part of that, and you were coming to us from Texas.
Yeah.
So what made you want to come out to the J.C. Raulston Arboretum in NC State University?
So I, Mark, have loved public horticulture for a long time. Since I wanted to do horticulture since I was 13 and public horticulture since I was 18. And I really wanted to get my master's at a university that had an amazing horticultural program, but also had an arboretum or a garden where I could further my public horticulture experience. And NC State was that perfect match because it had both associated. And I am one that's very driven and persistent. And I remember many conversations with the director at the time, Ted Bilderback, and yourself, telling you why I needed to be with you all. Because I really wanted to work for the J.C. Raulston Arboretum because of the mission, how well known it was, how much I could learn from it, and how unique it was in so many ways, both university side, also with collections and the focus on plants. And so I really wanted to learn so much. That's how I got East, was grad school, but also I really wanted to work for the J.C. Raulston Arboretum. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it did take us some convincing. You'll be happy to know I've come full circle, and I really want a full public garden administration program, master's degree here at NC State, and I will be teaching the public garden administration class in 2022. So
that's amazing. It's wonderful.
Yeah, I think it's great. I watched what you've done after coming through a program and really, realize that we do have a lot to offer here. Mm-hmm. So that's pretty exciting. So when's the last time you got back into Raleigh? Not
soon enough. So we, when last time we were in Raleigh was right before our daughter was born. So 2016, 2017, and had intentions to come in 2020. And then 2020 happened, but we definitely plan on making the trip back to Raleigh soon. It's a little bit farther now for us, but definitely a place that we know Christopher, also, NC State horticulture grad. We both love school, love the garden. So it's definitely somewhere we're going to come back to really soon, but a lot has changed since I was there. And we're excited to see all the new things. And the Raulston is a huge part of both of my and Christopher's story. and it's always a special place in our heart for sure.
Yeah, it's a special place for a lot of people. It is. And right, I always forget that your husband went through the horticulture program as well. So I can't imagine gardening with a spouse who had an input about the garden. That would be very difficult for me. I don't know if it would last well. But I'm amazed that y'all can.
I said that too, and then I married a horticulturist.
Yeah.
And we fortunately have the same design taste, both outside and inside, and so it's actually a lot of fun. We don't have separate spaces or anything like that. We definitely have a blank slate right now, so we are actually getting to have fun and redesign everything again, and so it actually works out more than you might think.
Yeah, well, I know a lot of people do it. I just don't see how. But Huntsville now, so this is still relatively new for you, especially when you consider the last year. That's a great garden. I know we've got Tony Avent who's going to be talking with us in a bit, and he does trilliums. But I know Huntsville Botanic Garden does a lot with trilliums as well. Isn't that correct?
Yes. So Huntsville Botanical Garden is in the most northern part of Alabama, in Huntsville, Alabama, actually not far from the Tennessee line. We have the largest trillium collection, a nationally recognized collection, which is exciting because right now is when they're starting to bloom really well, and so it's getting a lot more attention right now. But amazing garden. We're also got a very expansive azalea collection as well that we are doing a lot of work on. I've been here since this past June in a really good way. I feel like I've been here a lot longer. I feel like I'm part of the family and just really dove in. But it's been an interesting challenge for all of us in the industry navigating this pandemic. But I will say it's brought out a really lot of creative and resourceful ideas. And so it's been a great experience so far. And yeah, really closer to being here a year than it was. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But I'm absolutely loving it. So.
Yeah, you're right about it bringing the best out of people. Certainly our team is gotten some new experiences, some new skill sets, doing the online thing, a weekly Wednesday program that we do. So this is just an expanse of that. We'll do our normally gardening 101 at 3:00 with Doug Ruin. He'll be doing dividing perennials, and the gifts keep coming in, and you know how important that is to keep programs running, and you know how to grow the impact. I know you're doing some online programs because I think I'm slated, if we can get it on my schedule, to give a talk for you. Although I'd rather come down and do it in person.
I know. No, and I'll say with virtual programming, I think finding a hybrid in the future of the two. There's a lot of people that love the comfort of their home, but I do miss the in-person interaction with the speakers and with the audience. And yes, I will not email you today, but I will give you those dates tomorrow. That's
good. I wouldn't answer today.
Yeah, but I think it's one of those things where when I think about the JC Raulston Arboretum and I think about everything it's done for me in my career, in a lot of ways, it was a huge kickstart for my career. Opportunities that you all allowed me to experience, opportunities of people that I got to network with. It really was a very significant chapter in my life. And also, you know, on the other side, the mission of the garden is so crucial and essential for y'all's community. And so I'm so thrilled to hear how well it's going. I can't think of a better opportunity and place to support. And so I miss y'all. I miss y'all a lot.
Oh, we miss you too. You know, you talk about the importance, and I certainly agree. And the learning how to do things new ways. But I think, you know, having folks like you who come from different parts of the country and are part of it, we learn from that. But it also you know, as you move on to different places, it gives more opportunities, and that's what we're always looking for ourselves and for our students. You know, when you were at more farms, you know, we did a intern exchange with you guys from your you kind of pushed that on us, which was great, fantastic experience. So it, you know, it really helps as all these people who are touched and influenced by the Arboretum spread around the world and around the country, you know, that it provides more and more opportunities. And the people who are given today are providing opportunities. We're up to 109 gifts, $38,467. That's with our $20,000 gift from or match from our board of advisors. So our next goal is $45,000. So that's just a little over $6,500. So that's what we're looking for. And we have to hit that 202 gifts so I can prove to the board that we could have done that if they had made that as the challenge.
Well, that's fantastic. It really is. And I have no doubt that y'all will meet that.
Well, thank you. Well, Rebecca, it's been awesome to talk with you. I can't wait to get back in touch personally. You know, I can't wait to see all the new members of your family.
I know.
Yeah, when you come up here to visit, keep in mind that my wife would love to babysit, and we have a couple spare rooms. So come up and stay with us, and you can give me some pointers on design in my garden, because that's my problem with my wife. She wants to design, and I don't do any design.
Well, you'll be my first phone call, and I promise we'll be there as soon as we can.
All right. And you know, we mentioned volunteers several times while we've been talking, and our volunteers are a critical part of what we do. We've got some thoughts from our volunteers. So Alexa, and I should mention to everybody that when we say Alexa, we are not talking to any kind of machine or AI. This is Alexa, who's in charge of our rental programs and visitor experiences, visitor services. So Alexa, if you could get that volunteer video queued up and start that, I'd appreciate it. All right. Thank you, everybody. Seeing those volunteers. It was a sad day last year when the volunteers had to start. So it was nice to get them back. I've got an interesting statistic that I just heard. So the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences has about 430 some gifts so far today. The J.C. Raulston Arboretum's part of that is over 100, 110. So we're a quarter of all of the colleges, the number of gifts. So that's pretty exciting. It shows kind of the level of support we have. So I'm in what is probably one of my favorite places in the Arboretum. It's the Lath House, and it's where we bring in a lot of the new stuff. It's a lot of things that we're not sure if they're going to grow, where we put them, where they can get a little bit more TLC, a little bit more production. And I'm joined with Tony Avent, who many people probably don't know was a curator of the Lath House back in the day. So Tony, can you give us a little bit of history of your volunteer experience in the Lath House here at the Arboretum?
Wow, that does go back a while. I think I started taking care of the Lath House back in the late 80s. Lath House has always been a favorite area of mine because it was an area that, again, as Mark said, housed all the real treasures before they got moved out to the Arboretum. So I would always come and spend more time here than anything else, trying to learn a lot about woodland plants. And there was just so many amazing things in here. And it went through a transition period because back then, as is similar now, there was not a lot of paid staff. Back when JC was here, basically he was the paid staff. He borrowed his technician, and each part of the Arboretum, it was somebody who was interested in that volunteered to be the curator of that. And so we had curators in many areas, and the Lath House curator had other things had come up in her life, and really nobody had taken care of it. And every time as I'd walk through, I would just watch how overgrown it had got. Back then, it was really more of it was really housed with rhododendrons. There was rhododendrons on each edge. They had got very big. Other things had got large. And so one day I saw JC. I was like, if you don't mind, I'd be glad to take over the Lath House. And so did that till the probably in the mid 90s. So really had a great run, and it transitioned a lot because back then it was really a very it had crossed high borders. It was planted in pure pine bark. There was really no design at all because I would come in looking for plants and you hear something small behind something tall because JC was not really into design. It was, where's the open hole? I'll stick the plant in there. And things that should have got moved out didn't get moved out because, again, no staff. And that's the problem that we still have today is not enough staff. So we really do need to get that support up, just like we needed to get it back then to pay for more staff. But so we started to come in. We'd come in and with our group of volunteers, and we found other people who really loved the Lath House. And so we'd get those in. I worked across the street at the state fairgrounds doing the landscape there. So at the end of each day, give everybody time to run, get home from work, then come out. We'd meet here at the Lath House for a couple hours every evening, work till dark, and it really developed an amazing group of really dedicated people. I mean, time was spent weeding, and then moving was really the next thing to start getting the new stuff in, getting the old stuff out, move it out in the Arboretum where it could really grow. But it transitioned a lot. JC was not always here, but he would come through and we'd like, JC, anything particular you want done? And I remember one, mid-December, JC shows up and says, I've always wanted dividers in here. I've always wanted fences because right now you can come in, you can see everything, and these dividers. And I was like, all right, come in here, show me where you want them, where do you want? And we made that a project that winter when everybody was home on some winter vacation. We came in here in the cold and snow, built wood walls and really transformed the whole area of the Lath House. So it was a really incredible time. It was great to watch people come through and see the plants as we relocated where they could see them. And it's just always been a very special area.
Yeah, yeah. Well, now we get a lot of the plants, woodland plants, especially the herbaceous things we get from you. And I know most people certainly know you from Plant Delights Nursery, one of the premier mail order nurseries in the country, in the world. But those who don't have a chance to visit don't realize that while Tony was working out here after he left the state fair, and while he was building Plant Delights Nursery as a nursery, he was also building a world-class botanic garden, a juniper level botanic garden. And I think some people, if they haven't visited, they may think of juniper level botanic garden as, kind of a cutesy name for the garden near your nursery. What people don't realize maybe is it is one of the most significant botanic gardens in the country, with 30,000 taxa, pretty close to 30,000.
We're probably getting close to the 30,000.
30,000 different types of plants. Meticulous records, which is when we have interns, that's one of the first things I teach them, that the difference between a public park and a public garden and a botanic garden are records. Anybody can have plants. You have to know the history, the provenance, everything about the plants. Juniper Level's doing that research, more research than most other gardens are doing there. Really is an amazing place. And it was always developed kind of in parallel in a lot of ways, inspired by JC here. The Arboretum obviously focused on woody plants because of Plant Delights Nursery was focusing on herbaceous material. That focus, although the woody plant collection at Juniper Level Botanic Garden is the envy of any botanic garden. So tell us a little bit about the garden, about what, the plans and what's going, because some of our folks know, but not everybody does.
Well, for those that don't, as Mark mentioned, it was designed very much to be complementary as a sister institution to JCRA, because as he mentioned, their focus was primarily woodies, but with some perennials. We figured we'd be primary perennials with some woodies. So we really developed it, again, as a complementary with our main focus was going to be design and having a plant collection, where initially that was not JC's focus at all. It was more about, again, where is there a spot that's empty that I can put the tree? So we really did put design on an equal footing with plants. About 4 years ago, we were looking at how to preserve it for the next generation. And the obvious idea was we donate it all to NC State, which we've done. So the property's been gifted. We have lifetime rights. We will continue to operate it as we try to build a sustainable operational endowment. And that's really the key for us, because right now the nursery supports the gardens. So once I'm gone, once something happens to me, the nursery is no longer going to be able to support the garden. So the garden have to be able to support independently. And so NC State was kind enough to set up an endowment. And now all I have to do is put on my fundraising hat and convince people that they should give money to the endowment, so that the Juniper Level can continue going forwards without being a financial burden to the university. So,
yeah. So for Day of Giving here today, there are two ways you can do that. You can go straight to the Juniper Level Botanic Garden page, jlbg.org. And there's a link there for Day of Giving that will take you straight to the Juniper Level Botanic Garden endowment giving. You can also go to the jcra.ncsu.edu, click on Donate Now. It will take you to the JCRA General Fund. But if you put in your comment field that you'd like to give to Juniper Level Botanic Garden, the Juniper Level Botanic Garden endowment, that money will go to the Juniper Level Botanic Garden endowment. We're really excited about this. We've since I've been in Raleigh, it's one of those things where we go out and we talk about the garden, and it's always a little, so what are your long-term plans? Because it's a garden that that must be preserved. It is really significant. And, you know, and I've seen too many times where the plans aren't made, and even if the property is gifted, the structure isn't in place to be able to maintain it and support it and continue the mission. And so we working together, you know, starting now to raise the funds and collaborate. And we've collaborated long before this, you know, long before I got here. Obviously, you've been working out here, working with JC, and since I've been here, we've gone collecting together. We've gone on trips, visiting nurseries, getting plants. We were just, and it continues on a daily basis. Just yesterday, we were talking about emailing back and forth about some potential collections that are out there. That you know, not everybody has a garden like Juniper Level, but a lot of people have been breeding plants, studying plants, doing things, and have tremendous private assets. And you've done a lot to try and maintain them. Oh, I got to interrupt here. I was going to ask you about that, but we've got great news. A $50,000 gift has been made to the Juniper Level Botanic Garden Endowment.
Oh, wonderful! Wow,
and I know
fantastic.
that's you know, we've been working with people and talking with people about support, and that's we've had a couple of major gifts so far. To that, we have a $100,000 gift given a while back. That $50,000 is going to be huge for helping build that endowment. And that's really the key. An endowment is money that is there so that if you close the gates for a year, which one hope to never do again, you know, there's money there to operate. There's money there, and ideally everything else supports it. But that endowment makes sure you've got a great, you know, you can keep the staff paid, because you're right, without the nursery, it's
going to be tough. And this is really a year that shows how important that is, because there are gardens around the country that shuttered. A lot of them laid off all their staff just because they had no money, because of no income, because they did not have an endowment. They were completely dependent on gate receipts. So we want to make sure that doesn't happen, that we don't have to lay off staff. Lord forbid, if we have another pandemic, that we can keep going, because the plants, they require attention. You know, you lay off staff, your collections die, and you spent all these years building collections. And those plants, whether they're for ornamentals, whether they're for developing cures for diseases, they all have a value to humans. And to lose those simply because we don't have funding in place is really a crime, because so many times we will never know what the potential of that plant was.
right. Well, and you know, not even just plants dying. I mentioned before about the importance of records. You leave a garden unattended for a year, and things, you know, plants, you don't think they move, but they do. You know, and labels definitely do, and records, it can be hard to recapture that. And without the records there's just less value. That's amazing, that gift and the support that we've already found. I know a lot of people support what you do. So we were talking before we learned of that $50,000 gift about one of the important things that you have done, which is when there are significant collections from researchers, from plant breeders who maybe pass away, who maybe retire, you know, downsize piece of property and go to, you know, live in an apartment or assisted living. So I know you've done that with a couple of collections already.
We've done it with 3 so far. We've got we acquired the largest Lycoris, or surprisingly, collection in the world, which represents 70 years of breeding, with all the records that went with that. We just recently lost one of our dear friends who had the largest hardy aroid collection probably in the world, and we've just finished. It's taken us 9 months to move all that over. A few years ago, the largest rain lily breeder in the world, we went and rescued his. Now, unfortunately, it was 3 years after he passed, so a lot of the plants had died, and we weren't able to rescue as much if we got in that earlier. But just in the last couple of days, another very important Amarylid, an iris breeder, is now aged out and unable to take care of his stuff. So we're now working with the family to try to go in and rescue that. So these are just absolutely critically important. When people spend 50 to 70 years working on a genus of plants, and that material so often gets lost. So we made that a part of our mission to be able to go and rescue this. And it's not a cheap thing. I mean, we've got to figure out logistics of getting this to several states away, getting everybody down there, assembling a team, bare rooting everything, renting vehicles, bringing it back up, then getting an accession, getting all the plant records, going through, he's got file cabinets of plant records. So all of those have to be poured through, get that data into the computer. So it's a big task. You see why most gardens aren't willing to do something like that.
And it's critical. It's yeah, and that happens all over in the plant world. There was quite a few years ago now, there was something floating around the botanical world about a herbarium collection that had been moved temporarily because of some work being done, and then they were told, yeah, you can't bring it back, you've got 3 days or 3 weeks to do something with it, and it disappeared. And so there are herbaria out there that are taking these orphaned herbarium collections, which is great, but there hasn't been a concerted effort to look at the live material. And as difficult as herbarium samples are to deal with, you don't have to water them.
No, it's a whole nother complexity when they're alive.
You got to, so it really is critical, and people don't realize all of the things like that happen. It's not just a little bit, and it's not just always just the plants themselves. We had a salvia expert, and his digital collection was rescued by Juniper Level Botanic Garden, and same with the hardy aroid collection. I think that.
Yeah, exactly. And not just the collections themselves, but we rescue websites. So many of these people have spent all these years with this information on the website. So we will now take the websites and purchase the domains, pay for those, maintain those, so that information is there in perpetuity, because information, that's where people get their information now. I mean, books are still important, but this is really really critical that we keep these websites. So that, again, is as a plant person, a plant breeder, that's really important to us, that we make an effort to rescue these when they come available.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing all the things that get done behind the scenes that aren't necessarily sexy in the traditional word, but I'm going to say, while we're standing here, we've got some sexy plants by us.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know how well they show up. Chris, can I get a thumbs up if we're seeing these plants well? Behind us, we were talking about this while a video was playing. This is one of the things we do. Now JC brought in Emerald Pagoda snowbell. This is a snowbell relative called Meliodendron xylocarpum, and this came to us from a great Japanese nurseryman, Mr. Suzuki. And Mr. Suzuki, I came to visit him, and he knows I love Akuba, so he always has some really rare Akubas that he wants to show me. He'll have one in a little pot and tease me with it. But we were sitting drinking some tea, and he showed me this picture. He had a picture of this flower, kind of flattened out with a ruler behind it, and was pointing at it. And I was like, wow, I like that a lot. And a couple of years later, I went back to visit him, and we had gone through his whole nursery, and we had a bunch of plants we can take home. And he came out with one plant for me of this, and the language barrier is pretty significant. I can say very few words in Japanese. He can say a few more in English, but not many. So I took it home and hoped it was a good pink form. And the Meliodendron, the Meliodendron xylocarpum ranges from white to pink. And got it back and planted it. And it did great, and it grew. And it wasn't until just a couple of years ago that it really flowered. But this is a plant. It propagates easily. It flowers quickly. It grows off quickly, and it's basically unknown in the US. It's in some botanical garden collections, and a lot of those botanic gardens are happy to keep it in their collection. And that's the difference. You know, I always say that Tony was smarter than JC because JC gives all, and we still do, give all the plants away. Tony was smart enough to sell them. But this is a plant that we think has market value. You know, people know it's relative. They would love to have it in their garden. They're shopping for plants now, so it's in flower now, which is a critical point. It's if you got a mail order, you can have a pretty picture and people can order anything. If you're relying on people walking into a garden center, it's got to look good then. But I think that would sell.
I think that would definitely sell. And
You know?
that's the beauty of volunteering, like I used to do here, is you would be here every week and you would see these things that the public miss that doesn't come out but once or twice. So volunteering is really an incredible opportunity. So I know both gardens use a lot of volunteers, and you do get exposed to plants you never would get exposed to if you just came a couple times.
Yeah, and to bring in another aspect of this, so this is beautiful, but there's not many melodendron in the country. And, you know, as somebody who does plant breeding, the one thing you need for plant breeding, genetic diversity. If there's no diversity, you just can't take a plant anywhere else. It's already where it's going to be. So we went to China a couple of years ago, went to an area that had a lot of this family in a Styracaceae, and we collected melodendron there. And, you know, we'll wait and see it, you know. We're hoping it's the carmine red one. I don't know. But, you know, we don't know what we'll get. We don't know if it could have larger flowers. It could be more cold hardy. It could be darker pink. It could be a brighter white. You know, the opportunities are endless. So one of the great things with having these two institutions is we can plan out more of these plants. We share with Tony, we share with other gardens as well. And, you know, we try and keep track of the plants and see what's happening with them.
And the going out and getting the plants is something that very few gardens really do. And I mean, between the two of us, I know we've taken probably now right at 85 trips since we've been doing this, and that's including both here in the U.S. and abroad. And y'all are traveling a tremendous amount, at least before the pandemic, which I'm sure will be over with soon. So it's really important what both gardens do to find those plants that have medicinal value, ornamental value, commercial value, just they have value to the human race. And that's so important.
Yeah. So kind of a little update. We're up to $39,632, 116 gifts. That does not include the 50,000 to Juniper Level Botanic Garden. 43 new memberships. We're going to be joined next by Tony Kirkham of the Royal Horticultural Society's, Royal Botanic Garden, Kew. And somebody who Tony mentioned really influenced him to start our namesake, JC Raulston. We've got a great video of JC from when he was inducted into the Raleigh Hall of Fame. Oh, I'm sorry, I got a correction on that. We're going to be moving to the White Garden. This is a video of JC talking about gardening with color, using color in the garden.
We want to welcome you for another visit to the North Carolina State University Arboretum. Our visit today is going to be a little different than many that we've done in the past, where we focused on individual plants. The Arboretum is perhaps most famously known for its testing and trials of thousands of new kinds of plants for the evaluation of seeing how they will grow in this climate and their potential for use in the landscape industry. We also do displays to show landscape uses of plants, the ideas of design that homeowners can take home and use for themselves. And the theme that we're going to be taking a look at and discussing today is that of color in the garden and color combinations to work with, color themes. And probably the most famous of this kind of a garden was first created in England by a woman known as Vita Sackville-West at a garden called Sissinghurst. Thousands of people visit this garden each year to see the all-white garden that she did there, and there have been many copies of it around the world. And at the Arboretum, we have our own version of the all-white garden, which was designed by one of our students and today is maintained by a very enthusiastic volunteer, a young woman by the name of Deborah Harvey. The white garden plays on the concept of white in many ways. White from flowers, white from foliage, softened in many cases with grays of various kinds. It may be through a painted building or through foliage, this kind of thing as we take a look at it. And so we're going to go along and look at some of the themes and different ways we work with this. For example, as you enter the garden, there's an arbor here with a evergreen vine on it, which normally you might think of just using green foliage. Here we've used a white variegated evergreen foliage on a plant that also flowers at another time of the year with white flowers. We have woody plants. For example, the evergreen oak here has gray foliage, a selection made particularly for that. A silver-leafed pear on the wall, a plant that Vita Sackville West used in her own garden. Or even things like roses. We have a wonderful rose called Nasturina, which flowers all summer with fragrant flowers and makes a great addition as a woody plant. We can also bring in temporary types of color. For example, this caladium, a type of bulb that is grown through the summer and then goes dormant in the winter and has to be overwintered inside. But here we bring it into a container in the garden and it gives us an impact of color wherever we want it. When this fades, we may take it out and put in, for example, white pansies to go through the winter as a type of color there. We also do use a great many perennials, Easter lilies, Shasta daisies. Most of those are spring and early summer. And by the time we get into this time of year, we're down to using annuals for a real blast of this impact of white. For example, here we have the spider flower, a plant known as Cleome is the scientific name of it. And gardeners are usually more familiar with it as a pink or a lavender kind of flower. White is available with a little bit of hunting, and one of our happy discoveries is that this one will reseed itself in the garden. It comes up every year. All we have to do is thin it to leave the plants where we want, and it'll bloom for months as we go through the summer. There are more familiar things to the average gardener, though. For example, impatiens, petunias, periwinkles. These are all very common annuals that are available at any garden center in the spring and widely used and enjoyed across the state. We find that using them in combination works very well because impatiens and periwinkle tend to be a little slow taking off in the spring and slow making a real impact of a mass of color. Whereas petunias are very fast, a lot of color almost instantly, but it's a nice combination because in the summer, when the heat and the humidity get really bad, the petunias begin to decline. They tend to go down about the time the impatiens are really getting to be quite spectacular. And the impatiens and periwinkles will then go ahead and bloom all the way until they're killed by frost, sometimes here as late as November. So good color impact of those in the gardens. We also
Welcome back, everybody. It's always interesting for me to watch JC. I did not know him. I only met him once, and he was very, very, very influential. So I love hearing and watching old videos, and I feel like he is, we're continuing on and exactly where he wanted to go. So really excited about this. We've talked earlier about the fact that the J.C. Raulston Arboretum has a wide reach and does a lot of things. But one of the gardens that has probably done more for horticulture historically and continuing into the present day is Kew Gardens, Royal Botanic Garden, Kew. And we've got with us Tony Kirkham, who is the head of the arboretum, the grounds. I don't know, in charge of plants, joining us. How are you doing today, Tony?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I'm fantastic. I really appreciate you taking time to join us here.
It's an absolute pleasure, and when I got the call and asked if I'd join you for your fundraising event, I was honoured and feel really privileged to be a part of it on the other side of the pond.
Well, it's our honor for sure. You've been at Q for quite a while, and I'm going to ask you about that. But one thing that I always love to tell people, talk about, is the enthusiasm that that my colleagues in the plant world still have for what they do. I bumped into you at Q a while back. I can't remember how many years, maybe 2014, 15, something like that. And one of the first things you did was you wanted to show me something that you had just acquired and grown out and was planted out. And, and I love that no matter how many years we're doing this, it's still just a fun exploration of a never ending palette, it seems. So how long have you been there at Q?
42 years. So it'll be 43 years in September this year. And I sadly I'm going to be retiring this summer. Hanging up my boots at Q, but not from plants. And so I'll be carrying on doing consultancy. I want to write more. I want to lecture more. I want to travel more, and have that opportunity. And Q's been an amazing place, and it was a very hard decision to make, but I feel the time's right now, and I think probably COVID had something to do with it, and I hope that when I leave, I think I will have left an incredible legacy at Q of plants in the ground, buildings, treetop walkways, you name it, and also an incredible network, like all the people that you're talking to today. We build up this network of friends, colleagues, fellow plantsmen, and you're absolutely right. When we meet one, all we want to do is to show them a plant that we've either collected, that we've found in a garden, that we've established that no one else can grow. And I think that's one of the great things about our job, our industry, and our passion.
Yeah, I agree. I couldn't say it better. And I think the legacy you're leaving is tremendous. Not just there on the grounds, but the people you've interacted with, the students, the public, who've the employees who work there and moved on to different places. That's the real the meat of it. I think is the people that you inspire and move that work you do beyond Q's walls.
Yeah, thank you.
So you said some writing. Now you've done I don't know how many books now. What 5, 6 books?
I think I might be on 7 now. I've just finished another one, and I'm about to start another one called Arboretum.
Oh wow!
So I love share, like yourself and like other colleagues in the Botanic Garden network. I love sharing things, and plants, and I'm a tree lover. Are incredible things to talk about. They all have every plant has a story, every garden has a story, and that's what I want to do. And and share more and share more information.
And for those who don't know, Tony's got some great books on how to care for trees, pruning, things like that are just they're invaluable for a gardener's library. But for the Armchair Explorer, you have a really a great read.
Yeah. Well, I did with my colleague Mark Flanagan. We did a lot of plant expeditionary work in the early after the Great Storm in 1987 to replenish the collections, and we did a book with Timber Press called Plants from the Edge of the World. And then shortly after that, we'd done quite a few expeditions into China, seed collecting, and we started to recognize scenes that we'd seen before somewhere. And then we put 2 and 2 together, and they were images that Wilson took, Ernest Wilson, the great collector, took while he was working for Charles Sargent at the Arnold Arboretum. And he took something like 5,000 glass plate images. And one of the trips that we did was to travel in his footsteps. He took 10 years to do. We did it in 2 weeks. And then try and copy those images to see what the landscape was like and if it had changed. I think we matched about 50 photographs, and we've there's not a lot of difference. Some of the trees are still there and the landscape's still in good condition. And we wrote the book Wilson's China a century on. So it was 99 years actually after Wilson had been there. So which was a great accolade, and it started a lot of other plant collectors and plantsmen doing the same with other plant collectors. And I think that can only be a good thing in telling people about these expeditions and plants that they collected.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the book is that just so much fun. And, I certainly haven't traveled to a lot of those places, recognized some of those as well. But, I think it's important to talk about, what we do in that regard. It's, I do believe that plants are there for us to use.
Yeah.
That also means conserving them. And, part of that is helping out the economies where they come from and those types of things. But, having plants in landscapes is part of that, helps people appreciate them and helps tell the story. And that's something I really appreciate at Kew is some of the stories that are told, that can be told about the plants, because
the interpretation, isn't it? And disseminating that knowledge and that information, which you do really well, actually, I've got to say.
Well, that is part of really what we think is important. Is there's a lot to the plant. There's the beauty of the plant, the aesthetics, but there's also the interactions the plants have with the natural world, with the cultivated landscape, with people, and it's all of that together is kind of what really makes for the most appreciation from the most people.
Yeah. It was interesting seeing that the Meliodendron earlier that you were showing. Again, it's a plant that's not used a lot in the UK, but it's starting to become popular and available in nurseries. And everyone thinks it looks difficult to grow, it looks difficult to propagate, but actually it's one of the easiest. And a lot of nurseries are selling it grafted onto Pterostyrax, and it doesn't like it. It grows for a couple of years and then sulks. It can be quite moody, but it actually strikes from softwood cuttings really easily, and it is a terrific plant. And it almost looks, shall I say, exotic. In a tropical sense or a subtropical sense, and it's a temperate plant. As you say, the Styraceae family, fantastic plant. Exactly. And the other one that we planted this a couple of years ago was Halessia McGregori, which I think it's been renamed. It's just been renamed, reclassified, but another terrific plant. In both leaf form and flower and autumn color.
Yep. And I was talking about where we collected Meliodendron. We did collect some of the Halessia McGregori as well, which was that was just an incredible bucket list plant list for me.
Yeah. At Kew as well. I try to plant trees. I always say walking around an arboretum like Kew or the J.C. Raulston Arboretum, or the Arnold Arboretum, the Morris, etc. It's like walking around a book, and every tree or every plant is a page, and every page has a story. And we get excited, when when I come over to the States. and visit these gardens. You know, I get excited, and you do when you come to ours. And
Right.
we try and plant things at Kew with an association, like you said earlier. So you meant in our email we mentioned Glyptostrobus, which you have a really good specimen here there at the Raulston Arboretum, and we've tried to grow it at Kew, and it you know, it struggles in the UK. But if you don't try different provenances, then you know, you'll never know, and one will work. And you have a terrific specimen there. And I remember a few years ago coming over, and I was at the Bartlett's Arboretum doing a talk, and they said to me, "What do you want to do on Sunday?" I said, "I want to go to the JC Raulston Arboretum in Raleigh." And he went, "Well, you know, it's like 4 or 5 hour drive." And I went, "Yeah, well, yeah, that's right, but it's worth it." And we drove up early. I had a full day in the Arboretum, and I think we stopped at the North Carolina State University on the way back to look at the collection there. But I remember there was a sign, or someone said to me, "If you see any seed, you know, you can collect it. Don't be afraid," which I thought was a fantastic thing to do. And I saw this Glyptostrobus, a rocket of a tree with cones on. And I got a leg up by Bruce from Bartlett's, and I started to climb it. And as I went above the hedge, there's a wedding going on the other side of the hedge. The wedding stopped. They all looked at me, and I came straight down. I didn't have the bottle to go up and collect any cones, but I sent an email. Like you probably remember.
Oh yeah.
Said, can you send me some seed? And you did. And do you know what? I planted those just before Christmas in the Arboretum around the lake at Kew. You know, 1.5 meter specimens, a nice bit of wood on them, and I mix them with Metsequoia, so that the education team can show the you know, children and adults these trees, and then say, this is what it's named after, you know, Glyptostrobus, Metsequoia glyptostroboides, and, you know, the other way around. But, you know, these things are so important that we do and raise awareness and increase the passion of plants with people.
Yeah. Well, I did choose this location to talk to you because of that story. We're in the White Garden where the wedding would have been going on with the Glyptostrobus still behind there.
Yeah.
Because I love that story. Yeah. I'm surprised that you stopped. You get halfway there, you got to go for it. You know, Kew has a long history of getting what they want.
Yeah.
No, it's, you know, what y'all do is pretty neat.
Yeah. I planted a good plant in my garden.
I'm sorry, just 1 second.
Yeah.
Can you get me a headphone from that bag? Tony, my wireless headphone died on me, so
okay.
I am going to backup number 1. And
can I talk while you're waiting?
Yeah, that's fine. All right. You get our first, or at least my first technical glitch of the day.
Well, it's going well now.
And how tangled your headphones are is directly inverse to how quickly you want to get them on. Can somebody untangle that? Sorry about that, Tony. I want to chip in right here with, I do have a Day of Giving update. We are up to $50,432 in gifts, which is amazing. Our next goal is $60,000. We really hope to get to $60,000. That does not include the $50,000 to Juniper Level Botanic Garden to their endowment. If you want to give, go to jcra.ncsu.edu, click on Donate Now. Send us a gift and let us know why the Arboretum is important to you. We always love to hear that. Is there a staff member? Are you a volunteer? Did you get a plant? All right, I think we're back on tack. Oh, okay. I was asked to repeat the plant name that we were talking about. That was Glyptostrobus pensilis, which is a deciduous conifer like Metasequoia or our own native Taxodium. Do I still have you there, Tony?
Yep, loud and clear.
Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. I was going to say, I planted another good plant. I think one of the best plants that, one of many best plants that came out of the KC Raulston Arboretum. Calycanthus ralstonii, Hartlage wine. Very popular plant in UK now, a terrific plant for the garden. Love it.
Yes, we were, 2019, we came over for Chelsea. We brought a tour over to Chelsea, and I was amazed at how often I saw Hartlage wine, Calycanthus Hartlage wine being used around the UK. It was great to see. Yeah,
it's a super plant.
It really is.
I rued the day when they crossed Calycanthus with Cynocalycanthus, and you remember the new genus was Cynocalycanthus.
Yes,
a new species. Yeah, the genus, and then it was switched back to Calycanthus, which was a real shame because it tested the label engravers in plant records.
That's right.
You could get it on the label.
Calycanthus. When I started here at the Raulston Arboretum, that was one of the first things as head of horticulture that they put in front of me and said, so what is the name? Because they were still using Cynocalycanthus. And, you want that X in front of the name, X Cynocalycanthus, rather than in the middle. But, what can you do? Taxonomists.
Yeah.
So, so 40 plus years at Kew, what has been the most interesting project you've been part of on the grounds there?
Well, probably the replanting after the Great Storm in 1987. So we had we called it the Great Storm. It was a hurricane that we're obviously not used to in the UK, that came off the Atlantic and across the southeast of England, and in an hour it felled across the southeast of England about 15 million trees, which was devastating at the time. At Kew we lost about 700, and it took us 3 years to clear the site at Kew. But then, at the time it was all doom and gloom, but now when we look back, there were so many good things that came out of it. We learned a lot about tree physiology, tree biology, how trees grow, and what trees need, and it changed our management technique. So we started a collection program to replenish the collections, the tree collections, and looked at where our weaknesses were, and then targeted those geographically and taxonomically. And so Kew is a young tree collection now. The Arboretum is young, with a good, various generations of trees across the site. But we did decompaction work to prevent the compaction around trees, to get more air into the roots. We changed our planting techniques, and so much good came from the storm in the end that I think that was one of the highlights that raised awareness and passion for trees. Suddenly everybody became interested in trees, which was fantastic. Well,
that's it's like this past year. You don't let a good tragedy go to waste.
No, exactly.
If you don't learn, from issues, whether they're your mistakes or natural disasters, then what are you doing if you're not learning from it? And so I agree that's amazing.
And I think as horticulturalists and arboriculturalists, we're very good at turning negatives into positives. and you know, we're flexible, we're resourceful, and because that's the way that we're brought up, and I think that's a really good thing about our breed, if you like.
Yeah. Well, you know, I have a friend who's a veterinarian, and they always say, you know, being a veterinarian is so much harder than being a doctor because your patients can't tell you what's wrong. And I was like, you have no idea. Our patients don't even make a noise when something's wrong with them. So
yeah, absolutely right. Yeah.
Tony, I cannot thank you enough for joining us. I love what you've done at Q. It's you have set a bar that is tremendously high. And I know that there's probably somebody who's going to come in and do amazing things there. That's the history of Q, is of just having amazing people. But they'll come in and be standing on the shoulders of a giant. So thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate what you did for us today, chatting with us. I appreciate the conversation, but I also appreciate what you've done for horticulture, both in the UK and around the world.
Thank you so much, and you know, good luck with your fundraising, and
thank you,
and keep up the good work and all the teaching and training, and you know, the study days that you do. I follow you every week, so yeah, and as soon as I'm back over in the US, I'll be down there. So
excellent.
I'll look out for you.
You tell us when you want to come over. We'd love to have you in person and talk about some of your experiences. I know our folks here would love that. And, we'd love to have you.
Well, I'm really up for that, so I'll be sure to tell you when I'm coming.
Excellent. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Thank you. Day of Giving is going fantastic. We are continuing to bring in gifts. Let me see. I think I might have a update. Let me see. Looks like we are up to $57,682 raised, 124 gifts. We're trying to get to 202 gifts. So whether you can give, you know, $10, $25, $50, $1,000, we appreciate it. It really does mean a lot to us. Let's see. And I've asked people, when you make a donation, put in a comment about what you like about the Arboretum. We've got somebody who says, JCRA has meant so much to me over my life as a student in horticulture back in the 1970s and throughout my career in botany there. Such an incredible resource for teaching and research, and wonderful place for personal study, contemplation, and beauty. That's from Donna Wright. Thank you, Donna. We do appreciate that. So many good friends of the Arboretum I see who've given. Oh, here we go. I was going to say hi to Sally before when I was talking with somebody. Sally Nowak says, thank you for the online learning opportunities. Please continue them after COVID. I got to say, our staff at the J.C. Raulston Arboretum, when we shut the gates, we thought, what are we going to do? Education is so important to us. We shifted to online programs, started doing a weekly program, and Sally from Seal Rock, Oregon, became a good friend of ours who joined us, found us online, joined us, and she continues to join us on our weekly programs. And Sally, you don't need to worry. We are going to continue doing these online programs. When we can start meeting in large groups again, we'll be doing them in person, but we'll also be continuing them online as well, because we wouldn't have gotten to know you if we hadn't. Tony Avent and I were talking about collections, and Tony Kirkham from Q and I were talking about the importance of plants and collections. And there's a program here in the US and North America called the Plant Collections Network, which is a part of the American Public Gardens Association. And it's a system where gardens can hold certain collections of plants, and they make them available for research. They study them, they work with them. And here at the JCRA, we have two of these nationally accredited collections. You have to go through a whole process to be accredited for it. We have red buds, and I'm going to talk about red buds, and then we have magnolias, and the magnolias were part of a multi-institution group. There are, I believe now, 15 gardens with magnolias, and we keep a combined inventory with all of them and do work with them. The red buds, the genus Cercis, is a group that JC was very interested in and developed a large red bud collection. When I started here with Denny Werner as director, Denny had been a peach breeder, but he was shifting away from that. And he said he was walking around the Arboretum, having a conversation with JC, and was trying to figure out what maybe some woody plants, some trees that he might shift into, because he wanted to go into ornamentals. And JC said, oh, red buds, there's so much to be done with red buds. And Denny followed along with that, said, yeah, that sounds reasonable. And so continued when he became director to build that red bud collection. I'm standing right here by one called Vanilla Twist. This is a white flowered weeping red bud, American native red bud. So this is the Cercis canadensis, which will grow that grows right here in our woods in North Carolina. Much of our collection is our native red bud. We grow quite a bit of them. We are doing breeding with them. We've got this past year, we released Flamethrower and Golden Falls. Before that, we released Ruby Falls and Merlot and Whitewater. Pink Pom-Poms, another, the nice double flowered one. This is not one of our introductions, but it is a really nice one. Love the weeping red buds. Those have some great structure. Once this finishes flowering, we'll come in and do some pruning on there, open it a little bit, but then it'll be this very soft mound of big heart-shaped leaves once it gets going. Because we have a national collection of these, it is a real interest of ours when we go out and we go collecting, whether that's in the US, finding more Western forms, more Southern forms, more Northern forms, but also when we go to places like Asia, we're always looking for red buds that we might be able to grow. We recently went on a trip where we found the true Cercis glabra, which I think is what sometimes passes in the US as Cercis gigantea. That's never been a name that's been validly applied to anything. These were red buds that were 80 feet tall, maybe 100 feet tall. They were overstory trees. They were topping over, maples and other plants. They're just simply massive trees, huge leaves, tons of seed. Unfortunately, all those seed pods were 80 feet in the air. A Chinese gentleman, actually a Chinese woman, saw us looking for them, and we kind of explained what we were trying to do as best we could. And we had gone off down a trail. When we came back, her husband had collected a whole big bundle of seeds for us. And that's important with a group like red buds, because often when they come in from other countries, and this had happened with another that we had growing here, we get them from a botanic garden, say. Most red buds are fairly self-infertile. So if you have multiple red buds growing together, they'll cross with each other. So if a botanic garden sends you seeds of Cercis chuniana, what you get may not be chuniana, it may be a hybrid. So we were going through that with a researcher. We had sent him material, and we were getting back names that didn't seem to match what we had. And it wound up when we looked into where we'd gotten the seed. About 6 months later, he showed me a picture. He was at that garden where we had gotten the seed, and he was standing between the Cercis chuniana and what his DNA research had said the plant was, and they were, 4 feet apart from each other. So it was obvious that we had a hybrid. So collecting these in the wild is often the only way to ensure that we're getting the true species so we can really study them. So, and this is just one of the collections we have. So if you come out here, you'll see a lot of red buds around, and this is a great time to come out and see them because they're flowering now. One we released that we really like is one called Kay's Early Hope, which is a Cercis chinensis or Cercis chinensis hybrid that starts flowering about before any of the other ones, finishes up after, and the nurserymen are really, really excited about that. So we talked earlier with Elizabeth Overcash about our children's program. One of the things we do with our children's program is a story time, and we're going to give you a little experience with that with a book that probably most of you know, The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein. Sometimes people give it a little bit of a hard time now in terms of the boy takes and takes, and the tree gives and gives. And I get that, but that's what we try and do here at the Arboretum is give and give and give. We want to people to get, our plants, our knowledge, everything we want to give, and we're free to come in. So we're perfectly willing to do that, but it's days like today where our supporters get a chance to show how much we mean to them on Day of Giving. So if you go to jcra.ncsu.edu, you can click on the Donate Now button and give a gift right there, and say what you appreciate about the Arboretum. So we're going to have the Giving Tree video for you next, and then in a little bit we're going to be joined by not only a former JCRA director, but one of my former professors from when I was at Virginia Tech, Dr. Bob Lyons. Alexa, you want to go to the Giving Tree video?
Shel Silverstein's The Giving Tree. Once there was a tree, and she loved a little boy. And every day the boy would come, and he would gather her leaves and make them into crowns and play king of the forest. He would climb up her tree and swing from her branches and eat apples. And they would play hide and go seek, and when he was tired, he would sleep in her shade. And the boy loved the tree very much. And the tree was happy. But time went by, and the boy grew older, and the tree was often alone. Then one day the boy came to the tree, and the tree said, "Come, boy, come and climb up my trunk and swing from my branches and eat apples and play in my shade and be happy." "I'm too big to climb and play," said the boy. "I want to buy things and have fun. I want some money. Can you give me some money?" "I'm sorry," said the tree, "but I have no money. I have only leaves and apples." "Take my apples, boy, and sell them in the city. Then you will have money and you will be happy." And so the boy climbed up the tree and gathered her apples and carried them away. And the tree was happy. But the boy stayed away for a long time, and the tree was sad. And then one day, the boy came back, and the tree shook with joy, and she said, "Come, boy, climb up my trunk and swing from my branches and be happy." "I'm too busy to climb trees," said the boy. "I want a house to keep me warm," he said. "I want a wife and I want children, and so I need a house. Can you give me a house?" "I have no house," said the tree. "The forest is my house. But you may cut off my branches and build a house. Then you will be happy." And so the boy cut off her branches and carried them away to build his house. And the tree was happy. But the boy stayed away for a long time. And when he came back, the tree was so happy she could hardly speak. "Come, boy," she whispered, "come and play." "I'm too old and sad to play," said the boy. "I want a boat that will take me far away from here. Can you give me a boat?" "Cut down my trunk and make a boat," said the tree. "Then you can sail away and be happy." And so the boy cut down her trunk and made a boat and sailed away. And the tree was happy. But not really. And after a long time, the boy came back again. "I am sorry, boy," said the tree, "but I have nothing left to give you. My apples are gone." "My teeth are too weak for apples," said the boy. "My branches are gone," said the tree. "You can't swing on them." "I'm too old to swing on branches," said the boy. "My trunk is gone," said the tree. "You cannot climb." "I'm too tired to climb," said the boy. "I'm sorry," sighed the tree. "I wish that I could give you something, but I have nothing left. I'm just an old stump. I am sorry." "I don't need very much now," said the boy. "Just a quiet place to sit and rest. I'm very tired." "Well," said the tree, straightening herself up as much as she could. "Well, an old stump is good for sitting and resting. Come, boy, sit down and rest." And the boy did. And the tree was happy.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. How are we doing? We getting online, Chris? All right. Very good. So I'm really excited to welcome our next guest on for Day of Giving. Once again, if you want to give, that's at jcra.ncsu.edu, and then just click on the Donate Now button. Our next guest, Bob Lyons, Dr. Lyons, was my professor at Virginia Tech. It gave me my first experience in public horticulture, which was very exciting. Several of us have a connection. Our cameraman today, Dennis Carey, said he had a couple of classes under Bob Lyons when here at NC State, and I know Chris Glenn was hired by Bob, so his fingers are all over the Arboretum. How are you doing, Bob?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Fantastic, fantastic. This is a fun day so far.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I got to ask this. Are you actually retired? Because it seems like I ask you if you're retired and you say yes sometimes, and then you tell me that, you're in charge of your department head somewhere or something like that.
I am truly retired. I did that department head stint several years ago for 1 year. Very, very clear that it wouldn't extend beyond a year. I have pretty much completely refused speaking engagements. I figure there's a whole nother crowd of horticulturists coming up through the ranks who are doing great. I don't need to be there giving them any more. Which is fine with me. I do still sit on a board. I'm on the board of advisors for Delaware Center for Horticulture. That is ending. My board term ends in a year, I think. And then, yeah, pretty much I've done a Zoom presentation here and there. Zoom has been pretty easy because I'm not traveling. And it's really simple to sit in my office as I'm doing right now at home and conducting this, which is comfortable. But I still do miss the personal situations that we can't do right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm doing a lot of my own home garden too. I mean, the pandemic, if anything, my garden last year was like the best it ever has been.
That was my plan for the pandemic. I was like, this is going to be great. I'm going to work from home. It's the busiest year of my life was this past year. Yeah. And I think most of the staff here would agree.
Yeah. Kudos to
when you have to figure out a whole new way to do everything you've always done, it makes things difficult. But that's what it's all about, right?
Yeah, and it's really remarkable what I know of other staff, other places. I'm sure at the Raulston, everybody has stepped up and gotten super creative. And I mean, there were some places I thought when the pandemic hit, they're not going to survive. There's no way they can emerge from this thing. And yet everybody got behind the director and other staff and just came out creatively speaking, and then they're still here.
Yeah, it's been really heartening. That's really where you get the measure of the team that you work with is when they're under adversity and how they respond. And it's hard to believe, but actually our membership dollars went up over the past year. And today with this Day of Giving, I think we've got 40 plus memberships today already, and over 100 and I think 130 some gifts now. It's really remarkable the work that everybody did. I don't know if you had a chance, before we started talking, did you watch that little video, the throwback video?
I did.
See some of your handiwork there, and then on beyond.
It was great to see.
And it's something the way the Arboretum has changed since 1999? Was that when you came?
I started in 99 and left in 2005.
99 and 2005, and that's other than the JC putting a plant in the ground and starting it, certainly the piece that made sure that the Arboretum would continue building the buildings and keeping it going and all of that.
Building that building was interesting because there are certain parts of it that are very hidden or not as well known, I think, that for most people. I mean, one of them is actually when you enter into the staff building at the bottom of the hill where there's like that big reception desk. If you look to one of the walls, you'll see impressions of leaves. And it was one day when we had no advance notice. They said, we're pouring concrete. The criteria calls for our leaves to be stuck and then poured and impressions lift. So a whole bunch of myself and volunteers kind of ran down there, collected a bunch of leaves and inserted them. And then the concrete was poured and you'll see the impressions on the wall there.
Yeah. It's like everything else. If you do it right, nobody realizes how much work went into actually doing it.
Yeah, and even in my mind, some of the things I had never even anticipated that I'd be doing. So once the building was up and running, okay, who's cleaning this place now? Where's our staff? Oh, really? You need people out? Well, we're not doing it.
Yeah.
So there are little aspects like that were totally serendipitous and unexpected, but were part of the process.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I can imagine. And we have missed using it for the public for this past year, for sure. And it is a normal year in use every day. The auditorium, or at least part of it. Now, when you left, which was a sad day, you went up to head up the Longwood Garden, the University of Delaware Longwood graduate program. And,
right.
I was talking earlier to Tony Kirkham or Tony, I can't remember who I was saying this to, but talking about impact, that's part of what I love about the Arboretum is the impact that you can have. And I don't know, in terms of public horticulture, if there's anybody who's had a greater impact on that with that program that you've had, because you've helped train the leaders at gardens all across the country, all around the world.
Yeah, very, very.
We actually we had a tour in South Africa and had one of your former students give us a tour of the university garden at Stellenbosch where he was working.
He is really a great guy, and actually one of the really cool things about that program was that it was a very generous program, and I was able to take the students around the world basically to see international public horticulture. And it was also a secondary impact was people got to know us and got to know Longwood and the university, and that's what enticed others to come in and apply to that graduate program internationally. So we really increased the number of internationals that were getting involved in this. We had New Zealand and Australia and Canada, Great Britain, and we got to one year, we had a surprising number of internationals to the point I say, wow, who knew that this was having such an impact? And we were delighted with it. And to this day, it's great to keep in touch with them, and they're all doing really well.
Yeah, that's fantastic. We are trying to get a program going here. I know I solicited some of your input on that. We see that need for the public garden professionals, and a lot of that is I don't know if there would have been we would have seen a need if you hadn't have done such a great job with that, and that kind of went away, at least in the iteration that where you were running it. It really a pretty amazing program.
It was,
and the Arboretum continues. I just got a new number, 51 memberships today, which is amazing. People can go to jcra.ncsu.edu and if you go to the membership, you can get it for a membership for the discounted rate of.
We lost your audio.
We are.
You're back.
Am I back on?
You're back.
All right, I'm back. Okay. Sorry about that. I think battery's running low on me. But I was saying, if you go and you want to join, we have $45 membership for our 45th anniversary. You can also go to our jcra.ncsu.edu, click on donate now, and you can go and you can click on that and give. I've got a bit of an update. Let me see, on our day of giving, I'm going to give the update. And let me see where we are. We are at, I'm not sure right now. So we think there is maybe an issue with things going in twice. So I'll get a number soon. I don't want to give the number that's up there. Well, I do want to give the number that's up there because it's real high. I want to make sure that it's the correct number. Bob, I really appreciate you joining us and sharing some memories. You really were the inspiration for me. I had never thought about public horticulture as a career until I had a chance to work in the horticulture gardens at Virginia Tech. And I know you've inspired a lot of other folks along the way, but yeah, certainly was a formative part of my education and led directly to where I am today.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. I think one of the best things about being a teacher is seeing how well your students do and what they develop into. And your personal career is just been great to watch. I just have been very proud to see what you've been doing. You're a smart guy. You're leading that institution during a very difficult time. So let's flip it and say kudos to you.
Well, I appreciate that, but I've got a lot of people who make me look very smart. I'm hoping they've got a good filter on the camera to make sure I look good, because they sure make me look like I know what I'm doing out here. Bob, I really appreciate it. Glad you could join us. Hope to have you down sometime soon when it's all available again. Keep up with the garden. Keep taking pictures. I just saw the freshly mulched Phoenix Springs out there. I love seeing the photos.
And one thing that's coming on, if we do not get a hard freeze, and it doesn't look like we will, my Accabono Edgeworthia is going to be spectacular.
Is that right?
Right by my front door. I will post it as soon as I can on my Facebook page. It has never looked better. It is gigantic and it is loaded with flower buds. I mean, loaded.
Well, kudos to you. That is not an easy plant to grow on the East Coast.
Tricky.
All right. Thanks, Bob.
Hey, thanks.
I appreciate it.
Welcome. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you. Now we've got a highlight of our plant sale video. So we're going to show some of our plant sale. Keep an eye out for when that goes live. It'll be a little bit, but plants will be available to purchase online, and then we'll have a on-site sale as well. But you'll want to get it while they're online because we have small numbers of some of the things. And I will say, this plant sale is going to be epic. It's a great plant sale. We have got a little bit of everything. You get a view into what I want for my own garden, because most of the plants are things that I want to plant at my house. I can't afford to buy them all, but I'm going to buy a few of those at least. So we had that plant sale video going. Thank you, Alexa. Hold on. Hope everybody's been enjoying some of the views of our plant sale plants, and that is just a little itty bitty sampling of what we are going to have to offer. It is we've got about 200 plus plants that we've got lined up right now. Everything from things from our own garden, JCRA introductions, new plants, things that we want for the Arboretum that we're ordering extras so you can purchase them. Just a little bit of everything there. Give you a day of giving update. Forgive me for looking down. I'm looking at the latest numbers. We are at $90,000 and $90,032. That is 90032, 90,000. That includes the endowment gift for the Juniper Level Botanic Garden. This is an amazing number. We're really hoping to get to 100,000. We already met our goal of 101 gifts. That meant we got a match from our board of advisors for 20,000. We're really hoping to double that number to show them up. So we really want 202 gifts. So many people are supporting us. This is how you can tell I've been here for a long time. I now have to move my bifocals to the top of my head to read my phone. Doris Kistler and Fred Whiteman say the research and plant introductions are outstanding. Love when people put what's important to them. Shelley Sandmeyer says, I held my wedding ceremony at the J.C. Raulston Arboretum, and it was a perfect day. The garden was gorgeous, of course, and the staff were incredible to work with. The Arboretum holds a special place in my heart. I love that. I love that people start on that part of their life here at the Arboretum. I hope they stay connected with us like Shelley is. If they go somewhere else, I hope they make new memories at whatever botanic garden is there for them. Let's see. I see volunteers who've given. I see board members and former board members. I see staff like Alicia Thornton, our fantastic development director, who says, thank you to all the donors today. Our entire staff and team appreciates your generosity. That is very true. Your support enables us to do more and serve our community in the best of ways. Exactly. So we will have Bree Arthur and Kelly Norris joining us shortly. Nancy Dubrava, who retired from the Arboretum, but was just such an important part of what we did for years and continues as a volunteer. She says she's honoring such a wonderful staff. Thank you, Nancy. You were definitely, we still consider you part of that as a volunteer. And one more, or let me read two more. Carol and Alexander, they are fantastic volunteers. If you see photos from events and things, good chance that they took those. So special thanks to the staff of this extraordinary jewel of an Arboretum for spending the middle of your week with us throughout the pandemic. Let me tell you, that was the part of the pandemic that kept staff energized and coming together. All right, I'll read one more from Robert Wilson. Great place with wonderful people pushing the envelope. So much interesting plant material. Wish I was there now. Robert's a good friend who's part of one of these plant lovers from out in Tennessee, and he grows great plants. And boy, we spent one great day masked up in the Arboretum, poking around the garden and through the greenhouses. And man, you couldn't ask for a better day. All right, very excited. Bringing in a couple of my very favorite people in horticulture, Bree Arthur and Kelly Norris. Are y'all both with us?
Yes, sir.
We're here.
All right, this is exciting. How are you both doing? How's the garden looking? Your garden, not my garden.
Well, everything's looking pretty good here. You know, we, for the first time in a decade, have had a consistently cool winter, which means that we're actually experiencing a really beautiful spring. And I'm anxious to get to the garden, to the Raulston Arboretum, to see everything blooming there.
Yeah, it's been spectacular, and things have held off. They didn't start early and then get hit, and so earlier yesterday, wasn't yesterday, it was a couple hours ago, I was in the Lath house with Tony Avent, and we were standing under the meliodendron in full flower, and it was a month earlier last year. How about you, Kelly? What are you up to right now? Where are you?
Well, I'm here at home. I'm joining you from my studio today here at home in Des Moines. But we've had actually, a nice sort of intro to spring here. Of course, we're just at the early days of it. But we had a kind of snowy winter. It's unusual for us to get such consistent snow cover anymore. And so we had really, from about the 1st of December through about the 1st of March, pretty steady consistent snow cover, which was a nice, good insulating blanket when it got nice and cold, as it usually does at least once here on the prairie. So it's nice to be seeing a lot of green out there. So snowdrops are cresting, crocuses are just past, witch hazels are past, and daffodils are just beginning. So,
oh my gosh, that sounds like a lot of fun. I didn't mean to do this, but we have a lot of the folks who joined us for our other programs like Matthew Pottage and of course Tony Avent, and have both of y'all both been here speaking multiple times. Well, Bria's been talking all through the pandemic with us. It's a brave new world. How about you, Kelly? Are you adjusting to this Zoom world?
As well as anyone can be, right? I always used to joke when I got up in front of an audience that I was just grateful for an audience because I live alone and talk to myself. And now I live alone and talk to myself. And I still hope there's an audience out there. So I'm just talking to my wall and at the screen, little green dot here in the studio, and making the most of it. So looking forward to, getting back to maybe some travel in the latter part of the year.
Wouldn't that be nice? Now, what I love about both of y'all is that you're really thinking about horticulture in new and different ways. Bree, that the foodscaping, really moving food into our landscapes, I think is critical. We can't keep bringing food in from South America and around the world to feed us. That doesn't really make sense. And I think the more people are growing their own food, makes that, that much easier to really think about what they're eating and where it's coming from. So you've been doing this for a while now, really talking about foodscape and food in the garden. What's been some of the more surprising reactions you've had from people, or interesting, or what?
Well, it's funny you ask that, because actually the reason I'm not with you at the garden right now is because I've been presenting to Corteva Ag Science all morning. And that's a shock to me that a big, genetics company that works in, commercial agriculture is interested in educating their employees on how they can play a role more in, growing their own food and community development through the act of foodscaping. And so it's amazing, how this movement just keeps evolving. And I think the reason it's successful is because it's very inclusive. And it's not hard to do, and you don't have to grow everything. Anything you grow is a contribution in a meaningful way. And so that really helps encourage people to recognize that you can just grow garlic. And if you never have to buy garlic again, that actually shakes out to make a big difference in food miles.
Yeah. Well, it empowers you a little bit, I think, to produce your own food, even in some small way. I think it's pretty powerful. And Kelly, I got to say, we've been wanting to have you come talk for a while. You know, we had you planned to be a speaker at our 2020 Southeastern Plant Symposium in June. And then the pandemic hit. We went online and we thought about still having you come, but we had been together and you had given a keynote talk and I was just blown away. Just blown away with how you're thinking about plants and landscapes and how we fit into them. And it was talking with Tony, who co-hosts us, Juniper Level co-hosts, and he said, I think we need Kelly as a keynote speaker. So let's have him for 21. 21, we're going online, and we've put you off another year. Hope you're going to be able to join us in 2022, because I really I think you have, much like Bree, I think you have something to say. And I put that in capital letters. I hope you got that inflection. And so what would have been, you know, this has been a year for a lot of people of reflection. What's been some of your thoughts on horticulture and landscape and plants and going forward?
Yeah, gosh, hasn't it ever? I spent more consecutive nights at home in 2020 than I think I've spent any number of consecutive nights in one place ever in my life. So it was a year to really live with the garden, which is what I always strive to do. But, you know, we were out and about doing stuff, and we're talking and we're traveling and we're doing these things. And, you know, you sort of forget that the garden kind of becomes a part of the background and not so much of the live set piece. And in 2020, it became the set piece. I mean, it was the scene that my life was in. And I really, that if that's a silver lining that came out of all of this, then so be it. But, you know, I think what we're seeing right now, and of course, anybody who's watching, and you all know, I mean, consumer demand for horticultural products and services right now is absolutely through the roof. I think 2021, when it shakes out, is going to be better than 2020 for the industry. I think more people are buying plants in different ways. And I think not only are there more consumers also, by the way, I mean, we grew the category, we grew the marketplace by, you know, a significant percentage last year. There's a lot of numbers flying out right there, and I don't know how you exactly articulate what that is, but we know we saw growth in our marketplace last year. And we know that the growth that we saw is probably from people we haven't always thought about as our traditional consumers before. And I think, much as Bree was sort of alluding to, I think the purpose around why people garden and the thoughtfulness around, you know, there's a lot that we have to deal with in any one day on our phones in this world. And the garden is sort of this grounding place to come back and think about, where does my food come from? What is my garden doing for the environment around it? Like, what am I out here? Like, why am I choosing this as an outlet for my time as opposed to going somewhere else? The problem is that in 2020, we couldn't go anywhere else. So it brought on a new sort of focus. Home has, I think, a new meaning now. And I think we'll still take maybe the rest of this year to figure out exactly what that means for people. But I think there is an awareness that our gardens, our homes are part of this natural fabric, this very fragile network that holds together the world. And that, you know, whether it's 0.2 acres or, which happens to be the median lot size in the US, or I've got a little more than a half an acre here in Des Moines, whatever it is, that's a little piece of the green patchwork that can make a meaningful difference in the way the world works. And I think in everybody's own way, I think there's something underlying that consumerism we're seeing, that people are thinking about planting and making home and garden in a different way than they were before the pandemic.
You know, for some reason, what went through my head while you were talking about that is a realization that over the past year, I have not seen almost any Instagram, Facebook pics of, you know, amazing meal that somebody is served in a restaurant. I've seen some wonky cakes that were made at home, but not, you know, the pic of the meal at the fancy restaurant. But I have seen more pictures of plants in home gardens from people, you know, and
yeah. You know, that's a really interesting observation, and I as I think about that too, I remember reading something, I think in the Times a few weeks back, or at some point later in the winter, about how, you know, obviously the food culture in this country has reached an incredible apex in terms of local restaurants and local foods and these kinds of things, and it makes you sort of wonder if there will be some attrition in that because we have stopped going out to eat for the most part for the last year. I mean, we have not, even though we may love those chefs, if they're still going to be here, a lot of restaurants have closed and there's a lot of carnage, I think, in that marketplace. There's a lot of carnage in commercial real estate on top of that too. So I think the way that we have previously thought about how we live our lives at the intersections of food and culture and place and home, I think are very much in flux right now. And if the garden becomes a new sort of focal point in all of that, I certainly can't think any of us on this call today aren't more thrilled by that prospect.
Yeah, for sure. So, a lot of what y'all are doing is not just seeing what's happening, but leading it, educating people, talking about it. What do you think's been, what are some of the more effective ways you found both pre and post March 2020 to really excite people, share with them, get them to buy in?
Well, I've had a lot of positive feedback and success from, engaging kids. That's always been my focus. When I transitioned out of the nursery business, being a grower and propagator, into communications, this industry is always like chasing the next generation. And it felt a little tedious to me to put all of our energy into trying to convince 20-year-olds who don't have disposable income to figure out horticulture, when we really should be getting to those kids when they're 8. So when they're 20, they already get it. And so for me, the last 10 years has just been about getting involved in school systems and community gardens and being an education support for that realm so that we have better consumers in the future. And as Kelly's alluded, the pandemic silver lining definitely is the garden. There are more people gardening now on the face of the planet than ever before, right? And, even if we just keep 25% of those people for the long haul, that's a huge transition for this industry. And knowing that a lot of young families turn to gardening for the first time, I used to always laugh. We're like, it doesn't matter if you're teaching an 8-year-old or you're teaching a 50-year-old, if they've never gardened, they need the same curriculum. So, right. This has been, I think, the greatest thing. And though I don't love spending all of my time in my office talking to a computer, it's definitely opened up the opportunity to engage with more people than we used to when we traveled and, spoke at organized events that had a limited capacity. Yeah. So I'm very hopeful. I'm just excited that school is starting to go back in session. Wake County has just decided to go back full time. And that means there'll be an opportunity to get those school gardens back up and running again.
That's a great point. I think, my observations sort of parallel that on just the sort of maybe the bigger scale or the more general scale of public horticulture. I mean, in November, I left my role as director of horticulture and education at Greater Des Moines Botanical Garden. And, it's interesting because I think public horticulture, again, sort of as Bree was saying with the industry in general, is I think is a little in transition with respect to how it continues to engage. I mean, I'm not just patting the back because JC Raulston's hosting this, but an institution like the Raulston has long seen its mission as an extensional effort, as something that leaves the place. Plants leave the place. That was JC's whole vision, was that this botanical garden was this sort of nucleus that could support the nursery industry and could support landscape development and these things. And I think, unfortunately, though, it's not among the majority of public gardens in the country today. And I think that's partly because a lot of communities struggle to maybe know what to do with their public horticultural spaces. And I think in some cities, there are park systems that are stronger than public gardens. I think there's a major revolution afoot in municipal park systems as to how, and I think public horticulture has a lot of cues to take from that because frankly, many public parks in this country are becoming more curated spaces than a lot of botanical gardens are, at least in the traditional sense. And I think it's very easy for public gardens today to fall into this trap that we're a cultural organization. We have to have attractions. We have to do, and I think there's a place for that. I think there's a relevancy to some audience for that. But I think there's an even greater mantle and a greater cause for thinking about the progressive viewpoint of how we can just increase the biodiversity and landscapes of our cities. We can increase the accessible green space that we have available. We've learned so much about racial injustice and social inequities in the last year, about how especially green space access is severely limited for people of color, oftentimes because parks were not historically built in low-income neighborhoods. And so, we have some structural issues to resolve there. And it just really seems like more public horticultural institutions could be taking a stronger and frankly more meaningful leadership role in those kinds of issues, and instead are kind of retreating to the Barnum and Bailey circus model with plants along the side. And you wanted truth is stranger in fiction, I think you said in your email, Mark. So there's a little unvarnished truth in from my worldview about sort of what I think is interesting right now about public hort.
Well, you're right. You both so right. That's one of the things that is nice about not having a gate fee. We're free and open to the public. And so our goal is to move our mission forward, to provide meaningful impacts for people and for the state of North Carolina and beyond. And we can do Barnum and Bailey here. We can bring in a ton of people. I mean, there's a lot of people here in Raleigh that we could bring in, but to what end? If it's not furthering our mission, they're not going to support us in the long term as long-term members. They're not going to participate in our programs. So, it is key, and that education, is a big part of that. And as Bree was saying, we were talking with our children's program coordinator earlier, and the whole thing about trying to get 20-year-olds interested in horticulture, exactly doesn't make sense. And that's the children's programming we're doing, starting from story time through summer camps, through our middle school programs and our high school program, is really to tell people there are jobs in horticulture. They're out there. There are jobs in the plant sciences, which are important. There's so much enthusiasm when they're young, and we lose it all as we get older. People think that plants aren't exciting, but there's a lot going on with plants. That you got a book, Kelly, Plants with Style. What else are you working on right now?
Well, and then, New Naturalism, my most recent project just came out here in January. And so that's, I tell you, it was sort of a strange time to finish a book in the middle of a pandemic and then wonder what was going to happen. Was it going to sell anything? And the first printing of that has sold out, which has just been a real blessing. Nice. Sort of amazing to know that maybe that message is getting out there to more people. The book's gone into a second printing, and possibly we'll hit a third even at the rate things are moving. So, that's great. I began sort of a new professional chapter several months ago as I exited the Botanical Garden in private practice as a designer, a maker, an artist, a consultant. There's lots of words to throw around. I get to just be me and talk about plants and connect people and plants through art and design and horticulture and ecology. So I get to dabble in a lot of things, which is what I've always been keen to do. So I'm enjoying that as a bit of a new leaf here in 2021.
Yeah. How about you, Bree? I know you were working on something. Is that what's going on with your books now? I know there's Foodscaping, the Foodscape Revolution.
Yeah, and Gardening with Greens came out right before the pandemic hit.
Right.
So, that book tour got postponed indefinitely. Kelly can relate to this. Actually, Mark, you can too. Books so well when you give a program to a live audience, and there's this connection and interaction. And I've been very fortunate to fill my schedule maybe a little more robustly than what would be wise, with more webinars than I can imagine. I'm now way over 200 since the pandemic started. So I didn't really change my job that much, other than that I don't ever leave my property. And a lot of what I loved about my pre-pandemic life was being able to see what other people were doing. And I take a great deal of inspiration from, seeing a new crop or a new concept. And I always loved going out to Des Moines to visit Kelly to see, what he's doing in his home garden, because everything translates. And I think what I'm most excited about in this era, even though there's been a lot for us to really be reflecting and just trying to come to terms with how in the world is our society in this place. But what I feel hopeful about is that plants offer solutions in so many contexts. And that means that public gardens and horticulturalists and landscapers and nurseries and educators, we all are going to fit into a complex dynamic to help heal our society and bring social justice and make it so we don't have food deserts in every community. And plants are the solution for all of the problems that we face. So we should all feel a great deal of security in our knowledge.
That's right. Okay, so speaking of plants, right now, what plant are you thinking about? I don't know. I always say when people say, "What's your favorite plant?" That's what I'm saying right now. What's a plant that you are currently obsessed with, irritated with, having fun with?
Okay.
Mine is easy because it's camellia season. And I have a lot of camellias in bloom, but I'm actually this afternoon, I'm going to start sowing all my heirloom tomatoes. So I'm in between, where I have the fruition of hard work and collecting, and then the start of my new, my summer obsession. So yeah.
Oh gosh, that's it's Galanthus season, and I'm an unabashed Galanthophile. So I'm kind of, I have what I call plants of the moment, and throughout the year I keep, and I'm sure we're all like this, but I'm sort of an obsessive diarist in some ways, and so I tend to write down at points in my journals and things, plants I'm just thinking about, and it's quite a list by the end of the year. In fact, one year I actually did it as a daily entry. The first thing that came to sort of mind, and it was really fun to just sort of chronicle the way you kind of come in and out of focus on certain things. And then, I find it often has to do with what I'm either planting or doing in my own garden, or projects for clients, or I have a really cool site-specific prairie installation I'm working on for a liberal arts college here in the Midwest that's got some just really great student energy behind it. So I'm thinking very, it's a huge quad sort of setting, and we're getting to sort of just really lay out this beautiful kind of container with a great, nod to natural history. So I'm in a very prairie mindset in that way too. But it's and I see John Grimshaw just logged on, so of course I'm saying snowdrops and galanthus.
Well, I was going to say, I did not set you up for that segue for John.
I just can't help it. In fact, about a month ago, I was in well, not even, I guess it was about 3 weeks ago now. I was in Denver, and of course it was just before the blizzard they had, which sort of laid everything flat. But we were snowdrop hunting around Denver, which was quite fun. So I'm still coming off of that snowdrop high. But
okay, I have made fun of galanthophiles for my entire life. I'm up to about, 25 or 30 different ones at my house. Yes! I don't know what's happened to me. I'm going in and saying, look at the little green tips on those white sepals. Yes! They're a little bit different than the green tips on those other.
Mark, I remember when you used to call them mushy perennials.
I know, those mushy plants. They go under the real plants. I know. I got to tell you, I moved into a new house 3 or 4 years ago now, and have been just completely rejuvenated home gardening, starting with bare soil, and have indulged some of my worst instincts in the garden. And unfortunately, I'm putting together our plant sale for this spring right now. And all I'm doing is getting plants for a plant sale that I want to purchase for myself. And people are going to have
that's usually how that worked for me when I curated our spring garden festival for 6 or 7 years. It was mostly just it was largely driven by what I was willing to procure for myself in support of the fundraiser as the beginning of the catalog.
Exactly.
I think it's fair. You both have good taste, so I think it's fair that you do that.
Thank you.
I don't know if I have any taste. I like almost anything, so I don't know if we call that good taste or not. Quick day of giving update. We're up to 142 gifts. We're really hoping to get to 202 gifts. We've gone over $90,207. We're going to hit $100,000 anytime now. People keep giving. Don't forget, you can give twice if you want. We won't hold that against anybody. And then we'll keep on shooting right past that 200 that 100,000 to 200,000. The link for the giving is jcra.ncsu.edu. Click on the green Donate Now button, and that will take you to the giving page. It's we really like it when you put a reason why you're supporting the Arboretum in there. Let me see. I'm getting old. I have to take my glasses up. We got a note from Ann Porter, who was our longtime director of development. Love this place, love the plants, and really love the people, staff, volunteers, visitors. Keep up the great work. I got another note from Suzanne Edney, who is a longtime volunteer here at the Arboretum, continues to volunteer to this day. Almost from day one of the creation of the JCRA, the gardens and staff have given me guidance, confidence, and support while steering me to a lifelong passion. As a volunteer, the JCRA has made a huge impact on my personal and professional life. Well, I can say that Suzanne has had a huge impact on the Arboretum as well, both the staff and the grounds. As had the two of y'all. Bree is obviously closer, so we get our talents into her a little more often, but has been fantastic for programs that she's given, for advice for us, for enthusiasm. Just love having her here and around and part of the JCRA family. Kelly, you're a little farther away, but I've been really inspired by a lot of your work and your enthusiasm, and I think I'll continue to be inspired. And maybe we'll get you teaching a 4, 8, 12-week course here for us on the new naturalism.
That would be a lot of fun. It's a beautiful campus and a great collection, and I'm glad that the day of giving is going well for you all. It's greatly deserved.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you both for joining us. It's such a pleasure to chat with you. It really is great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love this. This has been a great day so far. I hope everybody at home who's watching this is enjoying this. We're going to go right into our next guest. John Grimshaw is the director of the Yorkshire Arboretum in at Castle Howard. And John is, we mentioned his name when we were talking about Galanthus. He's written a fantastic book on Galanthus. Can't believe I'm becoming a Galanthophile. And then Tim's getting out a book for me. Great book from John, New Trees, Recent Introductions to Cultivation. It was a book that John put together. John, how are you doing?
I'm well, thanks, Mark. How are you?
I am fantastic. I really
It's
am.
nice and warm there. You're sitting out in the sun.
Oh my gosh, it's a beautiful day. A little overcast, so it's perfect for the camera, and
Great.
perfect for me because I am a little bit senescent up on top. So
Not nearly as
that helps
senescent
me
on
out.
top as I am.
So how are you doing? Tell the folks who are joining us a little bit about the Yorkshire Arboretum and the big new project with the tree research lab.
Well, good evening or good afternoon, everyone who's watching. I have no idea who's there. It's one of these mysteries of Zoom. And so I'm director of the Yorkshire Arboretum, which is a 120-acre arboretum in North Yorkshire on the Castle Howard estate. It's historic, ancient medieval parkland originally, and and it started as an arboretum in 1979. The designer James Russell put it together and started off just over 40 years ago. So we're quite a young collection and growing fast in every way. So it's great fun to be director of that. I've been out planting trees and shrubs today and also more bulbs and so on to diversify the collection. So it's been rather nice to actually get my hands dirty and not be in the office. So that's been great, and it is going nicely. And we've just, as Mark said, built an entirely new building for us, which has been a pain and a triumph at the same time. You know,
I always say that garden construction is an oxymoron.
Yeah,
there's a lot more destruction in the garden when you start building in it than
luckily we only had to destroy some very boring spruce and pines, which had no value of any description at all, so no loss, and we can do much better with that space. So we built this new building which will house our tree health centre, which will be telling people and training people in issues about tree health, all the pests and diseases that trees face across the world, and the consequences for our landscapes that they pose. Really, they are a major challenge. That and climate change are the two major issues that we all face if we're trying to grow trees and keeping the landscape looking good. Things are going to change dramatically in the next, future years. They're already changing.
They're already changing, yeah, for sure. That's amazing. What's going on out there? It's such a beautiful collection.
You haven't seen it for years, Mark. You came when I had only just arrived, and
I know it was
the
so
change
early
has been
days,
enormous.
and I need to come back.
Yep.
It's we all need a 300, 700-year-old. I don't know how old the wall was around the property, but
no, they're only 300.
Yeah, that's what we need here. No, it really is a spectacular place, and I keep a close eye on what you're doing out there. The wonders of Facebook and websites and things like that. I was talking earlier about your new trees book. We were talking about kind of what a small world it is in horticulture, and I was saying that you sent me a book when this was published, and as I was going through it, I saw a friend of mine from China who I spend a lot of time in China with, and so I gave him my book and had to go back and get another book. I have since then given away this book to people 3 times.
Gosh.
And repurchased it every time. It's just such a great resource. And that was how I got to know you. Was I started here, and I believe you were working on Picea at the time, and I started getting emails from you. Can you go out and measure this? Can you tell me how this is doing? Is this still alive? Which was a lot of fun. What was your first experience at the Raulston Arboretum?
Well, I was I just checked with Bobby Ward the other day to confirm my recollections, but I first came to the JCRA in 1999, so over 20 years ago, to give a talk for the friends, Bobby tells me. So that 20 some years ago, it's a long while. And,
Wow.
you know, I think that was in January, so it wouldn't have been looking its best. But then, of course, I came back, I think it was in 2006 for the new trees research, and came through and had a look at all your amazing specimens, many of which were the only ones of that species that we mentioned in the book.
You say that. So every time I buy this book, you know, and I love books. I know you're a book lover.
Yeah, well, you can see that behind me.
I've been to your library. I know you're a book lover, but I always, you know, have to break the spine at a couple spots on the book so that if people happen to open it, you know, it just happens to fall open to pages where they say, you know, they see the only specimens seen in the research for this present work are both at the J.C. Raulston Arboretum.
Yep.
You know, things like that just happen to fall open when
How convenient, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, this is true. You see, I mean, your collection is so rich in so many amazing rare species of tree that have got this toehold in cultivation and probably been distributed by yourselves into the wider horticultural world in the USA and beyond, no doubt, which JC set up all that time ago, and was so diligent in bringing together all this wonderful material. I've got here, which I use a great deal in my research, the chronicles of the NCSU Arboretum,
yes.
as it was in those days, and this has completely fallen apart. It's absolutely in a terrible state. But I use this a lot because it has that documentation of all those introductions. And, you know, him going around and acquiring things, let's call it that, from all sorts of collections around the world. An extraordinary vision, and now resulting in this amazing collection you have, keeping going and developing. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it's quite an honor to work here and be part of that with this amazing crew we have here.
Yeah. Sure.
So, go ahead.
I'm just no. It must be an absolute privilege to be in your position of directing such a place.
It is. It's you know, it was a long time dream of mine to work here. I actually didn't visit much before you in 1995, 96,
Mm-hmm.
and have been somewhat obsessed with it since then.
Sure.
And it's,
you do get obsessed with one's own arboretum. It becomes the dominant feature in your life. In my case,
you are exactly correct about that. But you're so the new trees was great book, but you're continuing that on in a
so
more
now
accessible way for
new
people.
trees is now available online through our Trees and Shrubs Online website, which is aiming ultimately to be a complete encyclopedic reference on the web of all hardy woody plants, which is a crazy ambitious sort of project to do, but we're ploughing along through it, and it's coming on very nicely. There's all sorts of new, completely rewritten entries to different genera and species along the way, and ideally it will and ultimately completely be refreshed. So the whole text of New Trees is on there, and the whole text of Beans, Trees and Shrubs Hard in the British Isles is there, and all the new material that we're coming out with as well. And there's some really exciting, good stuff coming. We're working with people in South Carolina and in North Carolina, Dick Figler and John Nix, to write Magnolia, for example, and with Jim Gardner in UK doing cultivars. So it's an international collaboration, and it's great to have this, ongoing link with people all over the world for that, as well as it was for New Trees.
Yeah, and for those of you, I just want to repeat that so everybody hears it. It's Trees and Shrubs Online. It is a tremendous resource. I use it all the time, whether it's a common plant or very, very, very obscure and esoteric woody plant. What's like a garden, I assume it's always going to be a work in progress, but it is just a monumental work and a tremendous asset to horticulture.
Thank you. That's what we want.
It is. I don't know how I don't know how you find enough hours in the day. You've got a incredible home garden as well. So I asked this the other some of the other guests today. What plant is occupying your mind these days for good or ill or otherwise?
Oh, well, that's a. I think at the moment in the woody plants in the Arboretum and around here, it's rhododendron, which is dominating at the moment. I've got some in my vase just here, for example, which are just forerunners of the main season, and it's really exciting to see them coming back into flower. And I get really keen on rhododendrons at this time of year and through the spring, because we have a very fine collection of them, and mostly species, and getting to know them is a long-term challenge, of course. They're so diverse and curious, and when you've got 400 or 500 species in the collection, you've got a lot to get your head around, really.
That's
watching
a
them
lot
each
to get to
spring
know.
watching them each spring is also a huge pleasure.
Yeah. Oh, I can only imagine. It sounds absolutely divine. Yeah. We don't grow a lot of the evergreen rhododendrons here in the Southeast, but there are quite a few that do well, and we're trying to gather up a collection of more of those and promote those.
Yeah, I guess you've got azaleas are the big thing, really, aren't they, for the South? And you've got those wonderful species in the mountains, in the Blue Mountains, and so on, Western North Carolina. Superb diversity of azaleas. I'd love to come one year and see them in summer.
Oh, we'd love to have you. I'd take you up to some of the like Bald Knob and some of the places in the mountains where they've just hybridized, and it's just one of the most spectacular views you could ever see. We'd love to have you for that.
One day.
It's a wonderful thing. So, John, thank you so much. Want to give a update to our Day of Giving so far. We have 147 gifts that have come in. That's $91,377. We want to get up to 100,000 and get up to 202 gifts, doubling our Gardening 101 program, which comes up next. So we want 202 gifts to go with that 101. John, it is always a pleasure.
Thank you. Good luck with that, and it's good to hear it's going so well. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good luck in all of your endeavors. The new Tree Health Center, I'm really excited to visit that, and thank you for your work with Trees and Shrubs Online.
Pleasure.
And thank you for joining us. It'll be too long when finally get a chance to see you in person again.
Yeah. Okay. Bye, folks. Thanks a lot.
All right. Bye. Thanks again. That's fantastic. Now, everybody, we are going to be going to the to Gardening 101 shortly. That will start at 3 o'clock. Can't see my phone, I'm sorry. So we have a couple things before that, but right now we will go to get ready for the Gardening 101, which will be all about dividing perennials with Doug Ruin. So we're hope you stick with us for that at 3 o'clock. I'll give you a little update on Day of Giving before we get there. And I'm told that the staff has created a special show for me to show before we actually get into the midweek Gardening 101. So I'm looking forward to that. I don't know exactly what that means. So join us again or stick with us for just a few minutes until get to Gardening 101 at 3 o'clock. And right now you can go while you wait to jcra.ncsu.edu. Click on the green Donate Now button and give. Whatever you can give is great. We're looking for the number of donors even more than the amount. So if $10 is what you can give, fantastic. $25. We've got a lot of folks who have come in at $100 and $500, which we really, really appreciate. It's quite gratifying to get that kind of support from people. So we really appreciate everything you do for that. Again, that's jcra.ncsu.edu. When you make your gift, leave us a note, and because we love to hear from you what it is you love about the Arboretum. So thanks a lot, and we will be back live at 3 o'clock, but we will continue on. Stick with us, and we've got some information to share with you. All right. All right. Thank you, everybody. We've got so much happening going on over the next couple of weeks and months. We're getting ready to start our Gardening 101, our traditional Wednesday afternoon talk. Every afternoon we give a Wednesday afternoon talk. You can join us at jcra.ncsu.edu, excuse me, jcra.ncsu.edu/midweek to join our midweek programs. For those of you who are regular attendees and you're seeing something different right now, normally you'll see us in Zoom. This week, we're having our Day of Giving all day today. So we're broadcasting on Facebook Live and YouTube Live. So things are a little bit different. That's why. You can still put your questions and comments into YouTube, the YouTube chat, or into Facebook, and those will get relayed on to Doug, who will be speaking today. I want to give an update to our Day of Giving. It's been an incredibly successful day. I mentioned earlier $100,000 for an internship endowment. I got confused with something from 2019. We actually have an anonymous planned gift that has been given to the JCRA in support of a new internship endowment that focuses on plant research, sustainability, and environmental protection. The endowment will be created through a generous planned gift of $275,000 and is a very intentional way to educate future horticulturists. And if you've noticed, if you've been with us for much of the day, almost everybody I've talked to has talked about the need for educating horticulturists going forward. Creating meaningful gifts such as this one can be made possible by including the J.C. Raulston Arboretum in estate plans. A lot of people don't think they have an estate, but if you own a house, you certainly own an estate. Donors may choose to designate the JCRA as part of the will or as a beneficiary to a life insurance policy, and a lot of other options. And the one thing that I would encourage everybody, much like this endowment that's being created through a planned gift of $275,000, is talk to us. You don't have to be ready to make a gift. You don't have to be certain that you want to make a gift. But if you talk to us about it, we can make sure you know all the options that are out there. There are a lot of options. Some of them have significant tax benefits. Some of them make things easier, make sure that your gift is used in the way that you want it to. If you don't talk to us and it just gets left to us, if there's any confusion, then you may not be leaving your gift to exactly the thing you want. So I do want to encourage everybody to think about that if they'd like to make a gift. All right, so that $275,000 gift does not show up on our leaderboard. Let me see, I've lost my page here. You'll have to excuse me while I take up my glasses for a second and go to doing just what I'm telling you to do. Go into jcra.ncsu.edu and going down to the green Donate Now button. And that takes me to the Day of Giving page. So we're at $91,427 plus the $275,000 planned gift and 148 gifts. And we really are hoping to get to 202 gifts today, double our Gardening 101 that will be happening shortly. So please continue to give. Don't want you to leave the program while we're going on with Doug, but once he finishes up, you go to jcra.ncsu.edu, hit that Donate Now, and that's what's going to help us continue to keep these online programs happening for you. Will help us get better equipment so we can continually improve the experience for all of those people who join us at home, but also improve the experience for people who join us now. So I am told before we go to Doug, we have got a short video that was put together by one of our students. I'm told it was put together for me and you, of course. So Alexa, if you would like to roll the, I just have it as the midweek recap. I have not seen this yet, so excited to see it. Oh my. Oh, you're gonna get to see me, my haircuts, not haircuts, shaved, unshaved. Oh my, that's pretty funny. Yes, thank you all for joining us every week. I don't know. I feel like I've aged. I feel like I've aged a year now. That was apparently the beginning of every program I've done. So love it. All right. So Gardening 101. We do Gardening 101 on the fourth Wednesday of every month. This week, we're going to be talking about dividing perennials with Doug Ruin, who has divided more than perennials than he probably remember. And he's going to talk about it from soup to nuts and a variety of different plants. So thank you.
Chris, I don't know if you can hear me. There's no sound for Doug. So can you guys get him to start over?
All right, it turned blue. So I need to start from.
Do a test for Catherine.
Yes, go ahead.
Test,
I can hear
test.
him now, but go ahead and start over. We couldn't
Okay.
hear anything.
So,
Start over.
yeah,
Sorry, Doug.
no, it's my fault. Welcome to Gardening 101 here at the J.C. Raulston Arboretum. I'm Douglas Roarin, the gardens manager. The topic today is dividing herbaceous perennials. And herbaceous perennials are those plants that live from year to year that lack permanent woody stems. They are the opposite of trees and shrubs, which are woody perennials. And in general, when we're talking about herbaceous perennials, we also mean winter hardy herbaceous perennials. But this kind of division we're going to demonstrate today can be used for, you know, your house plants like spathiphyllum or a begonia or something. You can divide them as well. I want to start off talking about the tools of the trade. Garden forks, which are also known as spading forks, are the tool I use most often for digging up perennials and dividing the bigger ones. They come in two different styles. The type that most of us own have these flat tines. You can see they're much broader than they are deep. And if this is what you own, you don't need to go out and buy the other type. But if you're in the market for a fork, don't buy this type with the flat tines, because the moment you encounter a rock or a big root, the tines will bend. You can see how one of these is bent far out of alignment with the others. This other type with the tines that are square and cross section, I've used the same fork for, a good 10 years or more, and the tines still have not bent. So a good garden fork with square tines is going to cost you more money, but you're going to love it every time you use it because it's such a good tool. I often use a weeding knife, which is a real sturdy, solid steel blade. I use it for many, many different purposes, but it's really good for dividing perennials. You can sort of wedge it into the crown and cut things apart. Some things come apart real freely, but other things need a tool to assist you. Now, if I'm digging up bigger herbaceous perennials, like a big ornamental grass, a regular spade will do, but I really prefer a tree spade like this. And this one happens to be solid steel, so it's pretty indestructible. Okay, why do we divide perennials? Well, it's a way to make more out of what we have. And some perennials benefit from being divided because when they get more and more crowded, they become less productive. In a moment, we'll see some daffodils, some narcissus that are no longer blooming well, and they are an example of a bulb, and bulbs are herbaceous perennials that when they get too crowded, they no longer bloom well. So dividing them and spreading them out, in a few years, they'll be back to full bloom again. Some things like this hosta or this daylily do make seed, and you could grow them from seed, but they're not going to look like the original plant. You know, these have very complex genetics and they don't come true from seed. So dividing them is the only way the homeowner has to make more of a lot of herbaceous perennials. Now, let's talk about timing. I'll probably end up saying several contradictory things. There are some plants that have a best time for division, but I think that often the best time to do something is when you have time. We all have busy schedules. And so, you know, we might do it on that rare Saturday when we have a spare hour to work in the garden. Most perennials want to live, they want to grow. So you might have to divide them when it's not the ideal time, but the plant will be fine in the long run. And we'll probably end up demonstrating division of all of these herbaceous perennials on the tabletop, and we can talk about the particulars there. Okay. Here we have a daffodil. They flopped over with the rain. And you can see a lot of these clumps are no longer blooming. And getting too crowded is one reason why they would stop blooming. It's not the only, but these have been in this location long enough that I think that's why they're not blooming. You know, too much shade or cutting the foliage off before it turns yellow. Now, when I was a kid, my mom said you wait till the daffodils die down to transplant them. They will certainly tolerate being divided, as will most spring flowering bulbs, while they're still actively growing. And there's two big advantages. You can find them real readily, and when you replant them, other things are in growth. So you see where the blank spots are in the garden, and you don't end up planting these on top of another dormant daffodil. So I've dug this clump out of the ground. And here's part of the clump. And this is a full-size daffodil, so a normal full-size bulb would be about this size, about the size of a median onion. And you can see these bulbs are quite small, and these bulbs divide real readily. I don't need a tool to pull them apart. Now, sort of the blessing and the curse of these bulbs that have been left alone for a long time is when you divide them up, suddenly you have, I don't know, 100 bulbs to deal with, because this is only part of this clump. And you can replant them individually, several inches apart, or, well, I'll demonstrate right here, or you can dig a hole and space them out in the hole. And you can also share them with your friends and family. Maybe this daffodil originally came from your grandmother's garden, so you want to make sure everybody in the family has a good start of it. Oh, we have a, okay. So, this is an example where you space the bulbs. I'm going to space them about 3 inches apart in this hole. Okay, and now I'm just going to fill the hole back in. Now it'll take these a couple years to get back to full size and blooming size. None of these will bloom next year, but probably in it'll start blooming, and you'll have the beautiful flowers again. I won't take the time to water these right away, but that would be the good next step for getting these established. So that's one way to replant them, or depending on how far you want to spread them around the garden, you could also plant them individually. If your soil test indicates that you need fertilizer, this would be a great time to fertilize them. Now, having disturbed them, they're going to go dormant faster than these undisturbed ones, but don't worry about it. They'll be back next spring. All right. This Rudbeckia, this is the giant cone flower. We actually want to move it off the edge of the bed. And we could dig out the whole clump and just replant it as one, but we might as well divide it into smaller divisions. And why do we use a fork instead of a shovel for digging these up? Because you preserve more of the roots. Because the shovel, the first thing it's going to do is cut all the roots, but a fork with the tines sparing a lot of the roots. Okay. And this is fairly loose, and I just want to demonstrate this technique of using two forks to divide a big clump if it's not dividing freely. Otherwise, you know, you sort of use them back and forth until you've separated them. A lot of perennials divide freely. Other things are really well connected, one piece to another. So here's the a good part of this clump. Yeah, this is dividing quite readily. I'm not exerting much effort to divide this into smaller clumps. Because we want this to make a nice display, we could stop at this size. But if your goal was to, you know, maximize the number of divisions, you can keep on dividing. And whenever you're dividing a perennial, you hope to end up with pieces that have both roots and shoots. If you end up with just shoots and no roots, then it's not gonna, well, it's not viable. So you can just keep on dividing these down into smaller pieces. And oh, you know, they're ready to get replanted in the garden. I'll pretend to replant them here. We have good soil here, and that comes from 40 years of mulching it with rotted leaves. It used to be a very stiff, cold soil, and it's really gotten better just through mulching. And with any herbaceous, most herbaceous perennials, it's real important that you not plant it deeper than it was growing. And you also don't want to plant it too high. You want to make sure you retain that same level that it was growing at before. Okay. And I'm going to step over a few steps that way, if that's all right, Mr. Cameraman. This is spring is an especially good time to divide late summer and fall blooming plants. And what I have here on the edge of the bed is a chrysanthemum. You might recognize the foliage. I must say, I see a few things amongst this chrysanthemum that I don't want. There's a seedling spiderwort, a Tradescantia, and though we just divided a Rudbeckia, I see a different Rudbeckia. And so sometimes digging a plant up and dividing it is a good way to liberate it from the invaders. Okay. Now, this chrysanthemum is really late blooming, blooms about Thanksgiving. Oh, that's actually a purple coneflower seedling there. And the cushion mums that every garden center has for sale in the fall are started about June or so from a single rooted cutting. So, you know, we could replant a little clump like that, but really all you need is a single rooted stem. You know, that this little piece, that'll be a nice blooming plant this fall if it has half decent care. But you know, unless your goal is to cover your whole yard in chrysanthemums, you probably want to plant, a piece like this that has several stems, but they can be, just replant them where you want them. I mean, this chrysanthemum, like a lot of hardy chrysanthemums and a lot of the fall blooming asters, benefit from being pinched back, midsummer or so, because otherwise they get tall and floppy, and if you pinch them back, they'll branch out and stand up much better. Okay. Well, there we renovated that stand of chrysanthemums a little bit. They're the chrysanthemums that are winter hardy for us, that are reliably perennial, are very vigorous. So they get very crowded and you soon have a lot more than you need. Some of the summer blooming, I'm going to use the term bulbs. They're not technically bulbs, but they grow from underground storage units, are starting to come back into growth. And this is a canna. Cannas grow from an underground stem known as a rhizome. Bearded irises grow from a rhizome. See, it looks a lot like the ginger root you use in the kitchen. This one forkful yielded a bunch of rhizomes, and they're ready to replant wherever you want them in the garden. Of course, if you've grown the cannas for a bunch of years, you probably have more than you want by this point because they're quite vigorous. This is ready to replant like this. If your goal was to maximize the number of new plants you have, you could snap these into smaller pieces. This one I broke off the lead shoot, but they'll put out new growth from the buds on the rest of the stem, and they're ready to replant wherever you want them. Now they are in new growth already. If we went down below freezing, they'd get cut back to the ground, but that doesn't set them back at all. They'll just regrow the next warm spell. The hardy Japanese fiber banana, which is a very large herbaceous perennial, already has great big new shoots coming out of last year's stems. But these are ready to replant. I'll just replant them here to demonstrate replanting them. It's actually an area where we need to thin the cannas out. I think the main thing to remember about dividing herbaceous perennials, just get over your fear of hurting them. They'll tolerate real heavy division, and before too long, they won't even look like they were divided at all. Now, if I wanted to create a bigger display than this, I would spread them out even further, but you see, I'm just replanting them to the same depth they were growing. Okay, I think we might look at the perennials I have in pots on the table. Okay. Oh, ready. Hello. I showed the daffodil as an example of a spring flowering bulb that you can divide and transplant now. This is a summer blooming bulb. This is a rain lily, a Zephyranthes. And they're wonderful little bulbs that bloom on and off all summer. And their common name, rain lily, comes from the fact that they tend to bloom a few days after there's a rain, or at least the air pressure change that you have with the new weather system. Many of them are very prolific. The bulbs multiply real quickly. They continue to bloom even when they get real thick, but you can certainly divide them and spread them around the garden. This is exactly the same as dividing the daffodil. I've just pulled them into small clumps. Again, you could divide them into individual bulbs or just replant little clumps. But I highly recommend the rain lilies for summer bloom. Now I mentioned timing. The best time to divide a daylily is after they're done blooming. At that point, the foliage that was produced at this time of the year in early spring is dying, and they're putting up brand new growth. So by the time they're done blooming is the time of when the plant refreshes itself. Their new shoots this time of year are really fragile. So if you do divide them this time of year, you have to be really careful. And sometimes a real old clump of daylilies will divide fairly readily. But this is when I like to use the garden fork. Not the garden fork, the weeding knife. And I'm cutting through the crown of the plant. And don't ever divide them by pulling the tops. You'll end up snapping them all off the roots, off the crown of the plant. Now, there are a lot of herbaceous perennials that have stems. You think of things like verbena or lantana or salvias and stuff like that. And those we tend not to divide. We tend to grow them from stem cuttings. But on something like a daylily or a hosta or bulbs, we think of them as not having stems. The truth of the matter is the stem is this little thick part where the shoots arise and the roots arise. If you think of the onion in the kitchen, that little bottom part of the onion that you remove before you chop it up to cook, that is the true stem on an onion. It's a very compressed stem, but when you divide one of these stemless perennials, you need to have a bit of that crown because that's where shoots and roots arise. So I certainly don't need to divide this any smaller than this, but I got this crown dirty, but I don't know if you can see this thick woody part here that's bright white, but I'm probably making a mistake, but I'll see if I can divide this again without wasting half of it. Yeah, that's not a great division, but it has a tiny bit of the crown and it has roots and shoots, so that should be fine. Now, as far as timing, I did say there's a best time for some things, but I think I tend to, it's not the best time to divide a daylily, but this is in a pot, so it's already out of the ground. So why not divide it now rather than planting the whole thing as one unit in the garden? Because then I could plant, 3 clumps of it in the garden. Maybe what I want in my garden is a mass of this particular daylily, but my budget only allows me to buy one. Well, before I plant it, I could divide it into several pieces and have a bigger mass of it in time. Same thing with this variegated Japanese iris, Iris insata. It's a pretty big plant in this garden, in this pot, and it's going to get planted, but I could certainly divide this into smaller pieces. This variegated form of Japanese iris is a beautiful foliage plant all summer because every leaf is bordered in white. Seems to have a pretty woody bunch of rhizomes. Let's see what I can do. This might be a good time to use 2 forks. Well, making a little bit of progress. That got it part of the way. And very often your hands are your best tools because you can sort of feel what's going on underground. You can feel where it's willing to be separated and where it's not. Yeah, right. Well, we could stop at 2 divisions. That's still a pretty nice size division. Though 2 is always an odd odd number in the garden. It's much easier to work with odd number when you're deciding how to plant things, unless you're doing a formal garden where everything's in pairs. Okay. So we now have 3 divisions from 1. And, you know, planting in the garden, each of these will make a nice display this summer. Now, I'm not going to divide this hosta. They're best to divide when they're either fully dormant or the foliage is fully mature. Hostas are really tough, so it would not hurt the plant if I divided it now. But the foliage is so tender, if I disturb it by dividing it, this foliage is not going to mature properly. And so all this growing season is going to look, you know, less than perfect. But if I wait till this summer when this foliage is mature, I can divide it and replant it because they're growing in shade, so they tolerate being divided in the summertime. And then they'll still look great the rest of the summer. This is a really good time of year to divide the warm season grasses, the ornamental grasses that are dormant now or just coming out of dormancy now, because they will reestablish and still be glorious this summer and fall. And I actually don't have grasses here, but sedges, which are very closely related plants. This one needs its late winter haircut. Somebody's knife isn't very sharp. But this is a quietly handsome little evergreen sedge, Carex divulsa from central the Caucasus area, I think. But again, you know, I could divide this into just a few bigger clumps. And this one has been in this pot for quite a while. So, and I'm actually taking my pocket knife to kind of tough in there. this one has been in the pot quite a while, so sometimes dividing them and before you plant them out will sort of jumpstart them. So from that one pot, we have 3 nice divisions. Now I've also seen a commercial nursery that has that produces liners of grasses and sedges, and they will divide them down into just as small as can be, which you could do in the garden, but you often in gardens, if you divide them real tiny, they don't establish really well. But I'll show you an example of how small they would go. Well, that's not super tiny, but you see it has shoots and roots. So, you know, commercially, you could do that. Or if you're, if you have something really choice that you want to make as many divisions as possible and you divide them this small, well, then the thing to do maybe would be to pot them up, let them get reestablished before you plant them in the garden. But super tiny divisions often struggle to get reestablished in the garden. So 3 out of the 1, or maybe we could, you know, get 5 all total or something. And, you know, this is another Carex. This is one of the beautiful cultivars of Carex oceamensis everilla with the bright chartreuse green foliage. And again, that could be divided into smaller pieces. Couple other shade plants. 2 evergreen shade plants that are really valuable for shade gardens because they, well, they're evergreen and both of them, especially the rhodea, the deer tend to leave alone. They're also tolerant to dry shade. So, you know, there are a lot of plants that want shade but don't tolerate dry shade. But this is a, the rhodeas are Japanese sacred lily. Before the lily family got chopped up into many families, it was in the lily family. Tim, what is this in now? Is this in the Convallaceae? Yeah, it might be now in the same family as lily of the valley, though the flowers really aren't showy. But I see I could certainly divide this into 3, but it's actually easier and better to divide old clumps rather than this fairly young clump, because then there'll be more division between the individual crowns. But it grows from a really large and slow growing rhizome. You can see a bit of the thick rhizome right here. It's sort of big and thick like a bearded iris rhizome. And because these are still a little bit early for ideal division, I don't mean time-wise, I just mean the maturity of this plant. But you can see both of these divisions are complete plants, so they will make it, and I would replant those directly in the garden. We do have this big cut spot on the rhizome, but we have a nice amount of root and a nice shoot. So in case you're seeing a little bit of yellow markings in this leaf, this is one of the many variegated selections of Rhodea japonica. And Aspidistra, before too many more weeks go by, it's going to put up new growth. So I, like the hosta, I like to wait until the new growth is mature. Because if I divide it while the new growth is developing, it's going to look all kind of cattywampus all that year. The plant will survive, the plant will do just fine. You're just going to have to look at its ugly foliage. But when I'm dividing an Aspidistra and I want to get as many divisions as possible, look at those nice healthy roots. You can see it grows from a rhizome. And already it's divided into 2 separate rhizomes. You know, I could stop now with 2 divisions, but oh, and you can see these bright white little shoots. Those are the new leaves coming up. The new leaves, because it's the rhizome is the underground stem, but then all you see above ground are the foliage and the very odd flowers that bloom in the spring. But if I want to maximize production, maximize the number of plants I produce, very often I divide it down to a single leaf. You know, that's a single leaf. That certainly will make it. I've divided and replanted aspidistra in the garden, you know, all summer, fall, and winter, and then they're reestablished before they come back into growth. This is the case where the 2 leaves are too close to each other, that I can't make them into a single leaf division. And let's see, a bit of this rhizome started to travel down into the soil. Here's another division. So that's extreme division. Again, you know, I could have stopped when I had 2 divisions, but I chose not to. Now with some of these things, if they're old clumps, you'll end up with bits of what look like almost dead rhizome. Well, they're not really dead. They're just sort of like waiting in the wings in case if they need to, you know, put up new growth, but they won't put up new growth unless they're liberated from the lead part of the rhizome. So this piece with no leaves, but it's a nice substantial rhizome, is entirely worth replanting because it will now put up new growth. I don't think it's going to put up new growth this year because it doesn't have any actively growing buds, but I would definitely replant it. Same for the rhodia. If this rhodia was many years old, the rhizome would be, you know, not terribly long because they're real slow growing, but let's say 3, 4, 5 inches long, and you can cut that into, you know, like inch-long pieces of rhizome, and they will put up additional shoots. So, you know, go out and buy 1 big pot of something and divide it before you plant it. Well, a lot of us have sedums in the garden. They're real easy to divide because the plants are succulent, and so they're very tolerant of even having little or no roots when you divide them. Now, another trick with sedums, if one of these stems broke off, you can just stick that in the ground and it's going to root. But some of this is sedum spectabile. It's upright growing like sedum autumn joy. And when the clumps haven't been divided in a long time, they get so many stems. You know, the majority of them are going to be puny because there's so many of them. So dividing is a good way to sort of revitalize the plant, and they often stand up better when they're freshly divided. And it has a fairly woody crown in here. You know, these are nice sized divisions for replanting in the garden. There's still a big chunk of this one. We can continue through it. That's another nice division. So that's division number 3. And good time to pull out some weeds. I'm surprised there's a weed because we don't have weeds here at the Raulston Arboretum. Yeah, and 4 and 5 nice sized divisions. Again, you could go smaller if you wanted more, but these are nice sized divisions. They'll make a lovely display late summer when they bloom. Some things hardly need to be divided. This is a Canterbury bell, a campanula. The name campanula comes from the Italian campanella, bell. The flowers are bell-like. And, you know, looking at the growth while the plant was in the top of the pot, I thought that looks like a spreader. And when I knock it out of the pot, you can see it's definitely a spreader. The only thing restraining its spread was the container. So not something to put amongst your tiny little treasures in the rock garden, but if you had a big area where you have a lot of ground to cover, they're beautiful small scale ground covers with very showy flowers. But dividing a running plant like this, or bee balm, which is Monarda, or any of the culinary mints, you know, this is a division. We have shoots and roots. You know, the main part of the underground part is the rhizome, the underground stem, but there's certainly plenty of roots. So you could plant that directly in the garden or pot it up, and when it's reestablished, plant it in the garden. But this could be divided into almost an endless number of individual plants or small clumps. It's sort of an example of a plant that if somebody has enough to share with you, it might be because it spreads real quickly. But there's a value in these spreading plants when you have a large amount of territory to cover. And Tricertus is another shade plant, the toad lilies. This is a real pretty one called Autumn Glow. It's a real robust one, and the foliage starts to grow every time there's a mild spell in the winter, and then it gets cut to the ground. But once we get past frost, the foliage is just beautiful all summer long, and then it has these very exotic looking flowers in the fall. It spreads, and you know, again, we could divide it into individual pieces like that and plant those out, or we can divide it into smaller clumps and spread them out in the garden. I'll just keep on going. The hardy geraniums, the true geraniums, not the half-hardy pelargoniums, the florist geraniums. Some of them make really tight clumps. This is Geranium sanguineum, the bloody cranesbill, and it has more of a spreading growth habit, but sort of slowly spreading. You can see its rhizomes here. You know, as I work my fingers through here, I'm sort of feeling where the plant is becoming free of the and can be separated. All right, but this particular geranium, Geranium sanguineum, is one that does really well for us. It almost looks like it'd be an aggressive spreader, but it's not, you know, and I'm not even trying to sell you the plant. But you know, this has just a single leafy shoot on it, but that would be a good sized division to replant in the garden, replanting it to the original depth, and it'll put up a lot more shoots from that underground network of rhizomes. And Geranium sanguineum blooms for quite a few months in the summer, so this will be probably a little bit slow in blooming this year since I'm dividing it now, but it'll soon catch up. Geranium macrorhizum is a really good geranium for shade. I know most geraniums want sun, but there's some that definitely prefer shade, like our native geranium maculatum. But geranium macrorhizum, the big root geranium, when you divide it, you're not going to find much root at all, just a thick rhizome like this here. And I was a little bit worried about it when I divided a big clump into many, many small pieces several winters ago. But every piece that I replanted in the garden, you know, sort of never looked backwards, just got better from there on. And geranium macrorhizum has a real sort of air freshener pine scent, and I think that's why deer don't eat it. Deer like some of the hardy geraniums, but not all. Now this is a ginger lily, and the ginger lilies are related to the culinary ginger and turmeric and galangal. And like the canna we dug up earlier, that would normally be dormant, but this has been in a cool greenhouse this winter. And it's a variegated one called Vanilla Ice. So real beautiful, I think sort of apricot gold flowers in late summer, usually very fragrant. But also this one is also a beautiful foliage plant. And it is spread enough that it would be hard to get out of the pot. So I just wasted the pot. But you can see these new shoots ready to come up. And this is a new, well, I think this is one we don't yet have in the Arboretum. Is that, yeah. So I'm going to divide it fairly small. And nice healthy root system. Yeah, I can divide that smaller. Sort of like the aspidistra, where I divided to single leaves. Yeah, that I can't go smaller than that, but that will certainly make it. It has, you know, you see the new shoot on the rhizome, nice strong leaf. I wouldn't divide a ginger lily this small and replant it in the garden, but I'd want to pot these up and let them get reestablished, then plant them out in about a month's time, probably 6 weeks. But this division has, you know, 2 nice buds there. This one is a little bit less promising looking, but I'm sure it'll put up a new shoot from that old rhizome. All right. This one was already sort of separate of the main one. The ginger lilies are really wonderful late summer, fall blooming herbaceous perennials for this area, for zone 7. They're not, I don't know that any of them are winter hardy in colder climates, but they're most of the ones, well, all the ones we grow are winter hardy in this area. And they don't have any of the insect problems that cannas do. All right, I ended up with a piece of rhizome with no shoot, but that's entirely worth replanting. I see a little bud starting right there. So again, having been liberated from the growing point of this rhizome, that will put up new growth. And the second piece, when I talk about the old parts of the rhizomes not growing until they're separated from the lead point of the rhizome, it's a little bit like pinching back a plant. That terminal bud suppresses the growth of the axillary buds until you pinch out the tip, like on something sprawly, like a coleus or something. And then the side buds can start to grow. So this is sort of the same thing as pinching back a plant with stems. These are two little perfectly good divisions. So, and oh, look what we have here. Look at those nice shoots down there. So today, maybe I'm showing you some fairly aggressive means, degrees of division. Again, you know, if you just want 3 plants and you're starting off with just 1, then just divide them into 3. But if you want to maximize the number of divisions, then you can get aggressive like I have been with these today. This is a really nice mature part of the rhizome with 3 new shoots off of it. So I could divide that smaller. I could even divide like this bottom inch and here and pot them up, and before too long they'll have top growth, especially when the weather's more consistently sunny and warm. All right, these are all the, do we have questions from the audience?
Yeah, Doug, we are going to have Alexa and Catherine inside in the control booth. They're going to read out questions. I'll be able to hear them, and I'll just relay those out loud. So y'all, whenever you want, you can throw questions out to us. I think one of the things everybody you can see is with dividing perennials, people look at it like it's something really difficult, and you have to be very delicate, and often you got to get out a hefty tool and get to it.
Yeah. Yeah, when I teach things like this, I really just want people to get over their fear of dividing things, because I was pretty brutal with these, but I'm sure that nearly every last scrap that I produce today will, you know, reestablish and become a perfectly good plant in time. And this is the way a lot of these things are propagated in the nursery industry anyway.
Yeah. And in the wild, you know, a clump of gingers growing by a stream, that part of it erodes away and falls off in a storm and shows up somewhere down stream. Do we have any questions, Alexa, Catherine?
I have one for you.
Okay, go ahead.
With the aspidistra, can you replant the extra roots, or is it only the rhizomes?
So the question was, and I was not here while you were dividing it, but the aspidistra, can you only replant or what was it? Repeat that. Can you replant the roots, or just the extra, or just the rhizomes? I'm butchering the question, but
no, I think I understand their question, and there's a difference between the rhizome and the root. The rhizome is an underground stem, and a stem has buds. On most plants, like the aspidistra, you can separate the root from the plant, and it's not going to do anything. Now, there are a few exceptions. Oriental poppies, Phlox paniculata. What are you looking at, Tim?
Rudbeckia.
Oh, Tim says the Rudbeckia will come from pieces of root. Acanthus will come from pieces of root. But I think the viewer's question, oh, here we go. So all the divisions on most things, you want shoots and part of the crown of the plant, or in this case, the rhizome. But in dividing this aspidistra, I ended up with this piece. This thick part here is the rhizome, the underground stem. It has no shoots, but it's I would say definitely replanted, because it will put up new shoots eventually. It might not be this spring, it might sit underground until next spring. But definitely, if you have a piece of rhizome, it does not need to have leaves in order to be worth replanting.
Exactly. Yep. That's it. And that's you may have mentioned this, but that's the difference between a potato and a sweet potato. A potato has eyes because it's a underground stem, and a sweet potato would just have roots because it's an underground root. Both storage organs, but both different. And that's why you can cut up a potato and use seed potatoes, the eyes, to grow more. Any other questions?
All right, next question. Can you divide salvias now?
Can you divide salvias now?
Do I need to repeat the question?
No, everybody can hear when I say it.
Yes, you can divide salvias now. Do we do it? Almost never, because salvias are really easy to root from stem cuttings. And whereas, something like a bulb, the true stem of a bulb is the little basal plate at the base of the bulb from which the shoots and the roots arise. But nearly all salvias, maybe all salvias, have stems, and spring is a super good time to stick cuttings, because when the shoots, the stems are on a herbaceous perennial or vegetative, they're not yet flowering, they root really readily. So there's some salvias that are in new growth right now that within the next couple of weeks we'll start cutting stems off the plants and sticking them and rooting them. So, Salvia superba, which is maybe the same thing as Salvia nemorosa, like May Night and East Friesland, they are propagated by division more than stems, but any of the salvias with upright stems are better off and more quickly propagated by stem cuttings.
Yeah, it really is going to depend on the growth habits. So the Salvia officinalis, the edible, the culinary sage, you can divide if you want, whereas most the woody salvias or are gonna want stem cuttings.
I dug up one of our very few native East Coast native salvias. The salvias are widespread around the world, but very uncommon in Eastern North America. There's huge numbers of them in Western North American, all through Central and South America, but this is Salvia lyrata. You don't know it by name, you know it because it's a real common roadside weed. And lyrata is referring to lyre. I guess that leaf looks a little bit like the musical instrument lyre. And it doesn't have, its stem is this compressed stem underground like a hosta, and it blooms up above the plant. The flowers can be either white or pale blue. And in the wild, the foliage would typically be green, but this is a garden strain with purple foliage. So it would be an example of a salvia that would not be grown from stem cuttings, probably more often just grown from seed.
Other questions?
All right, I have two more on Facebook, and then I will let Catherine take over on the YouTube questions. I have a question. Can you divide hellebores?
Can you divide hellebores?
I was standing here thinking that if Mark didn't get any more questions, I was going to talk about hellebores. Yes, you can definitely divide hellebores, but I need to qualify that. If you have the Christmas rose, which is Helleborus niger, and it's doing well, don't even look at it cross-eyed, just leave it alone and don't even think about moving it. But the Lenten rose, which we used to know as Helleborus orientalis, and now we call Helleborus hybridus, they can definitely be divided. It's a lot of work to dig one up. The crown of the plant is super, super hard, woody. You're gonna need probably a saw. You're probably gonna need, well, this weeding knife has a bit of a serrated edge. You might be able to do it with that, or you might need to get a tree saw out to divide it. But why would you divide a hellebore? Well, if you have an individual plant that has exceptionally beautiful flowers, that would be the best way to make more of it, because the seedlings are going to be like a litter of mixed breed puppies, everyone's going to look different. Helleborus fetidus, which is the big tall one with little green bells, I wouldn't divide that. It comes from seeds so quickly. You just transplant the seedlings, but definitely really choice hellebores or wild relatives of the Lenten roses can be divided.
And to tack on to that, with something you said, a lot of the Helleborus hybridus do seed. And so sometimes you have a thick bed and people think it is a creeping plant like you've been talking about here that they need to divide. But you have individual plants which will have that very hard crown. But then you might have a lot of seedlings around them. Those you can dig up and move very easily. Those go around. But many of the new ones, the really good new ones, are sterile and don't seed around, which is a good thing most of the time in the garden. And in those, if you have some that get older and you really want more, you're either going to buy them or you're going to have to get your tree saw out to cut them. We'll get another question in just a second. I do want to repeat to everybody, this is our day of giving. You can go to jcra.ncsu.edu and click on donate now. And that supports us. That helps us keep these great programs like Gardening 101 on air and free for everybody, which we really like to do to connect with y'all. We're hoping to get 202 individual donations. Doesn't matter if they're $10 or $10,000. We really want to show the university the breadth of support that we have. So we're really hoping to get 202 donations. Okay, what's the next question you had from Facebook?
All right, my last Facebook question is about tropical plants. They're asking, their dwarf banana tree died back and it's just now waking up again. Can you divide them in the same kind of way?
All right, great question. That's a great one. This is about tropicals or tropical-like plants. They have a banana that died back to the ground, is just now waking up, and they want to know if they can divide it like these other plants.
Yeah, absolutely. A banana is just a very large herbaceous perennial. I don't really have something here that's really comparable to banana, but the true stem on the banana is more like a big elephant ear tuber. It can be pretty massive, but it's just below ground or just above ground level. And I guess you could divide one of those, but mostly what you are dividing is individual stems off of the big clump. The Japanese fiber banana spreads fairly quickly and the stems are 3-4 feet apart. And so you can just go in and, dig up individual stems and replant them. So definitely, the edible bananas and plantains are all sterile. Those little black dots inside are seeds that never develop. So they are only propagated vegetatively, either by division and I guess nowadays by tissue culture.
Yeah. All right. Do we have any questions from YouTube Live?
We sure do. We have quite a few questions. Let's see. We're going to start with a question from Nancy. She wanted to know, how far apart should the ginger roots be planted? I guess when you're dividing the ginger?
Okay, yeah, Nancy wants to know, after you've divided your ginger, how far apart do you plant them?
Well, the ginger is a very robust growing plant. I could plant them 3 feet apart, or if I wanted to make a solid clump more quickly, I could plant them 2 feet apart. Just do a little research and find out what the recommended spacing is for any of these plants. Just, the thing is, if a division is small, that doesn't mean you plant it closer. If the recommended spacing on a rhodia is 18 inches, well, plant them all 18 inches apart, even if the division is small, because they're going to, grow into the same size plant. It's like a tree. When you buy a tree, maybe it's a tiny little seedling. Well, you're not thinking about you're not thinking about the current size of the plant. You're thinking about how big is it going to get when it's mature. So you can plant them at the standard spacing.
Okay, there's a question.
What else got?
There's a question from Cindy, and she wanted to know, should the stalk be cut at the time of division? And I think she's maybe talking about the ginger lily also. Do you cut the stalk back?
So Cindy wants to know, and we think this is also about the ginger, about cutting the stalk back. Do you cut the stalk back at the same time?
Oh, yeah, I understand the question. Yeah, most of the things I divided today don't really need their tops reduced. But, you know, when you divide a plant when it's in full growth, you do need to cut it back to some degree just to bring it in better balance. So you might cut the ginger off about halfway. I appreciate that question because that's something I overlooked to mention. The other reason to cut it back, if you're planting it directly in the ground, is that, you know, this is a big sail like on a sailboat, and it's blowing and it's rocking the root. It'll establish better if it's moving around less. So cutting it a plant back that's in active growth at the time you divide it is important.
Yeah, and often if you're dividing in winter, if you were dividing your clump of gingers during a cold winter, you won't have stalks on them at all anyway. You'll only have the rhizomes.
Yeah, and you know, I mentioned that the best time to divide daylilies is when they're done blooming, and their natural life cycle is that this foliage they put up in the spring is dying at that stage, and they're putting up fresh new growth after they're done blooming. So even if you're not dividing your daylily, a tip I like to share is when they're done blooming, cut the whole plant to the ground or close to the ground, and you clear away all that old foliage that is just going to go from green to brown. And then the rest of the summer into fall, you're just looking at fresh green new growth that was produced at the time that they're finishing blooming. And so if you're dividing them, that's also a natural time to cut them back really hard.
That's a great tip.
Okay, the next question would be, would you prune back the roots when you're making divisions or replanting?
Okay, question was, would you prune back the roots when you're dividing your perennials?
No, you want as much root as possible.
Yeah.
More root under the ground, the better.
Yeah, it's all about the roots. You don't want to prune them back. If you have something, especially out of a container, often, sometimes you'll have some dead roots in there, you know, that you can go off, but that'll be kind of dark, not very good looking stuff.
You know, this geranium division is based on the top is fairly small, but it's going to take off much quicker with all this root and rhizome underground than if it was a smaller division. You know, this division will reestablish well, but it would have reestablished much more quickly if I had left it attached to all that underground growth.
All right, we've got a surprise guest that I want to see if he'll join us. No? Oh. All right, come on, you got to get in front of the camera for a minute here. All right, I'm going to get you to talk about one plant. This is Dr. Danny Werner, former director of the J.C. Raulston Arboretum, one of my favorite people because he hired me here, who also taught herbaceous plants. But I'm going to get you to just give us a little bit of information. Denny started his career as a peach breeder, now is a red bud breeder and butterfly bush breeder, among other things. But one of the things I was told I had to mention while we were talking was this incredible little plant flowering behind us. And I just wonder if you could say a little something about that plant.
Sure. Yeah, I did some peach breeding first 20 years here at NC State, and mostly worked with fruiting varieties, but there's a lot of beautiful ornamental variation in peach. And when the opportunity arose, we exploited that. In fact, JC encouraged some of that early ornamental peach breeding work. Some of you who visit the Arboretum may be familiar with the little double red dwarf that Tim may have already spoken about today. Not yet? Okay, I'm sorry. Which is an icon of the Arboretum that predates my presence here. Some of the ornamental peaches in the trade are dwarf and have purple leaf color. Purple is an interesting mutation. in peach, and there's one of those behind us right here. Is that the one you're referring to, Mark? You want me to talk about?
Yeah.
Hope I got the right plant.
Yeah.
And at this point in time, the name is escaping me.
It's Bonfire.
Bonfire, yeah, that's right. Okay. Bonfire was developed by the University of Arkansas. It's got purple leaves, what we call the brachytic dwarf character, which leads to a much reduced stature. I can't recall how old those two specimens are there, but they're probably, yeah, I was gonna say 15 to 20 years old, which gives you a sense of how slow they have grown to attain the height that they are at right now. We've been doing some ornamental peach breeding. If you visit the Arboretum, you might see some of the columnar peaches in the Arboretum. I noticed there's one right up here in the perennial border. That's the Corinthian series that we released, yes, now 22 years ago, I believe. And we're still doing a little bit of work with some of the ornamental peaches. They're just great plants to have in the garden. And I'm happy to be here to talk about them. Impromptu, unrehearsed.
This was fantastic because I was going to say that beautiful flowering peach behind Doug is Bonfire. It's a dwarf with purple foliage, and it's slow grower. It was here when I started 14 years ago, and that was going to be the extent of it, which is why I love working here at NC State, because it's not just about what it looks like and what it does, but it's about the science behind it.
About the science and the history
and
of
the history
plants
and
is
everything. Yeah.
Very interesting. Yes.
So
thank you so much.
I appreciate you stopping by
welcome.
and joining in.
My pleasure. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. You know, Denny's a woody plant breeder. We talked about the red buds sub. He's great work with that, but he is he's a fantastic gardener and taught herbaceous plant materials for many, many years, and has a incredible garden at home that my wife said when we visited, said, "Why didn't your garden look a little more like that?" Oh well. She says that a lot when we visit people. We have any more questions?
Mark, we do. There was a couple questions about, one was particularly about separating huge bearded iris rhizomes. And then there was another one about amaryllis that have been in the ground for a long time. So they're kind of along the same lines.
Okay, well, two questions about two plants that have been in the ground for a long time. Old bearded iris germanica, that have been in the big clumps that have been in for a long time, and same with amaryllis.
Okay. Bearded iris is a plant that most often, if it's been in one spot for a long time, no longer blooms really well. They really benefit from being divided and spread around. If it's a real old clump, you might end up with far more divisions than you need. So just replant the biggest ones and compost the rest, or share them with gardening friends. There are some very old varieties of bearded iris that continue to bloom well even when they're crowded, but most bearded irises benefit from being divided, you know, every third year or so. If it's not going to bloom this spring, you can go ahead and divide it. Normally they're divided after they bloom or anytime through the summer months. Amaryllis probably will keep on blooming even when they get crowded, but if you want to increase the rate of increase, then divide them, because the smaller bulbs that are crowded in with the blooming size bulbs just won't amount to much unless they're separated out. And then, you know, plant them individually or in small clumps, but spread them out much further. So it's a plant that would definitely benefit from being divided as well.
Yeah. Another one that's like that, where you get big old clumps, are crinum. In that case, have an extra shovel, because you'll break the first one trying to dig them up. They're tough.
Or the football team that helped us dig up crinums when the border was redone in 2000.
There you go.
Yeah.
Other questions? While you're looking at the questions, I just want to mention again that today's Day of Giving, And, the fact that we can provide this kind of education for free is because of your support. We're free to come in and visit. We don't charge people to come in. And you've probably, if you've been with us much of the day, you've probably seen some families behind us. You might have heard some of them, which is great. We love it. It's been too long since we've had people in the garden. But we are free. The university doesn't provide a lot of support. They provide some salaries for a couple of people, but all of our operating expense, most of our salary, the only way we can afford the expertise of somebody like Doug is because we're supported by people like you. So we really do encourage you to go to jcra.ncsu.edu when we're finished up and click on donate now. We don't ask you all the time for donations of money, but we really do hope you'll support us, and I hope you'll whether you live nearby or you live farther away and are and enjoy these programs. We hope you'll join as a member. Today only, we've got our membership at $45. It's a discounted rate in celebration of our 45th anniversary. Family membership is at $70, also a discounted rate. And you can get to that from our website as well, jcra.ncsu.edu. We're hoping to get to 202 gifts today. We're doing, this is Gardening 101. We're hoping to double that, make it twice as good, make it 202. We're up to 163 gifts. So we need 39 if my math is correct. Math is not my strong suit, but Dennis says yes, and he knows more than me. We're up to $92,539 in gifts. There's also an anonymous $275,000 planned gift to support internships, which is, we cannot say enough how much we appreciate the people who are supporting us. And that's whether it's you're donating $10 or $25 or $500 or $275,000. We really do appreciate it. All right, I think I interrupted you, Catherine. Do you have another question there?
There's a few more. There's a question about penstemon. Would you divide that, or would you take leaf cuttings or stem cuttings?
All right, this is going to be a little bit like the salvia, penstemon. Would you divide that?
Well, penstemons vary. Our East Coast natives, and Tim, here, dig up one of those penstemon digitalis and bring it back here. Our native East Coast penstemons, the only stems they have are not true stems, or the flower stalks. They grow from a basal rosette. So they're more often grown from seed, but if they can also be divided. Now, a lot of the West Coast or Western, not West Coast, but Western penstemons grow with stems, and so they are easy to propagate from stem cuttings. This is our local native penstemon digitalis. I know that name means penstemon foxglove. Digitalis is the scientific name for foxglove. Well, that's because the flowers look like foxgloves. But this is, the wild penstemon digitalis have green leaves. There are, but this is an old seed strain called Husker's Red. But nowadays there's improved purple foliage ones like Onyx and Pearls and a number of others. I don't remember.
I believe we'll have a good one in our spring plant sale.
Wonderful. I probably unloaded them yesterday. But it has a woody crown, but see, this is sort of like a single crown division. And so I've divided it like I would a daylily or a hosta. So, look at the plant. Is it a big rosette of basal foliage, or does it have stems? If it has stems, then take cuttings and root them. You know, I'm telling you, this doesn't have a stem. Well, it does have a very short stem, but that's the crown of the plant. And these purple foliaged penstemons are beautiful all winter long. The flowers are real showy in late spring, early summer. And it's a plant that bumblebees really like the flowers. It's also a good cut flower. So that one clump, I'm dividing it into about 8 divisions. Now that's a fairly small division. That's a nice big one, and they're ready to replant. And would I normally divide these this year? No, because when they bloom this spring, their flowers are going to be kind of puny, but certainly the plant will reestablish and bloom nicely next year. I'd probably divide them when they're done blooming.
And much like salvias, penstemons there are a lot of different ones, which unlike salvias, though, they're only found here in North America, although a lot of the breeding's been done in Europe. So I want to interrupt our questions real quick to make an announcement. We've got another really major gift to announce. This is a good garden friend of the Arboretum, Phil and Jane Dark, who owned Oakmont Nursery. And you may know Phil through his breeding, if you're familiar with Crown Jewel Gardenia or Prince Charles, which is being sold as Steady as She Goes Gardenia through the Proven Winners program now. They have left a gift, a planned gift of more than $500,000 in support of ornamental plant breeding at the J.C. Raulston Arboretum. We hope we don't get that anytime soon, because Phil and his wife are wonderful people and we want them to be around for a long time. But Phil opened Oakmont back in 1987 in Siler City, North Carolina. The connection with the J.C. Raulston Arboretum and NC State began even earlier in Phil's career and has continued to grow. He vividly remembers meeting J.C. Raulston in person. They discussed gardenia varieties, and J.C. provided cuttings that became key to the establishment of his nursery. In more recent years, Phil has served several terms on the Arboretum's Board of Advisors. We wanted to change our bylaws because he had served for 3 terms and had to rotate off, but we loved having him on there. Phil's breeding with gardenias, we hope to continue. Either he'll continue on his own, or we hope we can partner with him and help that continue, because he's brought gardenias to an entirely different place. All of us here at the Arboretum, all our staff, we really appreciate what he's done. We love going to visit him. We've brought interns out there to evaluate the gardenias in bloom. But just want to say congratulations to Phil and Jane on Phil's retirement. I hope that's congratulations to Jane too on his retirement. Really, this is just amazing. So we've got over $750,000 of planned gifts for the Arboretum. We're still trying to get up to 202 gifts. We're at 168, so we have 34 gifts to go, any size. If you want to leave another $500,000 for an endowment, we would love to have the insert your name now endowment alongside the Phil and Jane Dark endowment. So, but we're also happy with a $10 gift or a $25 gift if you appreciate what Doug does, what Tim does, Chris, Dennis, everybody here. Another question.
There's sort of a follow-up question on the penstemon. Are they deer resistant?
Follow-up question on the penstemon. Are they deer resistant?
I'm thinking that they are. Yeah, Chris is nodding his head in agreement.
I have that one native in my yard, and I don't think the deer touched it.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, it's not one that I think the consensus is no, unless you have deer that like penstemon.
Well, the
That
deer
is
are
the
eating
truth.
everything in my yard this year, so they ate my iris. I
Yeah,
do have another
so
question.
one more quick question.
Okay, Paul from Wilmington, who's our regular in midweek program, wanted to know if there are disease or insect issues with ornamental peaches.
Okay, we're getting away from the dividing herbaceous plants with our last one. Are there disease and insect pests with ornamental peaches? Yes. They tend not to be as bad, but like we get black knot on them and things like that, but it doesn't seem to affect them as much. They'll still flower, and actually we're just assume them not have that much fruit on there because the fruit isn't edible. It's basically fuzzy skin over the pit. But I don't remember like mildew being bad on these out here.
Yeah, the main problem with the peaches that are grown for eating is that the fruit on the trees are extremely susceptible to brown mold. And so they are sprayed continuously to keep the fruit covered with fungicide, but these aren't being grown for fruit. And the foliage is clean all summer. I've
Yep.
never seen the foliage
I hadn't either.
discolored or damaged. And the red one makes quite a bit of fruit. I don't remember seeing mold on the fruit when it's on the plant.
No. Oh, there's no flesh there for it really to
Good point.
grow into. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, I mean, that's, we certainly have, in 20 years of that being in the border there, it has never been sprayed. Can tell you that right now. And it looks great. Okay, so that is going to finish us up for our midweek program, Gardening 101. We're going to be joined with some former interns in a little bit. Right now, we're going to turn it over to a throwback video of the Arboretum and an intern video from some of our interns in past years. And then we're going to be joined by a couple of our former interns. Alexa, we'll send it over to you.
I interned with the Arboretum the summer of 2017 for 3 months. And it's really just like a gigantic extended classroom for me with incredible teachers. I think it's important to provide opportunities like this for students because it's a really great place to get an extremely rich experience. And it's just a wonderful opportunity to learn from the brightest names in public horticulture and really in North America, in a plant collection that's really incredible. It's just an inspiring place. It's a really special place.
So I interned at the J.C. Raulston for 2 days a week for the first year, right out of high school. And then after that, I did it for the following summer as well. The garden really opened my eyes to a lot of different plants and what kind of plants are out in horticulture. A lot of the plants are a journey to another part of the world, and so it's kind of showing you what's out there and where they're from. It's pretty cool learning their stories. It's important to fund the opportunities like the internship program, because the internship is really a gateway to providing students with an opportunity to grow. It really helps open students' eyes to what the possibilities are of the gardens.
Maddie, can you take a minute to tell us about something that you'll never forget during your internship with the Arboretum?
Yeah, I think something that was really cool was during the, I guess it's like Member Appreciation Month or something like that, the members have their gardens open for people to come and tour. And so there's one afternoon that it was super rainy and we couldn't really do anything out here, so we took a little field trip and saw some of the gardens, and that was really cool to see a lot of the Arboretum plants in their gardens, and also just some of their landscaping is like really amazing and kind of made me think about like how I want my garden when I'm older. So that was really neat to see like that kind of variety.
Great, thank you. Cayman, can you take a minute to share with us something that you're never going to forget that you did during your internship?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say probably our bamboo harvest. That was really memorable for me. We went to this really amazing bamboo grove, and I mean, as soon as you get to the top of the hill, there's just this lake, this water everywhere. And what we did was we'd cut the bamboo down, we'd clean it, and ultimately we were using it to go for the yurt, the decking of the yurt. And just the whole process was really amazing. I mean, like, I had never seen such beautiful bamboo, and then to be able to cut it, clean it, and just that entire process was pretty awesome.
Great, thank you.
All right. That's a little trip down memory lane with our some former interns, and it's been fun. We were joined by Denny Werner just a minute ago, our former director, and we had Locke Rosser here walking around, who's our intern from this past year, was one of our great students, and that those internships are really critical. Both for us, it helps us get a lot of the work done we need here, but it's also a great experience. I couldn't remember who was in those intern videos, and one of those, David Hoffman, interned with us several summers and worked with us. He was great student. He is now actually on our board of advisors. He's one of those board of advisors who made a matching gift that totaled $20,000 for us. So it's really exciting to see somebody go from a student here to being an industry leader who really is doing great things. He's won several awards for young nurserymen, that sort of thing. I hate that I'm looking down at my phone, but I get some of my information on the gifts and things through my phone, and just we've got a lot of folks who've given, who've made had something to say. So we are at 169 gifts. So that puts us at 33 away from our goal of 202 gifts. The total we've raised is $92,862, plus another 750,000 in planned gifts. So want to thank Claudia Graham, who writes, I love visiting the JCRA and appreciate the opportunity as a volunteer to learn from Doug and Edith. That's Edith Edelman, who designed the perennial border where Doug was dividing perennials. And that is one of the benefits of both being a member, but also being a volunteer here at the Arboretum, is what you heard from Doug during Gardening 101 is the kind of thing that you get every time you volunteer with Doug and with Tim, is just the wealth of knowledge. I want to thank Rufus and Linda Edmonston for their very generous gift, which is going to support the installation of some guardian lions that were donated to the Arboretum that you would find outside a temple on one of these places where we go collecting in the wild, like Imeshan or Tiamushan, or some of these other temples and monasteries and gardens. We were gifted with a pair of big guardian lions, and Rufus's and Linda's gift will go towards installing them in our Asian Valley. Also want to thank Cindy and Thomas Cook, who say, so glad the garden is open again, hoping to help them meet their 101 challenge. Well, we've met our 101 challenge and we're up to a 202 challenge. So hope people will continue to support us, and we just need a handful more gifts, 33 more to get us up to that 202. We've got Jim Hanger, who says, so glad to support you. Jim's a big supporter of us in a lot of ways. You know, it's great. I keep seeing staff members and people recognizing staff members saying how great they do and they want to support them, which is, as a boss, it's great to see. But what else is great to see is when my boss supports. The Frank Lowe's department head for the Department of Horticultural Science has supported the Arboretum, which we really appreciate. Kathy Kennel says, on behalf of Alicia Thornton, for being a rock star. Alicia's our director of development, and she is a rock star. We are on track to have a full 1/4 of the gifts given to the entire College of Ag and Life Science on Day of Giving, all from the JCRA. So just go to jcra.ncsu.edu, make a gift. You can go down to the green Make a Donation button. You click on that and it will bring you right there to make a donation. Put something in there. Let us know why you're supporting us, what you like about the Arboretum, what's important, and we will we appreciate every gift at any level, $25, $5, anything. We really appreciate those gifts. You can also go to our website and go to the support button and go to membership, and we are offering, in recognition of our 45th anniversary this year in 2021, we are offering a discounted membership, $45 for our 45th anniversary, available today. So $45 rather than the $50. You can also get a family membership for $70, which is a discount as well. So, and we've had a lot of people take us up on that. I don't even know what the count on members are who've taken advantage of that today, but it is a pretty significant number of memberships, both new and renewing. You can do it either way, but we really like to see those new members joining us now. All of those people who've joined us for midweek programs for the past year almost now, we hope you'll consider using this as an opportunity to thank us, either as a member or a gift to our general fund for Day of Giving. We've had 69 memberships done, 69 members. That is incredible. In one day for us to do that many memberships is really amazing. And here's one of your benefits for membership is you will have first crack at our plant sale, which will be going on pretty shortly. It'll be going online, and it is going to be the biggest and best plant sale that we've ever done. And it'll be both online pre-order, but then we'll also have some plants here on site to purchase. And let me tell you, we've got a lot of really choice plants. Earlier today, we were talking to John Grimshaw at the Yorkshire Arboretum in the UK. And I was asking him what plant was on his mind right now. And he said rhododendrons. And we talked a little bit about both our native deciduous azaleas and their rhododendrons. And I'll tell you, we've got some great deciduous to go. Some of our staff were looking at the list and getting excited about mandarin lights and highlights and a couple of the other deciduous azaleas. And then we've also got ones that I really like, which are some of the heat tolerant large leaf rhododendrons, like the yak rhododendrons, Rhododendron yakushimanum subspecies degronianum. Say it 5 times fast. It's a little difficult, but that's going to be we're going to have quite a few of those, and we're trying to get some Rhododendron morii, which is a Taiwan rhododendron, which does very, very well, but it's hard to come by because it's very slow from seed, and if you do cuttings, when they root, they put out one little root, and it goes and goes and goes and goes and goes. And so if you ever pick up the thing to see if it's rooted in, you break that little thin root and it feels like it isn't. So you got to just put them and let them sit under mist for about 18 months. They take forever. So they're hard to come by, but we're hoping to have some of those for you. Doug talked about penstemons. We've got penstemons in our sale. I can't even remember all the plants. It's been a lot of fun putting together this plant sale, and I think it's going to be epic, as I've been telling people. All right, so I think we've got one of our interns, former interns, online. Is that correct? Taylor, you with us?
Hey, hi, yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Taylor, how are you doing?
Good, how's it going?
It is going great.
Looks really nice out there.
What's that?
Looks really nice out there.
It is really nice. Yeah, you're a little bit behind us, huh, in St. Louis?
Yeah.
So Taylor, what year were you an intern with us?
I was there in 2015.
2015. Okay.
Oh, it was 2014.
2014. And some local folks may know one of your fellow interns if they ever go out to Pine Knot Farms for their hellebore days. Brian Byers, if you see a guy with a big bushy beard and long hair, he was one of your fellow interns as well. Isn't that right?
Yeah, it was me, Rachel, Brian, and Eddie that year.
That's right. That was y'all were a great group of interns. So, what have you been doing since you graduated?
So I graduated from NC State's horticulture program in December of 2016. So right after then, that March of 2017, I moved to New York and I did a 9-month internship with Brooklyn Botanic Garden. So that was excellent. And I came home, I came back to Raleigh. I worked in commercial for a little bit, and then that's when I moved to St. Louis. So I moved to St. Louis to start at Missouri Botanical Garden. And so I was there for about 2.5 years. And I've just recently, last month, transitioned to Bellefontaine Cemetery and Arboretum, which is also in St. Louis. It's just north of the city, but we're a 314-acre historic cemetery. And they're kind of ramping back up their horticulture program and aiming for level 3 Arboretum accreditation. And it's beautiful. It's huge grounds. Everything's historic and like pristine.
Yeah, people don't realize a lot of times how amazing so many cemeteries are. There are a handful of really great cemeteries like Spring Grove and in Cincinnati and Mount Auburn. Yeah, so that's exciting. I didn't realize you were no longer at Mobot. That's
it just happened at the beginning of February. So
okay. Well, fantastic. I think Rachel's here as well, one of your other fellow interns.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Fantastic.
Now, Rachel,
Had some
I know
trouble,
you were
but I
working
made
with,
it.
Yeah. Well, you've been at a lot of our online programs.
I have. I've been getting my fix for plants in all of your programs. It's still very cold and very winter here in Pittsburgh. So it's been really nice getting to look at flowers and warmth and sunshine down there in North Carolina.
Now you can empathize with Tim. He was talking about that Western Pennsylvania
I definitely
weather.
can.
Yeah. So you were working with NC State with Tom Ranney for a while, and now how long have you been in Pittsburgh?
I've been in Pittsburgh now for 2 months, and we're closing on our house tomorrow, so that's super exciting. It's been quite a journey, so we're really excited to be up here. But man, it was a rough winter, so it definitely welcomed us, with lots of snow and lots of cold days. So we got a good idea of what it's like in Pittsburgh in the winter.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, well, I don't want to imagine. I am not a winter person. Can't grow osmanthus there.
Oh, no.
So when the two of you were here, y'all got one of our were recipients of one of our real special awards. We have I think a lot of people don't realize it. We have a Chelsea Work Study Scholarship, which we take interns who've worked with us and send one or two to the UK to go to the Chelsea Flower Show and to travel around. And I got to tell you, I've been jealous. It wasn't until just the other year, 2 years ago, when we had led a tour to England, that I've been to the Chelsea Flower Show. So you tell us a little bit about what y'all did when y'all went to the UK, and y'all traveled all over the place, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Well, yeah, both of us saved up a bunch and decided to add in our own money and extend the trip for a whole month. So it was wild. It was the first time I had ever even been on a plane. So I'm from the middle of nowhere in Virginia. So a lot. So we were gone for a month. We went to Ireland first, and then London, Amsterdam, and then finished in Iceland.
Wow.
Yeah, it was definitely a magical trip for us. It was both of our first times going to Europe. So we were shell shocked a little bit when we first got there at how much different it was. But we had the best time in Ireland. I think we had more sunny days than cloudy days. So I think they're lying to people when they say that it's super cloudy there, because it was gorgeous for us. I mean, we got to experience so many great things in Ireland. And then at the Chelsea Flower Show, I'm pretty sure we probably cried every 5 minutes while we were
We did cry everywhere we went. It was otherworldly.
I have to admit, I always thought that the Chelsea Flower Show was more hype than reality. And then when I went 2 years ago, I completely understand what you're saying. It really is.
It's unimaginable.
Yeah.
The scale is beyond me. I mean, I had learned about fuchsias in horticulture, and I was like, oh, those remind me of home. I've seen some of those back where I'm from in Asheville. And then there's a vendor that just has 50 feet of cultivars and different types, and that's all they do. And there were hundreds of vendors like that have specialty plants. I mean, that was where I saw my first protea bloom. And talk about tears. I didn't know what it was, and I was like, what is that? So I mean, we were just blown away, because we were at that point in our careers where we've learned some, we've gotten a good idea of lots of different types of plants, but then to be able to go and see that like grandeur is amazing. I mean, the landscape architecture installments they had outside. I mean, there was a boulder on top of a building out there that they had built before this. I mean, we were just absolutely blown away. It was amazing.
Yeah, and that is something. That's amazing. Yeah, it's a great experience, and the whole internship. You know, we've gotten a lot of support for internship over the years. We've got that Chelsea scholarship. Just today, for our day of giving, somebody, an anonymous gift for $275,000 as a planned gift for an endowment for the internship program.
That's incredible.
My God.
It's just great. You know, that's going to really, it's going to allow us to bring on more interns and give them that experience. Because while it's great for us to have you all here, the real purpose is to give experiences like that, whether that's traveling to visit other gardens in Chelsea or, you know, around the area here, or exchange with other places, you know, but just also to learn what it's like to actually garden, and hopefully, you know, move on to put that into use in other places.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, what are some of your memories from your internship?
We were trying to round up some before this, and we talked definitely working in the monocot garden in the full sun in the dead of summer right before lunch with Tim, who feels no pain.
Yeah, I remember that too. We'd be like right after break, and he'd be like, all right, we're going to the monocots. And it was, you know, 80, 90 degrees. And we were like, okay, Tim, let's go. Let's do it. I will always remember that.
Yeah. And then also
it's shady there now. The grasses are so big, the elephant ears, bamboo, bananas. It's getting to be a shady spot over there.
Oh, well, lucky future interns then.
Right. You know, Tim, earlier today, Tim said that he's slowing down. He does not walk as fast as he used to.
So maybe like a normal person.
Yes.
Yes, more like a normal person.
So I can keep up with them. Great.
Yeah.
It's
really wonderful. And then learning how to drive equipment. We just got to kind of go set loose and learn how to drive a tractor to get all the mulch that we put out. I really appreciated that to this day.
Yeah, you know, it's the kind of thing when you go to a job to place, they kind of expect you to have at least a passing experience with using equipment like that. So yeah, getting on there and being able to, you know, just go for it and figure out how to control a big piece of metal like that it's important, for sure. So tell me this, at the cemetery, Taylor, what's your role there for that?
So I'm a full-time horticulturist at the cemetery. There's 3 of us. There's a team of 3, and then our director. So we have 314 acres. A lot of that is maintained. It's got beds. We've got a couple tri gardens and stuff that we're setting up for Arboretum accreditation. We just opened up a nursery where we're growing out seedlings. There's a lot of moving parts.
That's fantastic. How old is it?
It was started in 1849, I believe.
Okay.
One of the first, like the rural cemetery movement, when all the cemeteries started moving out of urban areas as population increased. This one was the first on this side of the Mississippi. So we are a historic cemetery. We're about like 15 minutes north of St. Louis, like the city center. So there's a lot of really famous people, like really historic people. There's a ton going on here.
Yeah. So it looks like we have 176 gifts now for the Arboretum. We're trying to get up to 202, so we need 26 more. Dennis tries to give me the number real quick because he can see how hard it is. The gears are trying to turn up here when I'm adding and subtracting. And I want to encourage people. You can give, and you can put where you can designate where you'd like your gift to go. So if you'd like it to go to support interns, certainly put that in your comment. We'd love to hear also why people are supporting us. It's always a lot of fun to hear. I want to, hope that both of y'all come back and visit us. You should see the monocot mound now. We got a beautiful statue of a lady in the wind, blowing in the wind in there. It's really kind of a neat spot. And a lot's changed around the garden since y'all were here. That's 5 years is a long time in the garden.
Yeah.
So I hope to see y'all back sometime really soon. But I really appreciate you joining us.
Yeah,
absolutely. I don't want to be dramatic or anything, but my time at the Arboretum was one of the best summers of my life. Not only did I grow as a horticulturist, but me and Taylor have been best friends ever since. So not only did I get a lot of professional development, but I made a lot of wonderful connections with a lot of wonderful plant people out of it. And I really appreciate the Arboretum being what it is to not only me as a college student, but me as a horticulturist. And I highly enjoyed my time there. And if I could impress on anyone how important it was for a college student trying to, spread her wings and learn how to do horticulture, it made all of the difference in my confidence. And I highly appreciate what the Arboretum did for us.
Well, I appreciate that. I know Tim does. I can see him. He's listening. I think, y'all are all like little fledgling birds to Tim. He really does feel a lot for y'all, as do I. So keep us informed. Let us know where you're going. The only reason I knew Taylor was going to Missouri Botanic Garden when she went was I think we bumped into each other like in a bookstore or something.
Yeah, and in that bookstore on Hillsborough.
Yeah, so you have got to y'all both got to keep us informed of where you go because we really do like to know where people's careers go. So thank you both, and come back and visit us. It was a great summer that year y'all were here. That was a fabulous team, and we only send the best of the best to Chelsea. So y'all were definitely part of that. So
we certainly
thank y'all.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Y'all. And I think we've got a short video of Magnolia Serendipity, Magnolia that we really worked to get into the trade. And then we're going to be joined with a fellow Magnolia lover, Andrew Bunting from the Pennsylvania Horticultural Society. So Alexa, and again, that is not Alexa, the artificial intelligence. That is Alexa, the very real intelligence that works with us with visitor services. If you can start that Magnolia video. The J.C. Raulston Arboretum holds a couple of national collections. We hold redbuds, and we're part of a multi-institution group of 16 botanic gardens and arboreta around the country that hold a collective magnolia collection. We love our magnolias. And most people, when they think of magnolias, they think of either our native southern magnolia with its big evergreen leaves and summer flowers, or they think of the saucer magnolias with that go deciduous and have all the big purple and white and yellow flowers in the early spring. But there are other ones. There's a whole group of Asian magnolias that have smaller evergreen leaves and form really outstanding landscape plants. This magnolia is called Serendipity, It's a hybrid magnolia with a few different species from Alabama. It was hybridized in Alabama. None of the species are from Alabama. They're all from Asia. And it makes this big globose shape. Most magnolia breeders are breeding for very upright growth. This one is nice and rounded, takes up a good bit of space in the landscape, but it's worth it. Beautiful evergreen foliage that stays nice and clean over most, but all but the coldest winters. And then in early spring, it starts flowering. And you can see on this, it has flowers that have opened and already dropped their petals, flowers that are on their way out, that are starting to lose petals, flowers that are just opening, and flowers that won't be open for another several weeks at the earliest. So this flowers successively for a long, long period. And at its peak, it will be just spectacular. But if we were to get a bad freeze right at the peak of flowering, it would burn flowers, they would drop off, and new ones would open up. So you're always assured of having flowers at least at some point during the season. And usually we can get almost a month of good flowers on this plant. Magnolia serendipity. Like other magnolias in this Michelia group, it grows in full sun to part shade. Flowering is reduced a bit in shade, but it'll grow just fine. We think it's just an outstanding plant, and it's being picked up by more and more nurseries, at least in this area, and we think it's got the potential to really be a fantastic new landscape plant for the Southeast. All right. Okay, back on. Andrew, are you there with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. I appreciate you joining us. I hope you also appreciate that we did a magnolia little video there before you came on. So Andrew Bunting is a longtime supporter of the Arboretum, longtime friend of the Arboretum. He's the author of Magnolias. I lost the actual title. Magnolias for Gardens.
Something like that. I need to look at it. Plant Lover's Guide to Magnolias.
Plant Lover's Guide to Magnolias, which is a fantastic book. And he is the vice president of horticulture for the Pennsylvania Horticulture Society.
Yeah, close enough. Vice president.
Close enough.
Public horticulture.
Vice president.
Yeah.
And now you've been a long time visitor to the Arboretum.
Yes.
What was your first visit?
Well, my first, I was thinking you might ask a question like this. So actually my very first exposure to the Arboretum was I came to the Scott Arboretum as a curatorial intern in the summer of 1986. And so I went down into our Lath house, and the Lath house was packed with all these woody plants, and they all had 1984 accession, like the entire Lath house only had accessions from 1984. And I was actually succeeding Tim Boland, who's the director of the Poly Hill Arboretum. He was the intern before me, but the intern before him was Bob Hayes, who was an alum of NC State, and he was also a good friend and colleague of J.C. Raulston's. And when I think Bob was at that time it was called the North Carolina State University Arboretum, and so I think J.C. had given him hundreds, probably 500 different woody plants that were in that Lath house. So that was I think the first time I had ever heard of J.C. Raulston. And then J.C. would bring up his classes to the Delaware Valley. So they would come up I think it was kind of late spring. So they must have still been in school. And they'd bring a van, and there would be like 10 kids and J.C. and he would do a whirlwind tour of the Delaware Valley, Longwood. And I mean, this was even pre-Chanticleer, I think at that point. But go to all the local gardens, Morris Arboretum, etc. And then he would bring them to the Scott Arboretum for a tour and lunch. So that's when I first got to know JC. And then I think probably the first time I went to the Arboretum as he invited the entire Scott Arboretum staff for like a professional retreat to Raleigh. So I think there was probably like nine of us, Josephine Hopkins and Claire Sawyers and Jeff Jabko and myself and my intern at the time, Jim Adams, who's now at the U.S. Botanic Garden. So we all came in a van and we all stayed at JC's house. So there was like people on the couches, people on beds, people on the floor. And so what JC did for us is he gave us like an uber concentrated exposure to horticulture of Raleigh. So I remember Dick Burr came over for dinner. Kim Hawks came over. Alan Bush was there, even though some of these people are from Western North Carolina. We went to the fairgrounds. So I think this was 93. So we went to the fairgrounds where Tony Avent was in charge of the horticulture there.
Yeah.
It's the first place I'd ever seen Edgeworthia Chrysantha, first time I'd ever seen Clematis Harmandii, a lot of things that, were, for me being relatively young, were pretty new. And then JC had all these people to his house, multiple nights. For the 3 nights we were there, we went to a bunch of different nurseries. So it was kind of, we went to Montrose. So it was definitely, a deep dive into Southeastern horticulture. I just remember him being, just an incredible host. He's obviously a busy guy, but he gave, 3 full entire days of his time to showing us around. And of course, we went to the NC State Arboretum, and that was probably the first time I'd actually ever been to the Arboretum. And what I loved about it, back then, and I mean, it's still somewhat like this today, but then it was like, there was an area of say ground covering junipers, and there was like, one of every single cultivar you could imagine, or, magnolias, like, not like a lot of space given for specimens, but like every single magnolia you could imagine kind of shoehorned together. So, and that was, he really, back in those days, the Arboretum was really there. I mean, one to display plants, but probably even more so is cutting material for, nurserymen, whether they were in North Carolina or anywhere in the country. So, another great memory of JC was, and this is way before computers, is calling him up, and he would call back everybody that ever called him. And I'm sure he had a list, and he would, tick off like 30 people a day. And, you would request what you wanted. And if he had rooted, he would send them to you. If they weren't rooted, he would send you cuttings. And then we would also get like a little box of kind of treasures every year, kind of his distributions. And I remember one of those little boxes was and actually Mark and I were talking about this recently, was a seedling Magnolia denudata, which we've since named, or we named it the Scott Arboretum Swarthmore Sentinel. But also in that box was our first Eucaphus, our first Polyothersis. This is all just in that one little box. And these are dinky little seedlings and rooted cuttings. So, the Scott Arboretum's been an incredible beneficiary of JC, not just JC, but, subsequently, Mark and his team as well, who's really, I think, what the JC Raulston Arboretum is today has, really captures his spirit of generosity, I think, as much and probably more so than anything for me. And that's always been, at the foundation of what you guys do.
Yeah, it's that is kind of our guiding principle, is this idea that we want to share. We want to share knowledge if we have it. We want to share plants if we have them. Share our enthusiasm. And that really is a direct line from JC, from what he stood for, and what every story I hear about him and everything is about that complete generosity. And we do try and continue that. And it's, people ask where we get our great plants and things like that. And what we tell them is we give all the plants away so other people give us plants back. And that's the best way to get good stuff, is to share stuff and people bring it back. If you're a baker, bake for people. If you're a garden with plants, give people plants. It's a no-brainer to us.
Yeah, I remember one time JC telling me that he had visited every single nursery in North Carolina. He said, well, how many nurseries are in North Carolina? He said at the time there was about 1,200. And he would, he was also very generous about sharing his knowledge. So, I know that he lectured all over the place, not just North Carolina, but he, if somebody could afford to pay him, he would take some money. But if they couldn't afford to pay him, he would just do it pro bono. And what I also liked about him is he treated everybody equally. So, if there was a bunch of students in the room, but there was also, some heavy hitters like Roy Lancaster and Dan Hinckley and others, he was equally giving of his time to the young people as he was, kind of the more well-known people. And I always thought that was a endearing quality.
Yeah.
I came down there other times. I would drive down. I actually remember Tim Bolin and I went down one time and he wasn't there. And he left his key under his doormat and just said, take my house, use it as a base for the next few days. So we did another kind of, deep dive tour of the area. So, at every level, he was always he's so supportive of me and the Scott Arboretum. And I think, I was just one of probably 1,000 people he had that same approach with. So, I appreciate all that the J.C. Raulston Arboretum continues to do it. In my opinion, it's really the best of the best. It's, great plant collections that are educational, that share their material, and also have kind of this great overlay of educational programs. It really uses the collections to, bring forward your educational content, and that it's, obviously connected to the university. And we've had, I'm not just saying this because I'm on your program, but we've had over the years more great NC State grads than any other, probably more great ones than all colleges and universities in the United States combined. So it continues to be a great kind of fountain of great, not just great students, but alum that have graduated that have gone on to be great professionals as well.
Yeah, you're not wrong with that. And I'm not an NC State grad, so I can't, I know. I'm only by association, they hired me here, but yeah, it's been amazing. We've gone to some of the Public Garden Association meetings and sit at the bar with somebody like Richard Olson, director of the National Arboretum, and kind of look around and start pointing out all the people that came through as undergraduates or graduate students through the program here, and were interns at the Arboretum and whatnot. It's pretty amazing, the people that have come through the year.
Yeah, we had one of my earliest interns was Ian Simpkins, and he was a grad of NC State, and now he's director of horticulture at Vizcaya in Miami. But we had many others over the years. We did contribute one to NC State. Jared Barnes actually started the Scott Arboretum before he went to NC State, so I'm going to take credit for him.
Well, and I knew that because you, at a Magnolia Society meeting, you said, so are there any students that really stand out down at NC State who are, just real plant lovers, real knowledgeable, really good? And I was like, yeah, there's a guy, Jared Barnes. He's fantastic. He's really, really good. And you're like, oh yeah, he was one of ours.
Yeah, and he actually came to us via the perennial guru Stephanie Cohen. She approached me, actually, ironically, at a Philadelphia flower show, and said she had met this young kid who's from Tennessee, Western Tennessee, at a PPA meeting. And she said, I don't know much about him, but I met him. He's really enthusiastic. You should hire him. So we hired him that summer, and say the rest is history.
Well, that's great. Before we were just talking to interns who'd come through the program, and it's, having somebody, give you, let you know that they know somebody's pretty good it helps out a lot. And now Jared's teaching down at Stephen F. Austin University in East Texas with David Creech.
Yeah, I stopped. I did kind of a Western trip since I can't travel internationally. So I drove from here to Colorado and then down through Texas in October. And I stopped there, and it was great to see, this guy that, was a kid and a student at one point he's still kind of a kid, but is now a professor. And, he introduced me to about 10 of his students, and it was great to see that, really come full circle.
Yeah, it's one of those things that we have, I talked about with several people today over a day of giving, about how rewarding it is that sharing, whether it's students or homeowners or professionals. And I know, you're now with the Penn Hort Society. You are really, your audience is basically all of Eastern Pennsylvania, or all of Pennsylvania, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I would say that probably most of our constituents are kind of Eastern PA, New Jersey, Northern Delaware, but we're really looking to expand into, definitely other parts of Pennsylvania, and, kind of the, what PHS does is very community-based horticulture, which again is, about a lot of what we do is about making social connections through horticulture. And I think, that again is something that, the NCSU Arboretum / JC Raulston Arboretum has always been at the core of who you are. I think if you could pick any one adjective that defined JC and then also defines today the JC Raulston Arboretum is generosity. And to me, that's kind of multi-level. It's whether, a nursery needs, some starting material of a cultivar that they don't have, or they need some information, or they need you to come and give a lecture for their garden club, or just having, even, I've probably now been to the JC Raulston Arboretum, I'd say at least 20 times over the years. Another kind of form of generosity is the staff is always, if you need to find something and you find, one of your staff, they'll take you to find it, or they're just happy to answer your questions, or, whatever the case might be. And that's not, I would say that's not typical of most botanic gardens and arboreta. Sometimes it's just hard to find the people, period. But it seems like anytime I go there's always somebody around, or even volunteers. I think.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you say that because our assistant director Arlene is standing here and listening to you and nodding her head, and it's a discussion we have regularly. We're growing great. We're growing fast. More programs, more people here, more members. And we always go back to, but we want people to be able to feel like they have a personal relationship with us, to feel like they can connect with us. It's as simple as having our emails online or a phone number, where people can get in touch with us and not just fill out a contact form, that it is that exactly what you're saying. And it shows today for Day of Giving. We have 75 memberships that have come in just today.
Wow.
We've had 185 gifts that have been given. We're hoping to get to 202. So we have 17 more to go. Over $94,000 for our general fund, and $750,000 in planned gifts for endowments for plant breeding and internships.
Yeah,
and it's
I know Greg Page.
It's about that personal touch.
I know Greg Page is on the call, and I asked him to give 17 different donations to meet the goal, but I don't know.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, I've told people they can give more than once. This isn't like Chicago. Yeah, you can. Well, I guess you can vote more than once there. But that was not a political thing from now. That was going way back, long time ago. Vote early and often. I stay out of current politics. No, everybody is in the industry has been very supportive of us, and that's one of the best things about what you and I do. Is there is a tremendous respect and camaraderie, and people want to share. We were talking earlier about, I was saying my wife calls me a plant nerd, and I take that okay, because the difference between a nerd and somebody else is a nerd is somebody who wants to share what they know. They know a lot, but they want to share it all. So we were talking earlier to Bree Arthur and Kelly Norris, and one of the things we were talking about were trends, and that's where you sit, you really are looking at horticulture as a whole. You've got a long view and a broad view. So what kind of trends are you seeing in horticulture? What do you think is going to be important in the coming years?
One thing we're seeing a lot of, and this is, it's not new by any means, but I would say vegetable gardening is trending in the sense that it's probably more popular now than it ever has been. And I think a lot of that has to do with COVID and people being at home and perhaps, being out of work, and vegetable gardening is obviously a way to generate, food for your family or for others as well. I would say that both kind of native plants as well as pollinator gardens are trending. Definitely more kind of sustainable type of gardening, whether it be rain gardens or kind of water-wise gardening. We have one of the gardens I take care of, or not take care of, but oversee is Meadowbrook Farm, and we have a fairly significant kind of water-wise xeric garden there. House plants, there's probably no time in the last 100 years where house plants have been more trendy than they are now, and it's interesting to watch that industry, and that, if you went to any garden center over the last 30, 40 years, you can only find a mother-in-law's tongue, a pothos, a spider plant, a monstera deliciosa, and, a handful of other things. And now that industry is also changing, where, the choices are a lot more. There's lots of people kind of
There's a ton of people,
with house plants.
So I got to ask you now, your travels. You've been to Glasshouse Works? Yes. So for people who don't know, Glasshouse Works is a great mail order nursery. They've got glass houses there, some of which are still standing, some of which have been reclaimed by nature. But it is the most ramshackle looking place you've ever seen. And I was there a couple years ago, and I was talking to them, asking, so how's business? And they were like, you see this stack of orders, we can't keep up with it. That, young people in apartments and places are ordering houseplants and wanting houseplants and are spending money on houseplant, good money. And this what surprised me more than anything, because they are old school there, but they completely revamped how they packed boxes to send because of the YouTube videos, the unboxing videos on YouTube, which is a huge thing apparently. Like people will follow other people to watch them unbox their plants. So they have to make sure that every plant comes out perfect without no soil loose or anything like that. Would you have pictured that from your last visit to Glasshouse Works?
No. Another nursery I've gone to for years, which is I think made a great comeback as well, as Logi's.
Yeah,
that's up in Connecticut, and again, it was always kind of a houseplant nursery, but now with this kind of houseplant mania, I think they're doing particularly well also. Which I remember JC, and I know Tony has lectured on kind of retail mail order nurseries. And I remember JC saying that, 9 out of 10, mail order plant nurseries fail, within the first year. And I think, ask anybody that has a mail order nursery, it's, a really tough way to make a living. It's a lot of hustling to, even sell a reasonable volume of plants. And then you had, it's highly labor intensive with all the packing and packaging, and then keeping that stock kind of a size that you can actually mail.
That's such a hard business to do. And you really have to understand and love the business side, I think. I'm getting an update. So we have 189 gifts, which puts us 13 away from 202. So that's an unlucky number. So we need somebody to go ahead and make a gift real soon. And we're at $94,872. So, we need a little bit more to hit that 95, or even better to hit 100,000. If you want to give us 5,000.
I think 202 donors and $100,000 has a nice ring to it.
I agree. We got a couple gifts here. Our former department head, Julia Cornegay. So we have our former department head and our current department head, and actually 2 former department heads and a current one, because John Dole gave a gift. Lizzie, a former gardener with us, says she's given to us for fun. You get more money for fun. We got one of our interns who we talked to, Taylor Leesnitzer, says her internship at JCRA was her first experience in horticulture and quite literally changed her life and pushed her into the career she has today. It is an invaluable resource for so many. So you'll like this as somebody who loves public horticulture and loves travel, like I know you do. Taylor was an intern here. We have a Chelsea scholarship. We send student to the Chelsea Flower Show in the UK. We sent her and another intern for that. She had never been on a plane before. That was the first time she'd been on a plane, was to go to the UK. They went to UK, they went to Europe, they went to Iceland, spent like a month. She went, did an internship at Brooklyn Botanic Garden, and then went to work at Missouri Botanic Garden. And now she's at the historic cemetery right there in St. Louis, whose the name escapes me.
That's great. That's a great story.
It's amazing that the experience is so important, and we have some gifts that are specifically for travel and things like that. Some endowments that and you know, as somebody who's traveled extremely widely, that you know, that's nothing that helps you grow as a person, as a gardener, as whatever, as travel.
Yeah, I think I've always like if I'm hiring somebody, obviously I look to see if they have a bachelor's degree or, you know, whatever, just to make sure they have those credentials. But the thing that stands out the most when I'm hiring is, do they have any kind of foreign experience? So like if they've, you know, done an internship anywhere other than the United States, they go in the, you know, the ultra good pile. And I've always felt, you know, those students kind of, by doing those opportunities, yes, it's a great opportunity for them, but it also is proof that they're willing to do something outside of their comfort level. You know, like this person that went to England under scholarship, they'd never been on a plane before. So I'm sure that was taking them outside of the comfort level. And just to go and travel in a foreign country, even if it's one where they kind of speak the same language as, you know, there's so many things that are unpredictable that I've always been impressed with that. You know, speaking of travel, I remember, you know, JC used to always, you know, he traveled a ton, probably more in the United States than probably anybody I've ever met. But he also did a sabbatical one year where he went to see the conservatories of the world. And for many of your followers who are kind of old timers, you know about these newsletters that JC would hand, you know, again, this is pre-computers, and he would do these extensive and exhaustive, I think they're called like the NCSU Arboretum plant notes or something like that. Yeah. And they were, if you can get your hands on them, the information that he packed into those newsletters was unbelievable, because he would, you know, go to, say, you know, somewhere in Austria and go to every single conservatory that he could find. It was in Austria. So I believe he traveled all over Europe. And I don't know how many conservatories he saw at the end of that, but I would say at least dozens. You know, another great I have of the J.C. Raulston Arboretum, and maybe you guys still do it, is he used to make T-shirts every year, and on the back of the T-shirt, he would put every single genus in the Arboretum. So, you know, there'd be like 1,000 genera, you know, tiny print in rows on the back of these T-shirts.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun. And actually, so all of those old newsletters are all online. So we put them there, and you can get to all of them that way. Andrew, it has been a absolute pleasure talking to you. I am, as soon as we can get on the road, as soon as NC State lets us out of the enclosure we're in, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia area is on my list to go visit. So I hope to see you soon. Hope to have you down here soon. I know you got an interesting year ahead of you with the Philadelphia Flower Show going to be outside.
Yeah,
is that
in June.
In June. So that's going to be
early June. First time outdoors in 190 something years.
Yeah, so that's going to be something. It's going to be worth seeing. People should make sure they get up there. So thanks, Andrew. I appreciate it. Thank you for helping us close out this day of giving.
Glad to help.
Special.
You know, I you know, give not a lot of money, but I give to a lot of individual organizations, and you know, I feel like J.C. Raulston Arboretum, you know, with the money that people give, you know, really gets immediately turned into, you know, great, you know, infrastructure, great programs. I mean, all nonprofits obviously need funding, but, you know, you guys really make really good use of the philanthropy that comes to the J.C. Raulston Arboretum. And, you know, you guys are doing as good a botanical work as anybody out there. So hats off to you guys, and hopefully you guys meet your goals.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It means a lot coming from you, Andrew. It really does. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So we are getting close to our goal for 202 gifts. Now, I want to make sure everybody understands we're trying to get to 202 gifts by 6 o'clock when we're finishing up our broadcast for Day of Giving. Day of Giving does continue on until midnight, or I guess 11:59. So you don't have to stop giving just because we go off the air in another 20 minutes. We're up to 192. We got 10 more to get to that 202. We're up to $95,042 in gifts. We hope you will support us, try to get us a little bit more. This is important to us every year, but this year especially, it's really critical for us. We we closed our gates in March, and a lot of people wondered about that. But we have a small arboretum. We have a lot of close packed narrow trails, and we have a lot of visitors. It gets very crowded out here, and so we felt did what we had to do to keep our staff safe, our visitors safe, our volunteers safe. And so it was a hard year. No rentals, no large programs, moving everything online, and it made us all learn some new skill sets. My wife tells me I should have learned to do some makeup or something. She's very supportive and always giving me the unvarnished truth. But it really has been a educational year and a very fruitful and productive year, but not the easiest. So today's Day of Giving is really, really important for us. I want to thank some people as we're getting down to the close of our broadcast. I want to thank our staff. So much of our staff has supported us in Day of Giving, both with gifts, but also with their work on this, both today, but leading up to this. It takes a lot of work to get everything ready to broadcast for 8 hours, and they do a magnificent job. And I want to really recognize our board. Our board stepped up in a way they really haven't before, and came together with a $20,000 match for when we hit 101 gifts for our Gardening 101 program today. And I think not only was that gift of the money very much appreciated, I think our staff really recognized and appreciated that the board was supporting them and really helping us push to reach farther than we have before. So we hope you've enjoyed today. We hope it's been interesting talking to those of you who's been with us for a while, talking to some of the different folks in the horticultural world. Kind of traveled all over to England with Matthew Pottage from Wisley, RHS Wisley, and with Tony from Tony Kirkham from the Royal Botanic Garden Kew, and John Grimshaw from the Yorkshire Arboretum. We've been here in the States with former interns, former graduate students. Had Tony Avent out here talking about kind of his early days experiences in 1988 and how things have grown and how the Arboretum really shaped what he's doing today, both with his nursery and his Juniper Level Botanic Garden, which is coming here to NC State and the Raulston Arboretum. So it's exciting to see that. So we just got it. Speaking of Tony, we just got an anonymous gift for the Juniper Level Botanic Garden Fund, which we appreciate. Hey, look at that. It's my mom, Myra Wethington. She gave. Thanks, Mom. I appreciate it. Let's see. Sarah Craig says she's jumping on the JCRA Day of Giving train. Marilyn Grolitzer and Bill DuPont have a donation to support student internships, which we appreciate. The internships are so critical, as we talked about. That's somebody anonymous who says, I was sucked into supporting JCRA from the first midweek with Mark that I saw. They're such a great resource to the people of NC. The programs have made our period COVID isolation bearable. Well, we appreciate that. They've made it bearable for us as well, because we love what we do. We love sharing it. Andrew Bunting was talking about the generosity of JC and the Arboretum over the years, and we do really believe in that. And so if we couldn't share, it would have been tough for us. So we really appreciate that. Oh, look at that. John Grimshaw not only joined us as a guest, he gave. That's very nice of him. Meg says, cheers to JCRA for creating opportunity from a pandemic. That is us in a nutshell. We create opportunity wherever we can. So we've got 8 more gifts to get to the 202 level before 6 o'clock. We hope we'll get there. Remember, you can give more than once. Now we're up to just 5 more. We really appreciate that. We're up to $95,512, which is just amazing. I don't know how we got that last 2 on there. Somebody gave an odd amount, but we don't care. We appreciate it. Maybe they gave $101 in recognition of our 101 goal. This is again for all of our staff. It's been a difficult year on the grounds. We haven't had the volunteers, and so Tim and Doug have had to do just a tremendous amount of work along with our interns. We've had people, a couple people who had only been with us for a matter of months, who were then working from home for all this time. Obviously, we had to change from in-person to online programming, and everybody has just done everything they could do to make it as seamless and easy as possible. And so your gifts really do show that to them. We had a 2021 donation. I see. Arlene, help me out with that. Those of you who have joined as members today, whether new or renewing, we really appreciate that. I know our memberships have been just coming in almost faster than we can keep up, which is fantastic. You can go to our website, jcra.ncsu.edu, and you can click on the green Donate Now button, and that will take you to make a gift for our general fund. And we hope you'll consider doing that and put down why you're supporting us. But you can also go to our website, jcra.ncsu.edu, and under the support tab, you can go to membership and you can join. And in recognition of our 45th anniversary, you can get a membership for $45, or you can get a discounted family membership for $70. And one of the reasons to do that now is because we have a fantastic plant sale that's going to be coming up very shortly. And members will have the first crack at those online sales for the plants. And you are going to want to be a part of that list. Got 5 more gifts we need to get us up to that 202 gifts. 5 more, but some of the plants, on this on our plant sale that you get first crack at are we have a lot of shade plants. That's something people always ask about, and plants that are deer resistant. And we really tried to go with plants that are hopefully new to you, that are going to be something unusual, or some things that we know are just really good solid plants. Quite a few of them from our own breeding. We're going to have some of the red buds from our breeding. We also have a lot from Tom Ranney's breeding program, Dr. Tom Ranney up in the mountains of North Carolina, where he and his team are breeding some of the best flowering shrubs around. All right, we're at 201 gifts. So we just need one more to hit our 202 goal before 6 o'clock. And then, of course, Day of Giving will continue until midnight. So we hope you'll still continue to spread the word on social media and help support us. This has been just some of the most fun I've had in the past year, getting to talk to my colleagues, getting to hear from you through your gifts. Alicia Thornton says almost to 202 donations and almost $100,000 in support of J.C. Raulston Arboretum and Juniper Level Botanic Garden. All the donors are amazing. Let's keep the momentum going until midnight tonight. And you can tell she's our director of development, because she ends that with, and remember to participate next year. That's right. Thank you, Alicia. So did we get it while I was talking? We're still at 201. So we need one more to get to our 202 before the end of the day. Let's see who else we've given. You know, I mentioned earlier that so many of our staff have donated. Carly Dresden, who's works with development, has helped out tremendously with Day of Giving today, is supporting us. I've seen that Ann Swallow, who works with our mapping, part of that important part of record keeping that we always talk about, has given, and Bernadette Clark, who you would know from her the color plant trials. Just so many people from the Arboretum, from our staff, believe so strongly in what we do, and pretty much everybody here, as well as our board members, who not only I've seen board member gifts come in over and the top of the match that they made. So I'm not going to let y'all go until we get to 202. So I'm gonna keep on here. I'll go past 6 o'clock. I've got no reason to go home. I'm sitting in one of the most beautiful places in the world, as far as I'm concerned, and it is absolutely spectacular now. But we genuinely do appreciate everything that you do. Look at that, we got it. I'm going to give you this. I first got to know the JCRA with the 2008 Wake Master Gardener class. I had no idea how wonderful an arboretum we had right in our backyard. All of the knowledge, education, and programs, not to mention plants, JCRA provides is a true treasure. Thank you all. We are at 202 gifts. We doubled our goal. Our goal was 101 gifts while we were broadcasting between now and 6 o'clock, and we made it to 202 gifts, doubled that. I can't say enough for that. We ending the day with not ending the day, excuse me. We continue on until midnight, but we are ending our broadcast with a total of $845,940 So $845,940 in gifts to our general fund, gifts to Juniper Level Botanic Garden, planned gifts for internships, and for our breeding program, ornamental plant breeding here at the Arboretum. So I want to thank everybody from Phil and Jane Dark, who donated $500,000 plus in a planned gift for plant breeding, to those of you who donated $10. Every single one of those gifts is hugely important to us. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for all of this. It really it's a wonderful thing that you're doing for our staff and everybody here. So thank you for helping us keep the Arboretum free and open. Thank you for the support all day. I'm imagining most of y'all who are listening to me now have been here for the entire 8 hours and following us in rapt attention here. We are going to, we're going off the air. I'm going off the air, I should say, because my voice won't hold out too much longer, but we're going to have some information about the Choice Plants program, which is our program in conjunction with Johnson County Nurseries to get some of these great plants like that Magnolia Serendipity that we showed, to get those into the market and out there to you. You can look for those choice plant tags at garden centers all over the area. And then we're going to have some more information about the plant sale as well following that. So just because you don't hear the sound of my voice doesn't mean there isn't still more to see here. Thank you once again for bringing us over $96,000 in general fund gifts and over our more than doubling our 101 gifts to 203. So thank you again. It has been $845,000 day, and man, I feel like I could go for another 8 when I think about that. So thank you all. Alexa, please, if you want to put us on the Choice Plants slide and then the plant sale, we would appreciate it. Thank you so much. This has been a great day. Thank you to you all.
getting ready. Whoever's in the